The biting cold wind of the northern territory whistled through the old wooden cabins of Frosty Village, carrying the scent of frozen earth and the despair of mortals. That night, under a starless sky, a child was born. In one of the most distant cabins of the village, a woman with straight black hair and a gentle smile looked at her only happiness in this world. "He's a beautiful boy, that's good. His name will be Kyrion, just as his father wanted," the woman said with a gentle smile, but at the same time, small tears began to fall from her face. Her labor was done without any help. She was alone in the room, looking at her baby in her arms while trying to calm her breathing, when she saw him open his little eyes. Then that frightened her. From her eyes, the tears started to fall even more. The baby, in her arms, looked at her attentively while blinking, without any crying as he should have. But that was not what mattered to her. "My baby, Kyrion, his eyes. Is he blind? No. Why, God," she said as a terrible pain arose in her soul. It was sadness, guilt, pain. When her son opened his eyes, they were white as snow. There was nothing, no pupils, no life. That immediately made her feel like a terrible mother. She knew how hard life was for those who lived in this region. Crippled children were discarded early because only the strong would survive and be of help to the village in the future. She felt guilty. Guilty that her son was not born with the health necessary to survive. Pity for the life he would have to live, the hardships he would have to endure. Her tears would not stop falling until they dripped onto the baby's face. "Forgive me, Kyrion," she said it one last time before taking the deepest breath she could and wiping her tears. "It's just you and me, so no matter what happens, I won't let anything happen to you. I will protect you from everything. My baby," she said with a gentle smile as she ran her hand over the baby's head, who soon closed his eyes again, seeming to fall asleep. 3 months passed quickly, and the village and the situation in Frosty Village remained the same. Kyrion's mother, Leora, hid her baby deeply at home. Kyrion's father was someone important in the village, and because of that, even after his death, Leora still had a good stock of food. Furthermore, the village chief sometimes appeared and delivered some food to her. She hid her baby as much as possible, only letting the leader visit once when Kyrion was asleep. That way, he did not see Kyrion's eyes. If the chief knew her son was blind, he would never bring resources to her, as it would not benefit the village in the future. So more time passed. Today was Kyrion's birthday. Leora woke up suddenly with something touching her face with a cold finger. "Mommy, wake up. I'm hungry." An extremely cute voice sounded from a baby lying on Leora's bed. She quickly woke up, pulling him to her chest and kissing his head. "Good morning, my son," she said with a bright smile. In recent months, Leora's initial worry about her son had completely disappeared. Kyrion, in fact, never cried or complained. While she heard other children in the village screaming for milk or attention, her son always remained quiet, watching everything with those big, pupilless eyes. Leora noticed this after a while. In fact, her son seemed to follow with his head wherever she went, as if he could see her. She thought he might be following the sound, so she tested without making noise. And again, Kyrion followed her everywhere, as if, "Kyrion, my baby, you can see, right?" she whispered to him as tears welled on her face. Kyrion smiled at her, as if saying yes, even though he didn't understand what she was saying. But she was right. Kyrion, in fact, was never blind. Since birth his vision was completely normal. But there was something different, something no one there would understand. Everywhere Kyrion looked since birth, particles danced in the air, intertwining absolutely everywhere. Something no mortal in this small remote village would know existed. But Kyrion could see them perfectly, and whenever he could, he instinctively tried to grab them with his small hands before trying to throw them into his eyes. When Leora saw him doing this, she didn't understand but knew her son was different. Yes, she felt he was special. And she was right. Kyrion quickly began to crawl and shortly after learned to walk. Before he was 1 year old, he could already speak and converse with her. She talked to him every day and every hour since he was born. Kyrion, gradually observing his mother, managed to speak and imitate what she said. And little by little she taught him the meanings of words. "Mommy, I can't breathe." The little baby Kyrion shouted with his head buried between Leora's breasts. "Oh, sorry, I always do that. My baby. How did you sleep?" Suddenly, when Leora let go of Kyrion, she saw his eyes. "Kyrion, your eyes. How? They changed," she said, holding him while staring deep into Kyrion's eyes. At that moment, Kyrion was also surprised, because besides what he had always been able to see, the particles, he now could feel something strange around his mother. Was that worry? When Kyrion turned one, a faint circle, a ring, appeared in his completely white eyes, as if it were a sketch of a pupil. But not only that, Kyrion could now also feel the emotions of the people he focused his gaze on. Anger, fear, disgust. Those were the feelings he had sensed the most. Why? After turning 1 year old, Kyrion's mother thought she could now show him to the others. After all, her son was a genius never seen before in the village. And his pupils seemed to be appearing, despite him having been able to see normally since birth. But Leora realized she was wrong. Instead of people thinking Kyrion was amazing or praising his intelligence, all she heard were murmurs, weak insults from scared people. Mainly because as soon as the other children saw Kyrion, they started crying or running to their parents, saying he was an eyeless monster. Moreover, coincidentally, shortly after she tried to introduce Kyrion to the others, children in the village began disappearing suddenly without explanation. And then, a whisper spread through the village. "It's his fault. Since that abomination appeared, 5 children have disappeared. It's his fault, yes, he is cursed. He must be expelled from the village." Leora heard these words from people who once respected her. She felt abandoned. From that moment on, no one helped her with food, work, or anything else. It was then that Kyrion, seeing his mother suffer, tied a band around his eyes. Despite the band, he could still see perfectly well. "Maybe if I hide them, Mommy will suffer less." But unfortunately, nothing changed. Kyrion never forgot anything. He remembered the face his mother had when he opened his eyes for the first time. The extremely gentle smile on her face was his best memory in his mind. He remembered the names of all the children in the village who called him cursed every time they saw him. The band no longer made others afraid of his eyes. But still, no one wanted to get close to him. Not that Kyrion cared. The only thing that made him happy was to stay by his mother's side. One day, while exploring the village alone, Kyrion found a hunter, one of the few in the village. He watched him as he trained with a rusty sword while snow fell on his head. His eyes focused on every movement of the guard. For some reason, he found it interesting, and when he returned home, he perfectly showed the movements to his mother using a stick. He was able to imitate perfectly. "Kyrion, where did you learn that?" she asked, extremely surprised. She remembered her husband's training, and it was so similar it was impossible. How could her son? "I saw the guard dancing strangely like that. Isn't it fun? I liked it a lot. But what is this dance?" Kyrion asked with an innocent smile to his mother, who laughed at his joke. But inside, extreme happiness arose. "If you're really that genius, I worry less. You will be someone strong, yes. You have to be," Leora thought while stroking Kyrion's head and explained what the guard was doing. Now, Kyrion was 3 years old, and the band was still on his head. He had gotten used to it covering his eyes. He didn't want his mother to be sad hearing what others thought of him. One day, when Kyrion returned home after looking for food, he saw Leora lying on the edge of the bed. He saw she was in terrible pain and quickly ran to her. He tried to lift her, but with his small and weak body, it was difficult. But he managed to somehow help her sit on the bed. After that, everything got worse. A dry cough consumed Leora every day, and her body was completely weak, unable to walk more than an hour a day. And then, little by little, time was shrinking. In the village, there was no doctor, the only one had died years ago. And even with Kyrion asking for help, besides the village chief who tried to look at Leora, no one tried to help. But the village chief couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. From that moment, Kyrion began stealing food, mainly for his mother, who could no longer get up, to keep her alive. "Forgive me, my baby. I won't be able to protect you," she cried while hugging him every night, perhaps thinking he was asleep. At those moments, Kyrion clenched his fists tightly. Kyrion's 4th birthday came quickly. Leora's condition was worsening more and more. Now she couldn't even sit on the bed anymore. Kyrion sat on an old wooden chair in front of the bed. Leora looked at her son's face, with the band he never removed in front of anyone. Leora's voice was weak today, and he felt it. Looking at her, she was suffering terrible pain at that moment. But on her face was a gentle smile as she looked at him. "Kyrion, take off the band," Leora said in an extremely weak voice. He did immediately. At that moment, Leora looked directly into his eyes with the same smile, the same one from when he opened his eyes for the first time. Now, Kyrion's eyes were different again. Pupil finally existed. It was completely gray, but there was still no iris, not even a sign that the iris would appear. "As I thought, my son. I know you hid them because of me." Leora's voice sounded like a weak sigh as her eyes seemed to be losing their light. "But, please don't hide them anymore. Your eyes are the most beautiful things I have ever seen." And then she was gone. Her last words were so weak that Kyrion couldn't hear them, but he understood completely by seeing the movement of her lips. And in the last moment before leaving, Kyrion saw there was no pain or sadness in Leora, but a spark of happiness and pride looking at her beloved son. At that moment, tears began to fall. No one knows for how long. The room seemed silent, lifeless, with the only sound being drops falling on the aged wooden floor. After having no more tears to shed, Kyrion held his mother's hand one last time, just to feel something trapped in his palm. He quickly grabbed it. It was a piece of yellowed, old paper that Kyrion quickly opened. "This is a letter?" Kyrion, as soon as he saw the first letter, recognized that it was from his mother and immediately focused. He opened the letter with trembling fingers, still not fully accepting that his mother had. Then he read the letter slowly, his tears, which he thought had already dried, falling again. "My baby, you are special. I feel it. Your eyes are a gift, not a curse as others say. Don't hide them. Live, fight, become so strong that nothing can bring you down. Stronger so you don't lose to anyone, that's what your father would want. So strong that no one can hurt you. That is what I want most. And also, leave the village when you're older. You are a genius child in absolutely everything you've done. The world is big, and I want you to know it, instead of staying in this small place. Have many children too. Understand? You are my only son, you need to let our lineage spread more. I always wished for many grandchildren. And please, be happy. You are my love, my pride, and the best son I could have. Sorry for not being able to stay with you a little longer." After finishing reading the letter, Kyrion was silent. His tears finally stopped falling. He looked at his mother's face. A small smile appeared on his lips. "I understand. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely become stronger. Stronger than you could ever imagine. I definitely will. Live for you, Mom. The best life I can," Kyrion said with his still childish voice, showing signs of breaking. The faint smile on his face faded as he wiped his tears. Then Kyrion went to the fireplace in his house, the only part made of stone in his home. He took the cloth still hanging around his neck and threw it into the fire, which immediately started crackling as it turned to ashes. Kyrion decided he would never hide anything from these eyes his mother gave him again. Then he also threw his mother's letter into the fire. When it finally stopped burning, Kyrion put out the fireplace. Then he left the house. A few minutes later, he returned with the village chief. He saw Leora dead and sighed with sorrow. The village chief thought about saying something to Kyrion, but seeing the boy's completely calm face, he kept his words to himself. "I want to bury her by the big trees behind the house. It was the place she liked to be the most." Kyrion said calmly, but his breath faltered as he remembered his mother beneath the tree, calling him happily. All right, I'll bring a coffin and shovels, and some people to help dig, the chief said as he left, but Kyrion stopped him. No, just bring the coffin, and one shovel. I want to do this alone, Kyrion said, clenching his fist. No one in this village helped my mother while she was sick. He knew she couldn't be helped, but no one even tried to help all this time. He would never let any of them touch her. The village chief understood. After several minutes, he returned carrying a very simple wooden coffin and handed Kyrion the shovel. Then he patted the boy on the shoulder twice, sighed, and went back to his home. And then Kyrion began. The weather in the region was approaching summer, and because of that it wasn't as cold as usual. He started removing the snow where he decided to dig. Afterward, he grabbed a pickaxe leaning behind his house, remembering his mother's words. Your father used it in the coal mine on the mountain to help the village. The pickaxe was extremely heavy for Kyrion, but he didn't care. With all his effort, he began hitting the lightly frozen earth with his thin arms. Gradually, the frozen ground cracked enough for him to finish with the shovel. But at that moment, Kyrion's heart felt like it would leap out of his mouth, and his breathing was extremely heavy. His body trembled as his hands burned. Cuts appeared on them from using the pickaxe. But that pain and the blood dripping didn't matter. He would keep going. But then his mind recalled. Live. Kyrion stopped. He lay down in the snow looking at the sky. Night was slowly falling. His breathing calmed. Mom wants me to live. I can't let my feelings take over. If I try to dig without resting, my body won't hold. I need to grow fast. No, that's because I'm weak. Mom is right. Strength. I need strength. Kyrion thought aloud as he raised one of his hands to the sky. In his vision, the particles he always saw were like silver threads dancing everywhere. Now, without the cloth, he could fully use his eyes and felt different. It seemed like nothing could escape his sight, but he still had no idea what those particles in the air were. Since he opened his eyes, he instinctively brought all of them into his eyes. And now he thinks it's because of that his eyes gradually got better and better. But they seem to have reached their limit. The particles now refused to enter his eyes. If I go to the city, will they know what these things are? Mom said the city was completely different from the village and hoped one day I could visit. The nearest city is 2 weeks away on foot. But early tomorrow the village caravan will leave to sell coal and bring food. I need to finish digging before they leave, otherwise next time will take too long. I don't want to wait. Having decided, Kyrion stood up, and in the snow, the silhouette of his small body was clearly marked. And then long hours passed slowly. The night was cold. Kyrion breathed in the cold air deeply as his body trembled. He decided not to rest anymore because if he did, he doubted he'd have the strength to finish. So, even feeling his arms almost falling off, he kept digging. Only when the dark night began to disappear did a large enough hole appear beneath the tree. He fell to his knees completely exhausted, his hands bleeding. The tiredness was an anchor, as if dragging him toward darkness. Kyrion's vision began to darken. No, I can't faint. I can't! He shouted inside his mind, determined when he felt his body giving up. And that's when something changed. Suddenly, Kyrion felt his eyes react. The bright particles around him, the particles he always saw, suddenly gathered and plunged into his pupils at high speed. After that, from his eyes, spreading through the rest of his body, came a sharp pain in his nerves for 3 seconds. And as soon as the pain passed, a coldness seemed to sweep his body like a tide. He gasped, feeling his muscles contract suddenly. Afterward, he felt his breathing become lighter, and his body was no longer the same as before. What? Kyrion stood up easily while looking at his hands. He opened and closed them, then clenched them. He picked up the shovel that had fallen on the ground easily, as if it weighed nothing. In fact, he was stronger. What happened? What are these things? He asked, extending his hand to a nearby particle and pulling it. It then entered his right eye. Ah! They entered my eyes again. This is not the time to think about what I'm doing. Kyrion realized it was already clear and decided to enter the house quickly. Seeing his mother's body, sadness arose again. But at the same time, a strong determination. He approached, placing one arm under her legs and the other under her back. Kyrion carried her body like a princess, with extreme care. When he arrived behind the house, he slowly placed her in the wooden coffin. He rested his mother's head on the pillow she always used. Then he looked at her face one last time. Even after death, she still had her small gentle smile. Her long black hair spread across the coffin. Goodbye, Mom. I will remember you forever. And when I have my children, I will raise them as well as you raised me. I love you more than anything. I hope that one day, I can see you again. Kyrion held back his tears, not wanting to cry in front of his mother again. Then he smiled faintly. The coffin was closed. Kyrion began shoveling dirt over it, his arms moving quickly as the earth fell around the wooden coffin. The smell of earth and snow entered his nose. Above the tree, a white bird began to sing, the only sound besides the shovel hitting the damp earth. Memories passed through his mind, memories he would never forget. In less than an hour, Leora's coffin disappeared beneath the earth. He sighed as he watched the white bird in the tree, which stopped singing, spread its wings and flew away. A bigger smile appeared on his face. As pure as her smile. Isn't it? I got a little stronger, but, Mom, one day when I am the strongest, I will come back here and tell you everything. Just wait, he thought before turning and going back inside. Kyrion took only a small bag, containing a change of clothes and the last 2 fruits from his house. He had no idea what would happen next. In fact, he was eager for it. He then set off toward his village's caravan without looking back once. Without fear. His eyes now see the path, his goal. And he would follow it until he became even better than his mother and father ever wished for him. The icy northern wind hit Kyrion's face as he approached the caravan. 3 carts waited at the village exit. Several men were loading sacks of coal until 2 of the carts were filled to the top. The last cart was a bit larger, covered with a thick tarp, and intended for passengers. His feet sank into the soft snow as he walked, the small bag, now a bit heavier, bumping against his hip. I want to go to the city. Kyrion placed his hand on the bag, pulling out several copper coins. The men looked at him with strange expressions. Then, the person standing in front of the larger cart got down and approached Kyrion. He frowned, looking at the child. But still, he extended his hand. All right, 10 copper coins. Food along the way will be on us. Kyrion handed over the money without hesitation. That was all the money he had left after selling his house to the village chief. But he didn't care. All he needed now was to reach the city of Faulk. He climbed into the cart. 7 people besides him squeezed onto the wooden benches. Of the 7, 6 were adult men, their faces tired and dirty after carrying coal to the other carts. The last was a little girl about Kyrion's age. She looked at him with curiosity, but also a little fear. Kyrion looked at her, and she hid behind her father's arm. She had heard stories that there was a boy in the village with cursed eyes and that if she were seen by him, she would suddenly vanish from the world. Kyrion sensed that she was afraid of him and found it funny. After all these years, he had gotten used to it. Soon, the caravan departed. Days passed quickly. Kyrion stayed quiet the whole time, sitting at the back where he could see outside. It was an endless snowy path, nothing else around. The village disappeared from his sight quickly. Apart from the snow, there seemed to be nothing. He really wondered why anyone lived there. Then he overheard the little girl talking with her father in front of him. Dad, what is the city like? The man touched her hair, messing it up a little. Many times bigger than Frosty Village, surrounded by tall walls, stone streets, and lots of people. Really, really? Then why don't we live there? The girl asked excitedly. If we could. One day you'll understand. Lumen sight. Kyrion watched silently. Strange. As days passed, the scenery began to change. The endless snowy path thinned out. Little by little, patches of dark earth appeared. But the biggest change, the sparse white trees along the path, gave way to a forest. The caravan followed a path marked by old signs. Kyrion observed. Those trees were beautiful. Their leaves yellowed. For the first time, he saw trees that weren't white. With stops at night and sometimes slowing down, the journey took almost 3 weeks. I've been absorbing these strange particles all this time, but it seems the limit is much higher now. I don't think I'll reach the limit anytime soon. But I need to find out what these things are. I feel they're not simple. Kyrion thought before the caravan suddenly slowed down. I've spotted the city walls. Be ready to get down and work quickly, the driver said, urging the horses to go faster. After half an hour, the carts finally stopped. Kyrion got down with the other 7 men while the little girl stayed in the cart. You stay here, unfortunately. I can't take you inside the city. Don't leave the wagon. And if anything happens, yell for the soldiers, the girl's father said, kissing her head before getting down with the others. The men looked at Kyrion getting off the cart with an even stranger look. What is he doing? He wants to enter the city? Doesn't he know? The girl's father thought as he looked at the child standing beside them. Kyrion ignored them and focused on the caravan owner approaching the 2 soldiers at the city gate. He couldn't hear what they said, but he could clearly see their lips moving, understanding their conversation exactly. Only coal carriers enter. Leave everything at the warehouse, and payment will be here by night. Kyrion, understanding and seeing the caravan owner returning, quickly went to one of the coal carts. Without hesitation, he grabbed a sack bigger than his torso. Before the others could react, the men's eyes widened, and their jaws dropped. They wanted to say something, but Kyrion was already walking toward the entrance. They knew they couldn't delay, so they followed suit. The guards looked at Kyrion as if he were a freak, but it wasn't their business, so they let him pass. As soon as he entered the city, his eyes widened. The smell here was different. Soot, roasted meat, and many things he didn't recognize. The gray stone walls surrounded hundreds of buildings with red roofs. The sounds of voices and blacksmiths hammering were loud. They walked down the main street for just 5 minutes before entering an alley. In 5 minutes, people hurried past, some looking at the group with disdain, others pretending they didn't exist. In the alley, they reached a large warehouse guarded by a soldier with a spear, wearing the same uniform as the soldiers at the gate. He opened the door to the stone warehouse. Kyrion and the others placed the sacks of coal inside and returned for more. At this moment, Kyrion opened his mouth for the first time since boarding the cart. Why do they treat us like this? Kyrion asked the little girl's father. Oh, I thought you were mute, so you can talk. If you're talking about the soldiers and the city people, it's because we're forbidden to enter here. The man replied calmly at first, but sadly at the end. Frosty Village was founded by exiles, people who were expelled from the city of Faulk to die. Exiles? Yes, maybe due to theft, murder. Nobody knows. Over 100 years ago, families were sent to die in the Forbidden Land area. But luckily, we found a place where carnivorous animals didn't live. That's why we're still alive today. Also, because we found a coal mine, now they tolerate trading with us. The man finished. Kyrion listened, frowning. Forbidden Land? Why? Kyrion was intrigued, yet felt strange. So everyone in the village was actually sentenced to death. And his village was a camp of the forgotten. No, I don't have to worry about them. They can fend for themselves. The only thing I need to do is survive and become stronger. The village no longer matters. Kyrion decided firmly in his mind as he turned his eyes to the soldier. He felt the soldier was extremely bored, looking the other way without much care. At that moment, without hesitation, Kyrion ran. His small body disappeared among the narrow alleys of the city, hiding until nightfall. His clothes clearly showed where he came from, so he needed to change. But mostly, he had to stay in the city to find a place to stay, understand more about everything, and especially about his eyes. The city of Faulk at night was silent. Only a few drunks and guards on the streets, whom Kyrion could easily avoid. His night vision was as clear as day. He saw everything clearly. He walked until he finally came out onto a main street again. There were a few different buildings besides houses, which he didn't know what they were. Some torches lit the night, but it would be hard to spot little Kyrion even in the middle of the street. He walked until he saw a wall in the city. It wasn't very tall, just about 2.5 meters, but behind those walls, Kyrion saw a large building. He immediately knew what it was. There was a symbol on the building, a silver spear. He saw that symbol on the soldiers' clothes, so he guessed this was where they lived. After walking alongside the wall, he finally found the entrance. 2 more soldiers armed with spears stood next to large torches, looking ahead bored. One was yawning while the other was talking. Kyrion stopped walking, his eyes focusing on the soldier's mouth. The recruitment is early today, isn't it? They say we need more men after the bandit attack. Yes. All the city's 16-year-olds will be tested. I don't know how many will pass, but there will be more rookies in the house. Maybe we won't have to guard here anymore. The other said. Recruitment, Kyrion thought. A slight smile appeared on his lips, a smile that meant he had an idea. The night passed slowly, and dawn finally came. When the light appeared, Kyrion left his hiding spot, walking slowly toward the soldiers. He had changed his cold-weather clothes for the only set in his bag and left the dirty clothes there. The soldiers, upon seeing Kyrion approach, exchanged glances. One stepped forward, standing in front of the child. Did you come to report something? Is there a problem? The soldier asked. Kyrion didn't think twice. I came for the recruitment. What? You came for what? The soldier asked, thinking he'd misheard. Meanwhile, the other soldier behind him started laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? The brat came for the recruitment. The man laughed heartily, clutching his belly. The soldier in front of Kyrion looked into his eyes, found the boy's bizarre eyes strange. But it didn't matter. He could see the boy was serious. Little one, go away. This isn't something you can do now. Grow until you're 16 and then you can try the test. Until then, don't interfere with our work. The soldier said, putting one hand on his forehead, amused by the situation. He then tried to touch Kyrion's shoulder with the other hand. Come on, go home, brat. Your parents must be worried aboo. The man couldn't finish his sentence because when he touched Kyrion's shoulder, he couldn't make him take a single step. Before he realized it, his hand was grabbed, and at that instant, it was as if an immense weight pulled him down, something a child shouldn't be able to do. His body gave in, kneeling in front of Kyrion like a puppet. I said that. I'm here for recruitment. If I said that, it's because I know I can join with my strength. Kyrion said calmly. He didn't think or understand the consequences of doing that to a soldier. He just thought doing that would show his strength, and they would let him join the recruitment. But the soldier didn't think that way. His mind filled with anger seconds after realizing what happened, thinking a brat had made him kneel in front of his colleague. When he tried to get up and raise his arm toward Kyrion again, he was interrupted by a voice that sent chills down his spine. A loud shout came from behind them. Stop right there. A deep, loud voice rang out from a man who had been watching everything for some time. Stop right there. Kyrion, who had been looking at the guard raising his hand to attack him, turned his face toward the voice. Someone was coming toward him with heavy steps. The soldier kneeling on the ground and the other one straightened their backs as soon as they heard the voice. Their faces were tense. Captain Rurik, both said in unison, bowing in respect. The man didn't care about the two and looked at Kyrion with interest. Then he approached until he was a meter away from him. Kyrion looked at Rurik. He was taller than anyone in Frosty Village, in fact, the largest person he had ever seen. Broad shoulders and scars on both arms, which were bare. His face was ordinary, with short dark brown hair, and despite being full of scars, his face was the only place untouched. Kyrion looked into his eyes, cold but looking at him with some interest, and that was enough. Brat, do you really think you have the strength to become a soldier? Rurik asked, crossing his arms. Kyrion didn't hesitate and answered right away. Yes, after all, I'm stronger than they are. You can test me as much as you want, Kyrion said, pointing to the two soldiers who were bowing. The two frowned, wanting to say something, but couldn't, because Rurik suddenly. Ha ha ha, really interesting. Boy, what's your name? Captain Rurik laughed, a hoarse sound that echoed through the empty and silent morning street, the coldness in his eyes lessening a bit. Kyrion, I'm 4 years old, he answered honestly. Captain Rurik was even more surprised, studying the boy for a moment. His eyes landed on Kyrion's empty gray pupils, finding no iris. Where did this brat come from? To have the strength to bring down one of my soldiers before he could react. Besides that, he shows no sign of fear or hesitation in front of me. And he seems extremely confident in himself. Rurik thought quickly before speaking. And why the hell would a child like you want to become a city soldier at your age? To become strong. Very strong. I saw that soldiers are everywhere in the city. They're strong, eat well, and train. That's perfect for me to become stronger. Kyrion replied honestly. If he could do it, it would be the best thing possible. He would start training and learning to fight quickly after arriving in the city. Besides, he wouldn't have to worry about food or shelter if he lived there. The captain looked at the boy, who was extremely small compared to him, but felt a determination far beyond his age. He was satisfied. All right, brat, you've convinced me. You can join the recruitment, but you'll need to prove to me that you're fit to become a soldier, Rurik said with a rare smile on his face. Kyrion could feel that the man in front of him was happy for some reason. But that was perfect. A small smile appeared on his lips. Come on. Come in and show me you're not just talk, Rurik said, turning and entering the barracks. Kyrion didn't waste time and quickly followed the captain's steps, passing the soldiers at the entrance without giving them another glance. The two exchanged looks. The soldier who had laughed at Kyrion's words suddenly spoke. This doesn't make sense. It's not right. How can the captain let a 4-year-old take part in recruitment? If he gets hurt and it spreads through the city, it's going to be terrible. Shut up. What the hell do you know? That can't be the strength of a child. That's a little monster. The soldier who had felt Kyrion's strength firsthand said, feeling awful, unable to believe he had less strength than a child. But when he thought about what happened, he knew that no matter what he did, the result would be him on his knees after being held by the brat. Kyrion followed Rurik into the barracks. There were 2 main buildings, both extraordinary. They passed them until they reached a square stone courtyard. As soon as they arrived, he saw that the courtyard floor had numerous red lines marking it. Some lines were faded, others fresh, as if recently repainted. Kyrion sat above the first of the lines after hearing Captain Rurik's words. Recruitment will happen in 2 hours, when everyone has arrived. So wait at your mark, he said as he walked away, soon disappearing into one of the barracks buildings. Kyrion watched his back until he disappeared, then closed his eyes, deciding to take a nap until it began. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the building, peering through a small window, Rurik watched Kyrion. Let's see if you have the patience and discipline to wait 2 hours in the same spot. Or if you'll walk around, Rurik thought with a faint smile as he looked at the child. He had already decided to accept Kyrion either way. This was an absolute genius like he'd never seen. Finally, someone with ambition just like he had. But he still wanted to see everything the brat was capable of. Outside the barracks, 30 minutes after Kyrion had entered, young people of all kinds began appearing, lining up in front of the barracks. After a little over an hour, 39 16-year-olds were perfectly lined up. Most were clearly children from families with some money, judging by their clothes. Others bore the marks of heavy labor on their arms. One of the 2 soldiers guided them to the courtyard and ordered everyone to stand in a line, and they did. Soon, the soldier returned to his post. For the first 5 minutes, everyone was quiet, then small murmurs began. It was impossible for people their age to remain silent, especially when anxious about recruitment. Little by little, many began talking, but the main topic of conversation was obviously the same. As soon as they had arrived at the courtyard, they had all looked at the child on the first line in confusion. Who do you think that little one is? "Why is he here with us?" asked a handsome blonde youth. "I have no idea. He hasn't moved even a bit since we got here. He's so still that if I didn't see him, I'd say he was a ghost," another said, not far away. "Hey, maybe he's the son of a soldier or even the captain. For him to be here without that soldier who brought us saying anything, then he must be the child of someone important," a skinny boy with a timid expression said. Soon, everyone accepted that answer as the most likely. Kyrion had already woken up about 15 minutes ago. His eyes remained closed. The surrounding murmurs didn't matter. He was there for only one reason, and that was all that mattered. At that moment, Captain Rurik appeared, walking slowly toward them until stopping a few meters away. Behind him were 4 soldiers, all holding spears. Even the captain himself held a spear, almost as tall as he was. Kyrion finally opened his eyes. "Welcome to recruitment." Rurik's voice echoed in everyone's ears, authoritative. The city of Faulk, as the last city of the country of valor, is extremely far from the others and therefore practically independent. It is up to us to protect ourselves from the fierce beasts and the bandits that plague our peace. You are here to become strong and capable, to protect those in need. Weakness here is not an option. Understood, Rurik said, looking at everyone. Understood, Captain Rurik. Everyone's voice rang together. The only one who said nothing was Kyrion, since he didn't know he was supposed to speak. He was now thinking about what the captain had said, country of valor. Now he knew the name of the place where he was. You will face 3 tests: strength, endurance, and finally you will fight. If you fail any, you're out. If you pass, well, then the fun begins. Rurik thought the last sentence to himself. Follow me. Let's go to the place for the first test. The 4 soldiers moved forward and told them to form lines. Soon, 4 lines of 10 youths formed, and they followed Captain Rurik to another courtyard. First, lift and carry for 20 meters. If you drop it, you're eliminated, Rurik said, pointing to a row of massive square stone blocks. The recruits looked at each other, some nervous, others confident. Meanwhile, Kyrion, who was first in the last line, waited. His height compared to the others was truly comical. Then they began, one by one, attempting it. Some, who had been waiting and training for this, succeeded, sweating and groaning in pain but reaching the mark. 7 youths succeeded. Others stumbled or lacked the strength, letting the stone block fall to the ground with a dull thud. Then it was finally Kyrion's turn. Captain Rurik crossed his arms, watching him. Kyrion approached the block, crouched down, and with little or no effort, simply lifted it. In fact, he frowned. Felt easier than he imagined. What happened to my body? There's no way the strength is normal. Everyone else had such a hard time. What did those particles do? Kyrion thought as he walked, and without even realizing it, he reached the 20-meter mark with ease. Then he set it down. The courtyard, which had been in complete silence, was startled and pulled out of their thoughts by the sound of the stone hitting the ground, finally returning to reality. As soon as Kyrion had started moving, everyone had wondered what he was doing. When he crouched down, they thought it would be funny to see him try to lift the stone that was half his size. But now, the only thing that happened was that they stopped breathing altogether in that moment. The captain said nothing, but a small smile formed on his lips as his fingers tightened slightly around the shaft of his spear. Soon, everyone finished the test, some happy, others with terrible expressions. The first test is over, 8 passed. The rest failed. But don't worry, you're not out yet. You will take all 3 tests and we will decide at the end if you stay or not, even if you fail one of them. But if we notice that one of you is hiding your strength to be out, you can be sure you'll spend the rest of your life in the barracks cleaning the courtyard. Captain Rurik said with a threatening look at the group, while some of them trembled. Next test. He then ordered as if nothing had happened. The sun was already fully visible when the second test began. Everyone was outside the barracks again, arranged in 4 rows. Listen. Run and do 10 laps around the barracks, but don't think it'll be as easy as just running, Rurik said with a strange smile. When he finished speaking, some became worried. What does he mean as easy? Has he seen the size of the barracks? 10 laps? How many of us would even make it? And there's still going to be more. That was the thought of several young people, while Kyrion's was. He wasn't thinking about anything. He just wanted to finish and ask for food. He was hungry since he hadn't eaten since yesterday morning. So it began. The recruits started running, and it really wasn't as simple as just running. From atop the barracks walls, soldiers suddenly appeared. They threw buckets of cold water and wooden logs and shouted insults. Anything possible to get in the way. Rurik considered this a test of endurance, but not only physical, also mental. They had to pick themselves up even when stumbling and falling. But unlike the others, Kyrion simply ran. He had already passed them all effortlessly. His small body moved with strange precision, as if he knew exactly when he would have to dodge something or stop and speed up. And he did know, he could see in time when soldiers would throw things in his path to hinder him, but he easily avoided them. Because of that, he barely got tired and kept the same pace he had started with, not his maximum speed, but still twice as fast as the other youths. Soon he completed his first lap and caught up to the others again. Some of them were collapsing, gasping for breath, some vomiting. But Kyrion just passed them. Wasn't he behind us? One of them said. Yes, obviously. He's already completed the first lap. Another retorted. Damn, I'm not going to lose to some brat. I'm going to make it to the end. A young man who had been lying on the ground shouted before getting up and running after Kyrion. For some reason, several others became determined when Kyrion passed them, following him. Soon they saw how he dodged things, some finding it amazing and trying to imitate him. None of them managed to dodge everything like he did, since they couldn't spot the soldiers as quickly as Kyrion, but it still helped many to notice when the soldiers would interfere. The race became easier for them. Now it was just a matter of whether their stamina could last the 10 laps. After some time, Kyrion finally saw Captain Rurik and 4 soldiers standing at the entrance. He had seen these 4 soldiers above the walls during some of his laps, so they had also been interfering. Kyrion reached them alone, his breathing slightly faster but nothing serious. The only thing bothering him was his rumbling stomach. Rurik looked at Kyrion with an even more satisfied smile. Hearing what Kyrion had done and caused during the race from the 4 behind him, he realized the boy wasn't just strong. An hour later, time was up. Only 5 people besides Kyrion had completed the 10 laps. Only one of those 5 had also passed the strength test. The others had failed the strength one but passed this one. So Rurik gave them 2 hours to rest, and those still around the barracks were called back inside. Everyone waited in the courtyard, standing in their lines. Kyrion, still in the first, sat and closed his eyes again. Rest time passed quickly. Everyone now had better expressions, which would soon worsen again. Now for the last test. Fight! You will fight one of my soldiers, Captain Rurik announced with a slightly cruel smile. I don't expect you to win, just survive for 1 minute. If you can do that, you're in. The young people immediately became nervous and restless. Kyrion didn't care and just waited, until the captain looked at him with a strange smile. You, brat, you'll face me, Rurik said, pointing his spear at Kyrion. Kyrion was a little surprised but didn't feel fear or anything like that. In fact, he smiled. This showed the captain had good thoughts about him. I've never fought anyone, but if it's just surviving, I just have to dodge, right? It won't be that hard, Kyrion thought. When everyone heard this, the courtyard was shocked. Rurik was publicly known as the strongest in the city, and he would fight a child? But Rurik ignored what others might think. All right, let's go, Rurik said, walking to a square area of the courtyard like an arena. The 2 stood a few meters apart. The captain handed his spear to a soldier, while another threw 2 wooden sticks to Rurik and Kyrion. Kyrion stayed silent, just watching Rurik. He had never fought and didn't know how to attack, so he just waited. But despite seeming idle, his eyes were fully focused on any movement Rurik made. Nothing would escape his sight. Then it began. The captain attacked first. In an instant, the stick was already near him. Fast, Kyrion thought, dodging at the last second. Even though he could see the attack, it was much faster than he had imagined. But it didn't stop there. Rurik's strikes continued after the first. They were fast, brutal, and calculated to take Kyrion down and knock him out. Not to kill, but even so, Kyrion knew that if any strike landed, a single mistake could really hurt him. The captain became even faster. Kyrion's eyes kept up, but his body didn't. He didn't know exactly what to do, and the time was too short to think too much. Then he remembered, stick in hand, the movements of the hunter in his village. Instead of dodging, this time his wooden stick moved quickly, meeting Rurik's. A loud sound echoed from the impact. Rurik stayed in place, but Kyrion was thrown several meters back, his small body flying. But in the air, he straightened himself and landed on his feet again, breathing heavily for the first time since his body had grown stronger. His trembling hands showed that Captain Rurik had more strength than him and was still holding back. The smile on the captain's face was so broad the other soldiers didn't know what to think. He truly seemed to be enjoying himself. Then he attacked again, even faster this time. Kyrion prepared the stick, this time knowing exactly where the captain would strike. But instead of meeting it head-on, Kyrion instinctively deflected Rurik's stick to the side. The stick was knocked away, hitting the ground with a dry crack and breaking on impact. But before he could celebrate, a fist was already inches from his stomach. He couldn't dodge, so his two small hands closed over his belly, protecting it just in time. Still, Rurik's fist hit him. A terrible burning pain erupted, and he was thrown back again. Looking at Captain Rurik, completely calm, Kyrion took deep breaths with a pained expression. Was I overconfident? I thought I was stronger now. But what is this? He's much faster, stronger, and his movements are really strange. Kyrion thought, a little sad. He had thought dodging and passing would be easy. Rurik, who hadn't had this much fun in a long time, was about to attack again when a soldier shouted that a minute had passed. Kyrion collapsed, sitting on the ground, breathing deeply. "Ha ha, brat. No, Kyrion, congratulations. You passed and became the first rookie soldier of the year." Rurik approached with a sincere smile, extending his hand to Kyrion, who then stood up. He had mixed feelings. He felt like he had lost and was sad about it, but also happy he had gotten what he wanted. This isn't so bad. Captain Rurik is definitely the strongest here. If he teaches me, I can surpass him quickly. Yes. To become stronger, I will defeat him, Kyrion said in his mind, looking at Rurik. Rurik felt a slight shiver when he noticed that look. It was as if the boy had made him his rival. He found it amusing but liked the boy even more. Suddenly, a sound came from Kyrion's stomach. Kyrion looked at the captain, who was staring at him strangely. "I'm hungry. Since I passed, now I'm a soldier, I want food," he said to Rurik, his stomach no longer hurting. "Ha ha, all right, soldier she. Take the boy to the mess hall to eat before the others," Rurik said. Soon Kyrion was gone from everyone's sight along with the soldier. No one could utter a word, while Rurik, after Kyrion left, looked at the ground where his wooden stick had broken. Remembering the whole fight, he clenched his fists. This kid is truly a complete monster. Be it in strength, speed, reflexes, reaction time, or fighting instinct, all are above an ordinary soldier. The only weakness is his small body and awkward movements. Which makes sense if he's never fought. He followed all my movements as if he knew where they'd come from, his body trying to dodge. If he had more awareness of his body and speed, he'd dodge easily. Rurik sighed. It's those eyes, isn't it? They moved in the fight side to side, as if seeing everything. He'll probably surpass me in less than 2 years. This place is too small for him. I've decided I'll train him with everything I can, and I'll send a letter with his information. Hopefully, in a few years, they'll send a martial artist to fetch him. The brat has the talent to achieve what I couldn't, Rurik said, with a heavy but happy face, determined to make Kyrion a perfect fighter and teach him everything he knew. The other youths in the courtyard were staring at where Kyrion and Rurik had fought, terrified. Some moves had been so fast they hadn't even seen exactly what happened. It was like two monsters clashing, one giant and one small. "All right, wipe those looks from your eyes. Don't compare yourselves to the little monster. He's something that appears rarely. Someone with a talent that makes others doubt themselves. If you compare yourselves to someone like that, you'll only frustrate yourselves. Come forward, you will now fight the soldiers. Prepare yourselves mentally and try to endure, Rurik said in a loud voice that snapped everyone back to attention. After all the fights had taken place, the moment finally came when Rurik would announce the test results. Of the 40 who gathered here today, 26 will become rookie soldiers. As I said, it wasn't necessary to complete all the tests. Just show potential, and then I will mold you into soldiers. Rurik's voice echoed through the courtyard as he pointed toward the approved recruits. Soon, only 25 young people remained in the courtyard, while the others left the barracks. Some had big, proud smiles. There were also those who didn't want to be there, but Rurik's threat not to hide had ended up making them give their all. You now have to choose. You can live in your homes or in the barracks, but be here when the sun is rising. No delays. Understood. Understood, Captain Rurik. They all shouted even louder. Good, training begins in 2 days. You're dismissed, Rurik said, turning his back to everyone and walking toward the mess hall. After Rurik disappeared from the young men's sight, everyone left the barracks. The smell of meat and fresh bread filled the air of the mess hall. It was practically empty for now, with only 4 soldiers sitting and chatting in a corner. On the other side, there was a child who had already eaten more than 10 loaves of bread and still had a few more on the table. Kyrion was happy. He was very hungry and was finally able to eat properly. In fact, ever since his body had suddenly grown stronger, he always felt hungrier than usual. But during the trip, he had always had to eat little, just enough. Now he was going to enjoy it. Meanwhile, the conversation of the other guards reached his ears. "How many do you think will pass this time?" one of them said. "I doubt 15 will pass, at most 10, like every year," another grumbled. "No, this time it's different. We need more people. The bandits are cutting off our only supply route. If it keeps up, the city will start to go hungry." Kyrion chewed as he listened to every word. Again this thing about bandits. Rurik is very strong. Can't he get rid of them? He thought curiously. At that moment, Rurik entered the mess hall. The 4 soldiers greeted him respectfully. He nodded back before approaching and sitting at the table where Kyrion was. "You'll live here in the barracks, I imagine. You'll get a room later. You won't train with the others, but I will train you personally every day. We'll start early tomorrow," Rurik said, looking at the little one eating his 3rd loaf of bread since he entered the mess hall. "Great. I'll be in the courtyard as soon as the sun rises," Kyrion said with an expressionless face but happy inside. Then the rest of the day passed. Kyrion didn't stay idle during that time. He walked all over the barracks, getting to know every place in the 2 main buildings. The older soldiers looked at him with suspicion, but they soon realized that, despite his childish appearance, he didn't act or speak at all like a child. Though he was a bit naive at times, when interested in something in the barracks, he asked direct questions without beating around the bush, and only stopped asking when his curiosity was satisfied. Many soldiers became the target of his questions about the city and about what the soldiers did. But the one who heard his voice the most was certainly Captain Rurik. Then night came, and Kyrion was in a small room on the 3rd floor of one of the barracks buildings. It had a bed, a wardrobe, a wooden chair, and a table. There was also a book with all the rules and things a soldier should do there. After reading, Kyrion quickly lay down to sleep. When he opened his eyes, it was still night but starting to lighten. For some reason, he had always woken up at this time since he was little. He left the room quickly and sat on the courtyard floor, waiting for Rurik to arrive. After about 30 minutes, heavy footsteps were finally heard. Kyrion opened his eyes, and Rurik was already in front of him, holding 2 wooden sticks. He handed one to Kyrion and kept the other. You arrived early. It's good to be excited," Rurik began to explain. "I'll explain how it's going to work. Usually, I start by training the bodies of the new soldiers. You'll also do that, but not as much as the others. You already have ridiculous strength. I don't know exactly how you can have that strength. Were you born like this? Rurik asked curiously. Actually, no, but ever since I was born, I've been able to see things everywhere. Like here, for example, here, here, and here. These particles I see, I don't know what they are, but I've always put them into my eyes, and then one day I suddenly got stronger, much stronger. Kyrion spoke sincerely about what had happened, pointing to various particles present, hoping Rurik would know something about them. Particles? Rurik asked, confused, seeing nothing. Yes, I've always seen them, but I don't know what they could be. Do you know? No. I have no idea what those things are. But if they made you strong, it's really something incredible, Rurik said with envy. I only know 2 ways to get stronger. One is to train your muscles to the limit. The other is to use a martial arts technique, along with countless medicines, to temper the body and become a martial artist. The second, very few people have the talent for. But I know you definitely do. And that's why I'll try to get you to become a disciple of one of them, Rurik said excitedly. Kyrion didn't fully understand what Rurik meant, but he understood it was to get stronger. And if that was the case, he'd be happy. All right, now let's start. Stand up and attack me, Rurik said, extending the stick. Kyrion did the same, but when Rurik looked at it, he was extremely surprised. Then, without waiting long, Kyrion stepped hard on the ground, propelling himself forward at speed and swinging the stick toward Rurik. Rurik raised his stick, fully blocking the attack and sending Kyrion flying backward, his hand trembling slightly. Although surprised, Rurik now frowned. He approached Kyrion until he was beside him. Kyrion thought Rurik was going to say something and praise his stance and the strike. But he was wrong. Instead of praising him, Rurik gave him a light tap on the head. It didn't hurt, but he didn't understand why. Hey, why are you hitting me? I'm sure I attacked correctly, Kyrion said, slightly irritated. You're copying my movements from the fight yesterday, aren't you? Rurik asked, crossing his arms, not caring about the boy's complaint. Kyrion nodded, confused. Kyrion, don't do that again. Your body is completely different from mine. Lighter, your muscles aren't trained like mine, and most importantly, your size. My fighting style isn't at all compatible with your body. If you were older and copied the movements, fine, but it would still be bad. Each body is different. Instead of copying exactly what I did, learn the why of each movement of each muscle used. And then adapt. Adapt it for your use, for your body that hasn't fully developed yet. Rurik said calmly so Kyrion would understand. Kyrion tilted his head slightly but understood. Indeed, when he had moved like Rurik, he had done the same movement his eyes had seen without any flaw. But he hadn't felt entirely comfortable when attacking. Still, he thought it was right. He then closed his eyes, feeling his muscles. He moved with his eyes closed, his hands gripping the stick as he swung from side to side. Then he remembered Rurik's movement and did it again. But this time, something had changed. If someone were watching, they wouldn't notice, but Kyrion had used strength at different moments, different muscles. Even though the attack looked the same, Kyrion had perfectly adapted it to make the movement comfortable for him to use. Rurik, watching from the side, held himself back from letting his jaw drop to the floor. Damn, this boy is really a freak, Rurik thought. He had expected it would take a while for Kyrion to understand and then even longer to actually do it, but the boy managed on his first try. Like this? I think I got it, now it really feels right. Come on, I'll attack again to test it, Kyrion said with a smile at discovering something new. Rurik looked at the boy and laughed. And so, the real training began. Days slowly turned into weeks. Kyrion ran more than everyone, trained more than everyone. His muscles now outlined themselves under his skin, small but compact and defined. His strength increased continuously, but not as much as he'd like. What really increased at an absurd speed was his technique. Kyrion had superhuman endurance. He trained morning, afternoon, and night if Rurik didn't stop him. In addition, he began to learn more about the city and the world. Rurik taught him everything he could. But Kyrion's favorite part was actually when he had to fight Rurik. In the beginning, the captain held back. His movements were fast but simple, his strength restrained. But Kyrion learned quickly, extremely quickly. His eyes saw everything, and his increasingly trained body now reacted with total precision to it. He quickly became aware of how to control his body, no longer wasting the extraordinary advantage his eyes gave him in battle. Soon, the fights between the two became a spectacle at the barracks. They started with sticks, but after a while, iron spears began to be used. They clashed in sequences so fast that the other soldiers could barely keep up. The nickname Monster and the respect had already spread among all soldiers, whether new or old. Kyrion didn't care, he just wanted to improve more and more. And so, a year passed. 1 year had passed since Kyrion had become a soldier. Today was a special day. Kyrion had grown, but not much. His height was still very short compared to everyone else. His face still bore all the childish features. His eyes now seemed even sharper. Over the past year, he had tried to learn all of his abilities. But the particles he had never stopped absorbing still showed no sign of reaching a limit. On the morning of the anniversary of his joining the city guard, the courtyard was crowded. The 25 recruits who had entered with him, the veteran soldiers, and everyone else were there to see only one thing. Kyrion and Rurik stood face to face, just like when they had fought for the first time. But this time, the spears were made of iron. Kyrion had a slightly smaller spear, crafted specifically for him. Kyrion looked at Rurik with eyes fully focused, determination shining in them. It's been a year, and today I will defeat him, and then I will prove that I have grown stronger. Kyrion truly saw in Rurik, beyond his captain, a teacher, and even a friend. He saw in him his rival, someone he had to surpass, and he would not rest until it happened. After all, if he could not defeat him, he could not call himself strong. And that is why, in addition to training and sparring with Rurik, Kyrion trained with all the veteran soldiers and even the newcomers. He saw all their techniques, their ways of fighting. He recorded everything with his gaze and stole it for himself, adapting all he had taken from others, refining his way of using the spear more and more. And now he felt that he could finally defeat Rurik, and for that reason he issued the challenge to his captain, who, of course, accepted it with a smile. "Don't hold back," Kyrion said to Rurik, who only replied with a smile. He seemed excited about it as well. The two stared at each other, their hands firm on their spears. Silence seemed to hang over the courtyard as everyone held their breath. Unlike the onlookers, the two breathed deeply and calmly, and then, suddenly, they moved. Their boots pushed against the stone ground with force as they advanced at the same time. The first clash made everyone's ears ring from the impact's sound. Rurik's spear came down in a heavy arc, the steel of the spearhead whistling as if it were cutting through the very wind. Kyrion raised his weapon at the last instant, not because he was slow, but because he had already seen the attack forming in the captain's shoulders and arms before the tip of the spear even moved. Kyrion used as much time as possible to gather strength and block at the last moment. The shock reverberated through his arms. Rurik's strength was still superior to his, as if a wall were collapsing and pushing him back. But unlike before, his body was not sent flying. Kyrion retreated only 2 steps, his boots sliding on the floor, but he kept his balance. "Good, good. You've improved again," Rurik commented while spinning his spear instantly into a horizontal strike. Kyrion ducked quickly before the spear crossed exactly where his head had been and slid to the side, his own spear aiming for the captain's open guard. But without difficulty, Rurik simply turned the shaft of his spear, blocking Kyrion's attack with the handle. Another loud impact rang out, but neither of them gave way. The fight speed increased little by little. With every attack, Kyrion saw more. The tensing muscles, the slight twist of the hips, the way Rurik gripped his left hand tighter before an upward strike. In Kyrion's vision, everything seemed slower, giving him more time to think and act before the attack arrived. And now, he used this perfectly. He suddenly slipped close to Rurik's body, making the tip of his spear graze the air near the captain's chest, almost hitting him. But almost would not bring anyone down. The captain stepped back slightly, spinning his spear in his hand and forcing Kyrion to retreat as well. And then he advanced again. The sequence of thrusts came like a heavy rain, each strike extremely fast and seeming to get even faster. Rurik was not holding back his strength. Kyrion began parrying them all head-on, his small body dodging like a fish in a stream, but gradually he felt the weight of the blows pressing into his arms. "Brat, you've gotten faster, I admit. But it's still not enough," Rurik said with a broad smile, though sweat was already forming on his forehead. He advanced again with a top-down strike. Kyrion blocked it, but this time Rurik seemed to push with even more weight and power, forcing Kyrion toward the ground. He had no choice but to bend his knees and spin to the side at the same moment, letting Rurik's spear smash against the stone floor, throwing sparks and echoing with a metallic sound. At that moment, Kyrion saw the perfect opening. 1 step, 2 steps. The tip of his spear lunged toward Rurik's neck, who lost time when his own spear hit the ground. Rurik raised his eyes, seeing the spear's tip approaching, his left hand releasing his weapon and grabbing Kyrion's spear's shaft just a few centimeters from hitting him. The whole courtyard held its breath. Because Kyrion's spear was smaller, he had to get closer, bringing him extremely close to Rurik now. Rurik used his strength to lock Kyrion's spear in his hand with brute force, and with his right hand, his own spear was already ready, aimed directly where Kyrion's body was. Kyrion could drop his spear to dodge, but doing so would mean losing his weapon and inevitably the fight. He knew this, so he let the attack come closer, still pretending to use all his strength to pull his spear from the captain's grip. When Rurik's spear was at its lowest and almost at his head, Kyrion jumped. Rurik's strikes were always low because of Kyrion's height. Using this, Kyrion leapt high forward, his right hand holding his spear, which Rurik gripped firmly, as support. Rurik, who had been pressing the shaft with all his might, suddenly lost focus, no longer feeling the boy contesting in strength. Kyrion spun his small body in the air, making his right heel descend directly toward Rurik's head with all his force. Rurik smiled, dropped his spear, and raised his right arm as fast as possible, blocking the kick with his forearm. His left hand, at that moment, released Kyrion's spear, and a punch shot directly toward the boy's body. The fist came like a hammer, making Kyrion cross his arms at the last moment. He was then sent backward, landing on the stone floor, his boots sliding slightly, but he was fine, only his arms trembled a bit. Rurik, in turn, had taken steps back from the kick's impact. The block had actually left his arm numb, and his labored breathing betrayed his effort. "TSK, this little monster already has strength almost equal to mine. When he arrived, I had to hold back. But now, I thought it would take him 2 years to surpass me, but in another month or 2, I doubt I'll be able to face him. Haha, maybe I'm getting old," Rurik thought, but he could not have been happier to see Kyrion becoming more and more monstrous. The two stared at each other, their spears on the ground. Neither took the first step. "Even after all that, I still couldn't defeat him. I thought I was ready, but Captain Rurik has also grown stronger in this time, hasn't he? Rurik is not someone easy to surpass," Kyrion thought in his mind. But if he said that out loud, the others would not know how to feel. Kyrion was only 5 years old now, while his captain was already 40, and in just 1 year they were fighting as equals. Both seemed to have given up, knowing that if they continued, they would remain in a stalemate. Everyone then realized the fight had ended in a draw. Suddenly, applause began. The soldiers' shouts were extremely animated after feeling they had witnessed a spectacle. The captain smiled at this, finding it amusing, while Kyrion kept his calm expression, still thinking about what he could have done differently during the fight. But at that moment, Rurik slowly stepped forward until he was a meter away. "Brat," Rurik began in a serious voice that made the others fall silent. "I have nothing left to teach you." Silence reigned. "From today on, you are the vice-captain of Faulk's city guard." Kyrion looked at Rurik in surprise, who looked back at him with a smile. But he nodded in agreement. In his simple mind, it made sense. After all, he was the strongest there alongside the captain. And despite his age, Kyrion thought himself smarter than those foolish soldiers. Suddenly, all the guards bowed slightly. "Vice Captain Kyrion." Rurik laughed heartily. giving several pats on Kyrion's shoulder. It was truly amusing for him to see a child as vice-captain, but he was satisfied. After everyone dispersed, Rurik called Kyrion to his office. As soon as he entered, Kyrion noticed the slightly somber atmosphere. Rurik's feeling was one of concern. Kyrion stood still in front of the desk, waiting. "I called you here because of the bandits," the captain began, scratching his chin. "A year ago, they were already a nuisance, but now they're a complete threat to our supplies." Kyrion simply listened in silence. He knew a little about the bandits, but not much. "There's a reason I haven't gone after them again. The bandit leader is a strong man, not as strong as me, but still strong. And besides him, there's his brother, just as strong. If it were one of them alone, it would be simple, but the two together are impossible to face. And there's no soldier besides me who can hold his brother long enough, and if they could, the casualties would be many. And I haven't even counted the other 30 bandits, or more, if they've recruited more," Captain Rurik said slowly. "That's pretty simple, isn't it? The two of us can beat them," Kyrion said directly, not seeing the problem. "In theory, it's easy to say. But Kyrion, you've never fought a real battle to the death. Your comrades, the ones you know from the barracks, could die. No, some will die. You have to be prepared to fight, determined to eliminate the enemy, and not let the losses during the fight affect you. If that happens, even you could be killed if your mind isn't focused on doing what's necessary," Rurik said seriously, while at the same time doubting whether he should involve a child in this. Even with this strength, he was still a child, wasn't he? "I don't think you need to worry. I know what I have to do. If we don't go, we won't have food, and I need food to get strong. Right?" Kyrion replied honestly. Rurik, looking at Kyrion's determined face, sighed. "We leave in 2 days. 2 days passed in an instant. The meeting hall of the barracks was silent, while the oil lamp above the table illuminated a map showing the city to the north and the frozen land. To the south, the Wolf Mountain. And in the valley between the mountains, the only route to a city was a month away on horseback. The shadow of 15 people flickered in the room, one taller than all and one smaller than everyone, side by side, looking at the map. Rurik then leaned over the table, and with a dagger, traced routes on the worn map until he marked a spot by stabbing the dagger through it. A place in the valley between the mountain, near the route, and a waterfall. The bandits were seen here 3 days ago. Benny, who was following their trail, found their new hideout. And it's time to act. Rurik began to speak. Gorik, Doran, and the bandits attacked the last 2 caravans and stole practically everything. The merchants are afraid to travel the road and remain in the city. If it goes on like this, food will no longer reach our mouths. Not enough for everyone in the city, Rurik said angrily. So, after discussing it with Benny, I've decided it will be like this. Rurik raised his eyes toward Kyrion. I, Kyrion, and you 13, the best soldiers under our command, will hunt them down during the night. A frontal attack is not smart against those who have nothing to lose. And this way, it will be the best way to spare the lives of our comrades. Last time, due to my mistake, 15 soldiers ended up dying because I underestimated the enemy's strength. Rurik sighed in regret and clenched his fists. You, Kyrion, will guide us through the forest at dawn. We will kill as many of them as possible while they sleep. Kyrion listened attentively, keeping his expression impassive. My eyes? He asked, looking at Rurik. Yes, you can see perfectly in the dark. Your eyes will be one of the most important things in this mission. You will lead us through the dense forest without any light, without giving the enemies a chance to be alerted, and you will find their sentinels. But, for this to work, you will need to do something. Rurik pulled the dagger from the map and pointed it toward Kyrion. You will have to eliminate them before they can scream, and then, find the best path for us to invade the camp. We will eliminate as many as possible before they realize. Then, the 2 of us will fight the brothers Gorik and Doran after removing half of their subordinates. Rurik spoke calmly. Kyrion looked at the dagger in Rurik's hand. He took it without hesitation. What seemed small in Rurik's hand looked large in Kyrion's. But the weight was the same. Kyrion would have to take a life. He didn't know exactly what to feel about it, but it was what he had to do. He understood that everything would depend on him. This way, losses could be few or even none. And if it failed, they would be in the heart of the enemy's base. "I will kill them," Kyrion replied quickly, deciding in his mind. The moon was covered by clouds that night when they left the city, making the forest even darker. Kyrion led at the front, with Rurik and Benny right behind him. From here on, the forest gets extremely dense. It's very easy to get lost during the day. At night, it's even worse. I followed them when it was getting dark. I marked some trees with a small cut-up to where I followed them. Benny, one of the veteran soldiers, said. Kyrion understood, looking carefully ahead. He managed to see one of the marks Benny mentioned. "All right, you stay here. I'll go ahead alone. Eliminate all the sentinels and come back," Kyrion said before moving forward. "Kyrion, be careful. If you can't do it, come back. But if you decide to act, never hesitate." "Never," Rurik said, placing his hand on Kyrion's head, who simply nodded calmly. He went deep into the forest, a spear on his back. At his waist, the dagger Rurik had given him. He moved without hurry, while his thoughts ran free. The wind whistled between the trees as Harlan rubbed his cold hands. The night in the forest was always the same. Loneliness, cold, boredom, and the damn irritating sound of insects and the stream's water. 2 more hours and then I switch shifts. I just want to sleep, the man thought before spitting on the ground. But then he felt it. Something was wrong. The air seemed to grow heavier all of a sudden. The crickets stopped singing. Harlan slowly turned his head, fingers reaching for the sword on the ground. "Who?" He had no chance to finish, not even to react. All he felt was pain, cold. His hands slowly rose to his neck, his fingers touching something warm trickling down it. When he pulled them back, they were a vivid red. Before him, hovering like a ghost, was a child. His eyes were dark gray, with no shine, empty. His expression was impassive. His hand held a blood-stained dagger, his blood dripping on the enemy's weapon. And the enemy was, in fact, a child? Terror consumed Harlan entirely. He tried to scream, but the only thing that came out was a bubbling of blood. He fell to his knees, hands twitching toward that small but terrifying silhouette. Were those the eyes of a human? The last thing he saw was the child tilting his head, as if studying his every expression, his suffering. And then darkness. Kyrion looked at the corpse. The scream that tried to come out never did. He felt the man's fear flowing like the blood now dripping from his fingers. The despair of life ending, the warmth fading. Am I a monster now? The sentry's body fell at his feet, eyes still open and wide in horror. Kyrion looked at the dagger, then at the man's face. You saw me as a monster, didn't you? Before you died. But he remembered. They were bandits. Bandits feel no remorse in stealing or killing. How many people had he killed? How many had he starved by stealing? I don't know why Rurik thought I would feel any remorse. He looked one last time at the man's face in a pool of blood. One, Kyrion whispered, wiping the blade on the grass and disappearing into the darkness of the forest. After 15 minutes, Kyrion saw the second sentinel, leaning against a tree, grumbling about how he received less while working more. Kyrion watched him for a whole minute. Does he have a son? He thought, noticing a rag doll tied to the man's belt, with a needle still hanging from it, as if it had been sewn over a long time. Not thinking about it. This time, Kyrion was faster. The blade sank below the bandit's ear, cutting through everything that mattered until the man lost consciousness without realizing. The doll, attached to the man, fell into the mud. Kyrion crouched and picked up the rag doll. For a moment, his fingers pressed the rough fabric. He thought and decided to return it to the man who died without being able to see anything. 2. Kyrion's clothes were stained with blood. The dark clouds covering the moon had disappeared. At that moment, Kyrion was cleaning the blood from the dagger in a still pool beside the stream. He saw his face reflected in the water. It looked small, weak, and fragile. His eyes, still without a sign of irises, seemed to draw his attention. I don't think I'm a monster. Why does everyone, when they die, have that look of despair? Didn't they also do evil? I can't understand. Then he remembered his mother. Her face when she went was so simple. She died in pain but happy, looking into his eyes. He knew he was not a monster. His mother would not have given birth to a monster. This is necessary, and it will make me stronger. I have no reason to overthink it, right? Kyrion looked at himself in the reflection. Above his head, the reflection of the moon. It really is beautiful like her. He turned, heading down the forest beside the stream. He returned an hour and a half after going deep into the forest alone. Rurik and the others waited, their faces worried. Rurik wondered if he really should have sent a child to do this. But suddenly, a sound came, and Kyrion appeared. It's done, he said calmly. The sentinels have been eliminated. Before one of them died, I heard that the shift change would be in 30 minutes. Follow me. I know a way to the camp. Kyrion finished before turning his back and walking, Rurik and the others quickly following. How many? Rurik asked. 6. Any problems? Can you keep going? No. I'm fine. I just did what I was supposed to do. Kyrion replied with an expressionless face. But as I thought, humans are really fragile. They can die suddenly from diseases, or by absolutely anyone suddenly. This is why we are weak, isn't it? I understand, ma'am. She wanted me to survive, to be strong and survive. But if I remain forever just a human, will I be truly strong? My goal was still far too low, wasn't it? I need to find out how I can become stronger. The particles are the way. My eyes are the way. I need to push harder. Kyrion ended his thoughts only when smoke could be seen in the sky. He sighed and turned to everyone. The bandits are ahead. Rurik had been watching Kyrion the whole time. The others might not notice, but how could he not? Rurik approached, standing beside the boy, his spear resting on the ground. His eyes swept ahead. There was a large bonfire, and around it, several tents scattered a bit apart from each other. And on the other side, there was a cave. Kyrion could see there were many things inside. Silence filled the forest, and the moonlight brought forth 15 shadows drawing closer to the camp. The silence didn't bother Rurik. What was bothering him at that moment was Kyrion. His eyes, his body, they were far too relaxed for someone who had never even seriously wounded anyone, let alone killed 6 people. He knew Kyrion was different. He couldn't take his true age at face value. But he saw it. Kyrion's eyes were colder now. Instead of the attentive, observing gaze from before, alert but curious, Kyrion now had the eyes of a hunter. Rurik didn't know if that was a good thing. Kid, are you sure you're really okay? Rurik asked again. The others also turned to look at Kyrion. I am, I think. Let's finish this quickly and get out of here, Kyrion said, without turning his head, moving toward the first cabin faster than everyone else. He went in and, within 5 seconds, came out. His spear was stained with blood, but his expression was still the same. The spear had pierced the man sleeping on the ground. The second one didn't even have time to open his eyes before the weight of iron sank into his chest. Kyrion kept moving, step by step, to the next cabin. Rurik decided to set it aside for now and acted like the other soldiers, splitting off and starting with the outer cabins. That night, a massacre unfolded. Kyrion moved faster than everyone, like a ghost slipping in and out as if nothing had happened. His superior vision allowed him to act with less caution. Not a single sound came when he entered. The bonfire danced as the wind passed through the forest and around the 15 intruders. But then, in a moment of carelessness, Benny entered a cabin larger than the others, but upon entering he found no one, only a strange shadow above the bed. A pillow! Benny didn't have time to finish the thought before an axe suddenly split his head. And then a scream rang out, waking everyone. Intruders! Everyone wake up! The moment the voice sounded, Rurik was the first to act. Formation! Everyone fall back and fight together. Rurik shouted but ran toward the bandits' cave. He knew that voice, it was Doran. If Doran was here, Gorik had to be in the cave and likely alone. The brothers didn't get along well, though they fought together. The soldiers regrouped immediately, spears pointed outward, close together since they had started with the outer cabins and could regroup quickly. Kyrion was still inside a cabin, his spear driving from a man's chin through his head as the man reacted to Doran's shout. In an instant, half-dressed bandits poured out of the remaining tents, weapons in hand, disoriented but angry. Kyrion saw one bandit pass in front of his cabin entrance. He didn't waste a second. His spear shot up instantly, piercing the man's throat. He darted out and ran toward the source of the voice. If someone had been discovered, they were probably in trouble. 3 bandits attacked him with everything they had as soon as they saw him. The first swung down with a club. Kyrion dodged easily, slicing the man's legs. The second came from behind. Kyrion had already seen him. His spear spun, piercing the man's right eye and sinking deep into his head. Kyrion leapt onto the man's impaled body and kicked him away, using the momentum to pull his spear free. Blood spurted from the bandit's head as Kyrion lunged at the third man, who tried to stab him. But all the man saw was his world spinning. Kyrion's spear tip passed effortlessly, slicing through his neck. Blood sprayed. The head fell. The body collapsed. That was when Kyrion suddenly heard laughter. He turned, trying to understand. His brow furrowed instantly. A large man, face covered in scars, with a wide mouth full of yellow teeth, held a massive double-headed axe in one hand, and in the other. Benny, his head split halfway through, dangling lifeless. Well, what do we have here? You're human? Kid, you look more like a freak. Killing people like this at your age. The world's really gone to hell, Doran said with mock sadness. Where did this brat come from? Damn. Half of these useless fools are already dead, and the rest won't beat trained soldiers. The watchmen are dead? How did they get here so easily? Shit. I need to meet up with Gorik, Doran thought, quickly assessing the situation. He'd been outside the cave, enjoying himself with the only woman left. But who could have imagined this would happen so suddenly? Doran suddenly hurled Benny's body toward Kyrion. Benny wasn't exactly a friend to Kyrion, but Kyrion liked him. Benny always brought all sorts of food for him to try. Now, in front of him, Benny's lifeless body, head split, was flying toward him. Kyrion felt a bitter taste in his mouth. As I thought, life really is fragile. Don't worry, Benny. I'll bring him to you soon, Kyrion thought, raising his small hand toward the corpse. And at that moment, just as Benny's body was about to land in his hand, an axe came down at high speed toward Kyrion. Doran had used Benny's body to distract him, but that didn't escape Kyrion's sight. He couldn't block it, so he dodged, jumping back. But because of that, Doran's axe struck Benny's head again, splitting the rest down to the neck. What a monster, what a monster! How can you let your friend's body be hacked apart like that? You're really a kid. No good. I'm still drunk from last night, and this kid's strong and faster. If I fight him, I might lose, Doran said before suddenly running in the opposite direction, toward the cave. Kyrion looked at Benny, his hand trembling slightly on his spear. Why? He was already dead. And yet, he got caught up in it again. Kyrion didn't know why, but he didn't like it. Meanwhile, 12 soldiers were fighting 15 bandits. The fight was rough. The bandits knew the terrain far better. But despite that, the well-trained veteran soldiers quickly gained the upper hand, taking them out one by one through teamwork. Now only Doran was left. After one last look at Benny, Kyrion narrowed his eyes and sprinted at full speed toward Doran. He would kill him. For the first time, he would kill because he wanted to, not because it was his mission. The moment Gorik heard his brothers shout, he was gearing up inside the cave. Unlike Doran, he didn't drink and he was fully prepared. He only stepped out once he felt ready. But when he did, Rurik appeared with his spear aimed straight at his head. He saw the tall man, the scars, and the spear closing in hard. But his sword blocked the blade at the last second. So, it's you again, my friend Rurik. Looks like we just can't get along. Can we? Gorik said as he lunged at Rurik with even greater speed. But Rurik blocked and dodged with ease before his spear drove Gorik several steps back. His brute strength was greater than Gorik's. Last time had been trickier because of Gorik's speed. But now, after so much training with Kyrion, Rurik felt Gorik was slower. If he had been weaker before, now Rurik believed he could win in only a few moves. His spear came down fast with raw force from above. Gorik sidestepped, his blade sweeping toward Rurik's face. Rurik pulled back just enough to avoid the sword, while his spear swung again from the side. But then, a sound ripped through the air. Rurik felt danger at his back. Turning, he saw an axe spinning toward him at high speed. Gorik had already seen Doran in the distance and, as the axe closed in, attacked at the same time. Damn! It was Rurik's last thought as his spear blocked the sword and he tried to duck under the axe. But the axe didn't arrive at the expected moment. Instead, a loud clang echoed in his ears, the sound of metal and sparks. He felt a gust pass just beside his head, grazing it. Looking toward the axe's path, he saw, slightly to the left and farther away, Kyrion. In his hand, a bow stolen from the bandits. That was close. Maybe I should train more with a bow. It's more useful and faster, especially when I can see exactly where to shoot, Kyrion thought, lowering the bow. That had been the only arrow he found with it. Doran, realizing the axe had been deflected by the arrow, was stunned. How the hell can someone do that? He glanced back, saw the boy running after him, and picked up his pace. Without a weapon, he'd die instantly, so he ran toward his brother. "Brother Gorik!" Doran shouted. Gorik understood instantly, pushing hard to kill Rurik before he could act. Rurik had to retreat several steps. Doran closed in at that moment, kicking Rurik's legs hard enough to make him kneel. The sword came down at Rurik's neck, but he focused only on blocking it. A direct hit would mean instant death. Doran was unarmed. Even if he interfered, he couldn't kill Rurik instantly. Doran clamped his hands on Rurik's neck, squeezing hard as he shouted, "Gorik, kill him now, damn it. The brat's as strong as me. Kill him and then we'll kill the brat." Kyrion was farther away than Doran, so it would take him longer to arrive. His cold expression turned into anger upon seeing Doran holding Rurik. He could see it. Rurik was already almost collapsing. His face was purple, and his breathing was irregular, but he kept fighting to survive. "I won't make it in time," Kyrion thought as he decided and did the only thing he could think of. His hand gripped the middle of his spear, his body twisting slightly as his arm moved back. His eyes, wide open and focused, tracked every movement of Gorik and Doran, and then, the wind was torn apart by a spear thrown at high speed with the greatest strength Kyrion had ever used. All three only heard a sharp whiz when, suddenly, blood and flesh sprayed everywhere. Doran's shoulder and arm, the one that was squeezing Rurik, were shredded by the spear before it flew toward Gorik, who leapt back at the last moment. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he saw the spear lodged in the ground. Doran, who had been hit, screamed in pain, his flesh and bone ripped apart. He released his grip around Rurik's neck and tried to pull away. But this time it was Rurik who didn't let him escape. Before Doran could pull his arms back, Rurik seized them, yanked them upward, and hurled him over his head to the ground with brutality. The impact made the bandit arch his back completely, blood pouring from the wound like a waterfall, and a terrible scream burst from his mouth. Rurik wasted no time, and without hesitation, his hand grabbed Kyrion's spear, which was still stuck in the ground, trying to drive it into Doran's neck. But Gorik arrived again and stepped in front, his sword completely deflecting the spear. It gave Doran just enough time to roll back despite the pain. At that moment, Kyrion finally reached Rurik's side. He noticed the strangulation marks on the captain's neck, his breathing, and his colorless face. Blood and bits of flesh were still stuck to his body. His expression turned grim as he clenched his fist. "I'm sorry. I let him get away and get close to you," Kyrion said, regretting not having chased Doran instantly before. "Don't worry, I won't die that easily. Worry about that after the fight," Rurik said, his voice extremely hoarse. But the color was returning to his face. "Benny, Kyrion didn't know how to say it, since he was close to the captain. "So it was him. He got caught, didn't he? I figured someone had been caught when I heard the scream. I just didn't imagine it would be him," Rurik said, his voice and expression sounding calm. "But boy, we have to finish this quickly and then give Benny a proper burial. And finally, burn the bodies of those two bastards, so Benny's soul will rest in peace," Rurik said with a smile to Kyrion, but Kyrion saw it. Rurik was sad. He had never seen Rurik so sad. Yet still he smiled. Kyrion looked ahead, resolute. He took his spear with Rurik and stared at Doran with cold anger. Doran had not only killed Benny but had almost killed his captain. Kyrion was angry at Doran and at himself. He had hesitated, even if just for a moment when he saw Benny. That was weakness. "Let's end this," Rurik said. Gorik and Doran had retreated a few meters. Doran grabbed his axe again, his body trembling with pain, while Gorik was worried and thinking about how to escape. It was at that moment that Rurik and Kyrion charged together. Their movements looked identical, only their strength and speed were different. The spears fell, and the brothers stood side by side trying to resist. But Gorik was already visibly exhausted. He had to make more moves to defend his wounded brother. But if he didn't do it and his brother died, he would die the moment both focused on him. The brothers tried to hold out, but Kyrion's speed surpassed the wounded Doran's attempts at defense, while Rurik's strength crushed every block. The gap widened between the two brothers until Kyrion found the perfect opening. His spear sliced Doran's wrist, the axe fell, and the spear pierced perfectly through Doran's open mouth. Meanwhile, Rurik spun his spear and, with two quick moves, cut through Gorik's defense before brutally beheading him. Then the field went silent. Only the sound of two bodies falling simultaneously was heard. "So, it's over," Kyrion thought. "No, it's not over. Kyrion, take their bodies, for those who were killed today by them, for everyone who was killed before by them. We will burn their bodies until nothing remains of them in this world," Rurik said. "Only then will the souls be at peace." Kyrion nodded. "If I were strong enough to do the mission alone, would I feel better?" Kyrion thought as he looked at the moon. Of the 15 who took part in the mission, only 2 died. The mission was considered a success. The cave's resources were distributed in the city, most of them to the families of the 2 soldiers who had perished. Kyrion, Rurik, and the others were treated with respect by all, and the merchants returned to traveling along the road. Soon, things stabilized, and resources began to flow again into the isolated city. But those who died never returned. Kyrion saw that Rurik had been sad for several days. Benny had been the most senior soldier besides him. So he also decided in his mind, "I guess that, besides my mother, Rurik would also be sad if I died. So I have to work even harder, right?" After the mission, Kyrion focused much of his time on absorbing the particles. Before, he only did this at night until he fell asleep. Now, he spent the morning training, while in the afternoon and evening he absorbed the particles. But they were scarce here, truly few compared to when he had been in the village. Kyrion then began leaving the city, entering the forests around it and walking far away. Then he noticed there were far more in nature. He realized it would be best to train there. He told this to Rurik, who agreed easily, but with one condition. Kyrion would have to defeat him. And so, 2 months after the bandit hunt, Kyrion stood, breathing deeply, with his spear 1 centimeter from Rurik's neck. "I lost," Rurik said with a huge smile on his face. After that day, Kyrion set out into the forests, absorbing as many particles as he could find, hunting animals, training, observing nature with curiosity. But everything was so ordinary that, little by little, he grew bored. Until one day, he found signs in a forest with yellow leaves. There were signs showing the way to Faulk City from Frosty Village. "I'm going to visit Mom," Kyrion said, and then set off toward the village. He remembered the path in his mind, even with snow covering the way. There were also marks the caravan chief had left at certain points to avoid getting lost. The journey was difficult. The cold, the snow, and the food he had quickly ran out. The animals, which were many in the forest there, were scarce. He found few, but it was enough. Kyrion wouldn't die for a few days without food. To drink water, Kyrion had to break the ice that had built up on some trees. It had a strange taste, but it worked. The journey was monotonous, just like his life during this training. After a week walking through the snow, suddenly, something appeared that changed Kyrion's entire understanding of the world until now. The sky was dark. The icy wind hit his face as his feet sank into the snow. But this cold didn't affect him much. He approached a tree with a cut in its trunk indicating the direction. He decided to sit and rest a little and also drink water. But at that moment, a loud scream rang out in the sky. A high-pitched cry, a screech that hurt his ears. Along with it, a wild cold arose, snow beginning to fall like a storm. In the sky, Kyrion saw it pass so quickly that he only caught a shadow, but it was huge, bigger than anything he had ever seen. What the hell is that? Kyrion thought before his body collapsed. His eyes in tremendous pain, as if they had seen something they shouldn't, as if they desired something they shouldn't. Kyrion woke when it was already day, the sky cloudy with the usual white clouds. The last vision before he fainted came to his mind. Where? That was a bird? How is that possible? Kyrion said out loud, pulling himself from the snow, trembling all over. How can something like that exist? Kyrion shouted, thinking he might be insane, but the amount of snow around proved otherwise. Kyrion touched them when that shadow passed for half a second. He felt as if his eyes wanted to devour something. Whatever that existence was, his eyes wanted it desperately. And Kyrion felt instinctively, if his eyes wanted it, it would make him stronger. His eyes would evolve again. He was sure of it. I have to find that bird. But it went toward the center of the frozen land. It's impossible to go there. Captain Rurik said there's no being that can survive past Frosty Village. As if something was preventing it. Not even animals go near. The frozen land is not so simple. I feel like I don't really know anything about this world. Nothing. Kyrion clenched his fists. In truth, he was excited. Excited about the world that awaited him. I'll visit Mom, and then I'll search for the bird. If I don't find it, I'll explore the world until I find more ways to grow stronger. Kyrion decided, no longer walking at a calm pace. He decided to quicken his steps toward Frosty Village. Kyrion took another week to reach the village. But along the way, he already sensed that something was wrong and decided to quicken his pace. The path was covered in snow. This time of year shouldn't be like this. But now, because of that bird, it was hard to walk through there. He was relatively fine in this cold, for he was more resistant after his eyes had strengthened him that one time. But for the others, as soon as he arrived in the village, the snow covered everything. The paths the villagers used were buried, making it hard to walk. Kyrion stepped into the village slowly. His footsteps sank into the silence. No sound, no movement. The usual smoke from the chimneys was gone. Only the cutting wind and houses as if frozen in time. He already knew what he would find there, but still he walked toward the first house. It was the hunter's house, the one from whom he copied the movements of that strange dance, which his mother later explained was the only way to protect oneself, by fighting. The door was open, swaying in the wind. Inside, the man and his wife lay embraced. Their bodies are as rigid as stone. Both had smiles on their faces, as if they had died together. Kyrion observed their faces for a moment, then left. He headed to the village's central square. When he arrived, 6 children were petrified in the middle of their games. He remembered their names and their faces. They were the ones who had judged his eyes as cursed and tried to bully him. One of them was also the girl who had followed his father to the city of Faulk on the same day Kyrion had hidden in the city. She had grown a little, But now she would remain like that forever. Seeing their situation now, he only felt something bad, as if everyone seemed fragile, just like him. In the village chief's house, there was a frozen dinner. Forks still in the hands of the chief and his wife. He then reached his own house. But he decided not to go in, for he knew there would be nothing there anyway. He went to the trees behind the house. He sat under one of the trees, looking at the place where he had buried his mother. He did not cry, did not scream. He just spoke low and clear. "I'm back. I hope you didn't miss me too much. You were right, Mom. If I want to survive, I need to be strong." With each passing day, I realized this even more. Did you know? Everyone in the village is dead. In fact, maybe you knew before I did. Do you think any of them are there with you, wherever you are? I traveled to the city. It really was very big, like you said. I am now the vice captain of the guard. I think you'd laugh if I told you how that happened. So, I fought the captain again, but I wasn't strong enough. Then Benny was killed, and I avenged him, even if I had to kill more people. I know what killed the people in the village. You always said the world is much bigger than this place. But I think you never imagined that a being like that exists, maybe not far from where we lived. That bird hasn't left my mind since I saw it. I feel like if I go after it, I'll discover something. Something about me. And then grow stronger and stronger. Strong enough to be above everything and to witness and observe everything. With these eyes you gave me. This time, I don't think I'll be back here anytime soon. I thought about leaving. On a long journey. I will train, grow, train, get stronger and stronger, and get to know the world, people. And then, I'll come back to tell you all about it someday. When Kyrion stopped speaking, night was already falling. He gave one last look to the tree where his mother was buried and then entered his house. He lay on the bed and slept. As always, he woke when the sun was just starting to rise. Then he decided to begin the work. Kyrion began digging in a place near the village. He cleared the snow with a shovel and broke the frozen layer with a pickaxe. Then he began digging again. Grave after grave. There weren't enough coffins for everyone. But Kyrion still buried them all, one by one. Those who were still clinging to each other even in death, Kyrion buried together, not wanting to separate them. And then, a large space on the right side of the village became a vast cemetery. Kyrion took 2 whole days to bury everyone. And on the morning of the 3rd, he decided to leave. He said goodbye to his mother once more, looked up at the sky. It's cold. Kyrion began to move forward. Not out of the territory, but deeper into its center. He could not contain his curiosity. On his back was his spear. In his right hand, a rope pulling an improvised wooden box. Inside was all the food he had found in the village, along with plenty of water. He moved slowly, without looking back, heading north. The journey was lonely. Before, he would see 1 or 2 animals. But now there was no sign of life. The only things that existed were wind and snow, and the cold, which grew harsher with each day. Kyrion didn't count, but after many days, something finally changed. His nose and ears began to burn. The cold seemed more concentrated. But another thing was different. The particles. They were present in many places. Kyrion absorbed them into his eyes as much as he could. And so he continued traveling, until he really had to stop. Danger. That's what his eyes told him as he looked ahead. In front of him he saw, for the first time, something different from the particles. There were tiny blue crystals, so many that it was impossible to count them. They were 2 meters away. As if forming a barrier, Kyrion looked at the sky from there. The small crystals stretched as far as he could see. That was very, very high. The crystals seemed stuck to that place, as if something was holding them there. But he couldn't see what it was. He stood still, looking with all his attention. His eyes told him it was dangerous for his body, but at the same time told him it was something that would help him. Despite his body trembling, he knew his eyes could withstand one of the crystals. He had 2 options. Leave, come back later when he felt confident. or try to absorb one of the crystals. And that's what he did. Kyrion couldn't resist. The curiosity, the desire to grow stronger was greater. He knew and felt it would be dangerous, but he wanted to try more than anything. He wanted to step into this world he didn't know. And so he decided quickly. Without hesitation, he approached the crystals. He focused his eyes, searching for the farthest crystal among them all, the one that would be easiest to pull. When he found it, he acted fast. His small hand flew quickly toward the crystal, but as soon as it got closer, its speed dropped sharply. Kyrion didn't care if he stopped now, he wouldn't be able to do it again, so he kept going. His fingers touched the crystal, but in that moment, his flesh collapsed. The ice seemed to explode from the inside out, cracking his skin, turning his blood into sharp crystals. The pain was so unbearable that he couldn't even scream. He just froze as he felt the internal freezing of his body climb through his wrist, elbow, and shoulder. If it continued, Kyrion knew. I will die. Do it. Do it. His heart raced. There was no time to hesitate. Desperate, Kyrion used his other hand with all his strength, pulling the crystal toward him. The pain came again, but Kyrion, with every bit of effort possible. With the last movement his body allowed, Kyrion tore the crystal into the air and crushed it against his eyes. Then his world exploded in white pain, as if a spear had pierced his skull and shattered his mind into 1,000 pieces. Pain as if all his nerves had been slowly frozen. Pain as if every point of his existence had been frozen. He fell to his knees, then face first to the ground. His whole body was frozen, not on the outside but inside. His body became as pale as a ghost. Blue veins appeared everywhere. Inside, he was covered by a frozen energy. His heart stopped. All his organs froze. His brain stopped working. And then the pain and consciousness vanished into despair. But there was something that hadn't stopped. His eyes. Something inside them was slowly changing. While everything else was frozen, they burned with a glow that would not fade. And so time passed. Kyrion felt as if he were surrounded by darkness. He couldn't move, speak, hear, or touch. Even his thoughts seemed slow, but he knew he wasn't dead yet. He was sensing something, a faint connection to something he didn't understand. But it was there, it was familiar, something that had always been with him since before he was born, since he had come into being. But now it was different. It was icy. At that moment, something changed. From his eyes, empty, colorless, with irises that had never shown a sign of appearing, something emerged from the depths of the pupils. Ripping from within, a snowflake appeared, forming 2 irises in his eyes. And at that moment something seemed to respond. The ice that covered his body cracked. His heart began to beat again. Air entered his lungs like a knife. Kyrion's consciousness suddenly returned to his body. Kyrion awoke, screaming with all his strength, vomit coming with the desperation. A hoarse roar echoed across the empty snowy plains. Kyrion didn't think of anything. He just breathed deeply with all he could. His heart, which had stopped, began pumping blood through his body again. And the cold finally disappeared completely. So completely that, in fact, the wind hitting his body no longer felt cold at all. 5 minutes passed until Kyrion felt the haze of pain clouding his brain dissipate. He then looked at his arm and his body. He was completely fine. He clenched his fingers and opened them normally, letting out a sigh. I survived, Kyrion said as he closed his eyes, laughing like a madman. It was a childish smile, but completely crazy. It was truly the first time he had laughed this much. The only person who had ever made him feel this way was his mother. But Kyrion was genuinely happy. And how could he not be? He opened his eyes again. His mind was clearer than ever, as if feeling an eternal breeze. Along with this, knowledge emerged as he awoke. Knowledge about something he had never imagined possible. The cold. It no longer hurt him. Now everything seemed sharper to him, not just in his vision. It applied to all his senses. The snow was not just snow. Each flake followed a certain path, obeying something. The ice was not just ice. Kyrion did not know the name, but he knew how to use what he had learned. What he learned from the tiny fragment he had stolen from the massive translucent blue barrier, he could now see in front of him. He felt that he could make the air wherever he looked heavy and cold enough to suffocate someone. He could move in the same rhythm as the snow present there and vanish silently. It was instinct and knowledge, not some technique. He slowly turned to the barrier, pulsed cold and alive. Kyrion tilted his head slightly in respect, letting his smile open even wider. "I thank you," little Kyrion said with all his heart. Not to the barrier itself, but to whoever it was, whoever had created this barrier. He was so excited that he simply started running. But this time, it was different. His feet no longer sank into the snow like before. He felt like a snowflake guided by the cold and the wind. He was no longer physically stronger. But he knew that if he faced his past self, he could kill him without the other understanding what happened. It was the knowledge he now possessed. Knowledge about something whose name he would soon discover. Kyrion ran through the snow for several minutes, enjoying himself until he flopped into it. "So, what do I do now? Staying here won't work anymore. I can't see anything in the barrier I can absorb. I think this is the limit for now. I also can't cross the barrier. If I try, I'll really freeze to death." Kyrion thought as he picked up one of the nearby particles and brought it to his eyes. "This hasn't reached its limit yet. I really need information. What I absorbed this time is clearly not the same as the particles. I should go see Rurik, and then leave this place. Explore the world until I can meet those who have the information I need. That is the path," Kyrion decided. He stood up and ran again. His feet slid over the snow. His speed was far greater than when running on land, more than double. He felt he could reach the village in no time and only stopped when he arrived there. He stopped at his mother's grave. "Mother, now I am certain that there is a way to become so strong that ordinary human strength would be considered a joke. And now I will pursue it. Thank you again. Goodbye, Mother," Kyrion said with a small smile. And then he ran toward the city of Faulk. "Maybe I'll arrive in about 4 days," Kyrion thought. Kyrion left the frozen land after 6 days, stopping occasionally to test the things he had learned from the fragment. Also, to avoid starving. Now that he had left the frozen land, he felt slightly worse. Actually, he was normal, but he didn't have that comfort he always felt when he was in the snow and ice. Well, I expected it to be like this," Kyrion thought as he washed himself in a stream in the forest of yellow trees. He then looked at his reflection. His face was still the same, childish, pale, and truly beautiful. After all, he had inherited it from his mother. Kyrion raised his hand to his eyes. Now, they had completely changed as he had imagined they would. "Well, I guess now people will look at me even stranger. But this is really beautiful. Mother, if you saw this, you would praise it, wouldn't you?" Kyrion asked, looking at his eyes. His pupils had transformed into an extremely light sky blue, and at the center, finally, 2 irises appeared. They transformed. They were 2 snowflakes. Not very large, but anyone looking would obviously notice. "Well, I'll just stand out even more. Not that I care," Kyrion thought before getting dressed and heading toward the city of Faulk. A few days later, he arrived. The city was the same. As he approached the gate with his spears on his back, the 2 guards he knew immediately bowed. "Welcome back, Vice Captain Kyrion," they said together. How long has it been since I left?" Kyrion asked calmly. 6 months, sir. And Captain Rurik asked me to inform you that as soon as you returned, you should go see him immediately," one of the soldiers said. Yes, and judging by the captain's expression, it seemed really urgent. But it's good news rather than bad because he looked genuinely happy, the other soldier added. Kyrion was curious and entered the city. He walked quickly, and many people greeted him along the way, while he merely nodded. None of them mentioned his eyes, although they noticed and looked. Kyrion also didn't feel fear or disgust, only curiosity. It seemed this city truly respected him. He soon reached the barracks, where again the two guards bowed. Kyrion merely nodded and went straight to the courtyard, where he heard the sounds of clashing weapons. And there he was. Captain Rurik is giving lessons to this year's recruits. He approached calmly, but the novices saw him and immediately stopped training. The captain was about to yell at them, but they all bowed slightly. "Welcome, Vice Captain Kyrion." Upon hearing this, Rurik turned quickly. Seeing Kyrion's face, his smile widened as he ran toward him, slapping his shoulders several times. Kyrion noticed that as he grew stronger, Rurik's slaps became heavier on his shoulders, and he knew Rurik did it on purpose. "You finally returned, little brat. I thought you'd never come back," Rurik said, slightly irritated. But Kyrion knew he was joking. It was then that Rurik looked at Kyrion's eyes. He took 2 steps back, studying them closely. "Boy, what the hell are those eyes?" Rurik said loudly, bending slightly and looking directly into Kyrion's eyes. "I don't know exactly either, so don't ask. Something's happened and now they're like this. But I already told you, don't swear in front of the kids," Kyrion said calmly. The children, in this case, were not him, but the novices standing behind Rurik at that moment. "TCH, again with this brat? The recruits are already adults once they turn 16. You should worry about yourself." Rurik sighed. "Everyone, continue training until you almost die. If I come back here and any of you are lazy, everyone will suffer together," Rurik shouted authoritatively. "Understood, Captain Rurik." They all shouted and resumed fighting. "Great, the soldiers now have more desire to learn. So bandits won't disturb everyone's lives again. Isn't that good? Well, follow me to my office. Something important for you has arrived. Something you will really like," Rurik added with a mysterious smile. Kyrion entered Rurik's room and sat down in the chair, resting his elbow on the table and his head in his hand. Rurik entered, sitting in his chair behind the table as he opened the wooden drawer and pulled out a yellowed parchment, but with the edges decorated in a silver color. This here is about you, boy," Rurik showed, spreading it open on the table. Kyrion immediately paid attention, his eyes full of curiosity and then instantly understanding. "To Captain Rurik of the city of Faulk. Your insistence has caught my attention. The Aurora tournament will be held in 4 months in the city of the Silver Lake, the capital of the country of valor. If what you sent about this so-called aberration Kyrion is really at least half true, bring him if you believe he has value. The Aurora tournament will be held by the prince and will gather young soldiers up to 18 years old from all cities in the country. And the winner of the tournament, besides the cash prize, fame, and promotion, may be chosen as a student by the Royal Martial Master. Signed, General Harkin, Commander of the Silver Guard." Kyrion read, extremely interested, especially in one part of the letter. "How many letters did you send him for them to comment on your insistence?" Kyrion asked, raising his eyebrows. Rurik crossed his arms. "How many doesn't matter. Someone had to do your marketing, brat. You think someone like you is born every day?" Rurik said with a serious face. "Obviously not, I'm special. My mother told me, and I trust her," Kyrion said without hesitation, rolling up the parchment. Rurik didn't know what to say about Kyrion's words. Sometimes he really forgot that the kid was only 5 years old. Kyrion then stood up, with a smile. "And of course I'm going to this tournament. If what you say about martial artists is true, maybe they know what I'm looking for," Kyrion said, his eyes now shining with color. "Besides, isn't this going to be too easy? Those kids really aren't going to have a good day when I arrive at the tournament. The world is truly unfair," Kyrion said with regret, shaking his head. "Shut up, brat," Rurik said with disgust, smacking Kyrion on the head, who only smiled, leaving the room. "I'll leave in 2 days, so prepare everything I'll need." "Well, you've probably already done that. After all, you seem more excited than me," Kyrion said as he headed to his room. And he was right. Rurik had been extremely excited since the letter arrived 4 months ago. Since he met the boy, he had sent at least 2 letters a month. not only to the nearest city but also to the main army of the country, about Kyrion and his feats. He really promoted him like a madman, but no response ever came, until 4 months ago, when a reply came from the last person he expected. Too bad I won't be able to see your face when my student destroys everyone in the tournament. Rurik thought, smiling loudly in his office, scaring any soldier passing nearby. The next day passed normally. Rurik called Kyrion to talk, give him some important information, and explain how the tournament usually worked. Kyrion learned it would be a 1 to 2 month horseback journey to that city, passing through 2 other cities before getting there. And then, on the second day, a surprise farewell party happened. Kyrion really didn't know what to think about it, since he didn't expect it. He just accepted it and had fun. He ate more that day than ever before. Besides the soldiers, there were many citizens at the party who came to say goodbye. Most brought some food, for it was known by all that the little vice-captain only liked 3 things: training, fighting, and eating. Kyrion truly enjoyed the many types of sweets, and then went to sleep 2 hours after nightfall when the party ended. He lay down on what would be his bed for the last time, since he didn't know if he'd be back to this place anytime soon. No, in fact, he knew. Once he left, he would probably only go farther and farther away. So Kyrion slept. The next morning, he woke earlier than usual. But outside the barracks, Rurik was already waiting for him. Kyrion arrived with only his spear, and a dagger hanging at his waist. Dressed in the guard's uniform with a spear symbol, made especially for him. He was really a handsome brat, even more so with those eyes. Rurik looked at the boy walking slowly. Tisk cocky. Let's go, brat. Rurik turned, leaving the barracks ahead, while Kyrion followed a few steps behind. Rurik, almost 2 meters tall, and Kyrion, who was about 1 meter and 10. Really, the two next to each other was both grand and comical. Who would believe that in that small body there was a strength that could easily defeat Rurik now? Rurik, who had been silent, suddenly began to speak. Kyrion, when you leave, you have to be careful with everything, especially with people. Don't trust even your own shadow easily. Don't let them use you, and don't let them walk over you because of your age. If someone doubts you, you already know, prove it. By stepping on their heads, you're better than them. Rurik with an arrogant smile that Kyrion knew but rarely saw. Well, that's how I was for a while, until I realized I'm not really what I thought I was. Rurik said with regret. But you're different. After all, you're my student, and the most brilliant brat any being in this country has ever seen. Kyrion didn't know what to say and just listened, but a smile inevitably appeared on his small face. And another thing, never hesitate. If you're sure about it, do it without regrets. I trust who you are, and you have to trust too. Don't doubt yourself. Rurik said, remembering when, after the mission, Kyrion had asked him a question. Does killing someone make me a monster? Be ruthless with the enemy, and attentive to friends. And no matter what you do, knowing you, brat, I don't think you'll become a monster. Rurik said as the two arrived outside the city. There a soldier was waiting, who bowed slightly to the two before running back to the city. This is Shadow. I know, not very creative, but that's what he reminds me of. He's going to take you to the tournament, Rurik said, petting the head of a black horse that the soldier from before was holding for them. Kyrion then mounted the horse. Besides the saddle, there were 2 leather bags hanging on each side of the horse. Inside, there's enough food and water for half the way to the next city. If you need more, just hunt. You've got hands and legs. Kyrion nodded, saying that was already fine. Kyrion, last warning, don't make enemies of martial artists. Your strength is truly an aberration. But with your strength now, you won't stand a chance only when you become one of them. Do it, after all, strength is what you seek most. Rurik commented, looking into Kyrion's eyes. I know. I won't get into fights with someone who can blow my head off with one punch. Kyrion replied as he turned the horse, but before leaving, decided to get down again. Kyrion looked at Rurik with his usual impassive expression. But Rurik knew and understood. Tisk, why are you looking at me like that, brat? That's scary. I'll be fine. It's not like you don't know me. Rurik said loudly, arms crossed. Just come back when you're famous and considered the strongest in the country. Got it? If you dare come back before that, I'll beat the crap out of you, brat. He added, sounding like he really meant it. Kyrion didn't doubt it one bit. He didn't answer, but approached Rurik, and then jumped. And with great force, punched Captain Rurik in the chest. You've gotten weaker, kid? Rurik said, smiling broadly. Kyrion turned and got back on the horse before finishing. See you later, Rurik. Keep training so that when I come back, you won't be defeated with just one punch. Kyrion spoke with a cocky smile on his face before the horse departed. Rurik only smiled, watching the horse and the little one go farther and farther away. You know it's impossible for a normal person to keep up with an aberration, don't you, brat? Rurik thought as he suddenly felt something cold in his chest. And that's when he looked down. His eyes widened. Is this witchcraft? The sun was rising when Kyrion left the walls of Faulk behind. The black horse, Shadow, advanced with firm steps along the dirt road. The morning wind stirred his clothes and hair, a breeze Kyrion found extremely comfortable. He took a deep breath, feeling the pure air fill his lungs. For months until the tournament. 2 months of travel. I have some time to explore things, Kyrion thought, looking at the seemingly endless forest on the horizon. The first week was very calm. Kyrion camped beneath ancient trees. He hunted rabbits or other animals to eat. But instead of killing them with the spear, Kyrion had found another way since his eyes had changed. The animals seemed to die suddenly without anyone touching them. Outwardly their bodies were fine, but inside, their lungs were frozen. Kyrion now felt a small connection with ice, as if it were a small part of him. When he wished, he could see fractal patterns of crystals, as if the cold had its own language. The first thing he felt since assimilating the knowledge of the fragment was his perception changing. It was like a natural sensitivity and instinct. He could now recognize and sense the presence of cold in the air. He could feel changes in density and humidity, and when on frozen ground, he could tell exactly where the snow would fall. Kyrion also understood how to use something, the particles his eyes absorbed, which he still didn't know the name of, now had a purpose. It was like a catalyst. Before, he didn't know how to use them, even though they were in his eyes. But now, somehow, by using these particles, Kyrion could manipulate and reorganize what he understood from the fragment. He could feel and remove all the heat from water present in the air or on the surface of whatever he touched. The air would freeze, he could solidify a puddle of water and create a layer of ice if there was moisture. It wasn't that the ice appeared suddenly. No, his eyes couldn't create ice from nothing. He needed something that already existed while using the particles he had always absorbed to control it. Kyrion had the understanding, plus an unknown energy that directed the humidity to reproduce what he knew. The knowledge he had stolen from the barrier. He then looked at a twig on the ground. His finger reached for the twig and touched it lightly. At that moment, a dry shiver ran through the air. A white cold spread from the tip of his finger, forming ice patterns that began to spread from the point of contact until the twig was completely frozen. It became rigid, cold, and brittle. With a stronger touch, it broke with a snap. It's easier this way, when I touch the target directly. Freezing the air where I look has a distance limit, because the farther it is from me, the more particles I spend. Kyrion spoke, trying to understand more about his eyes. Just with this small hunt and the test on the twig, I've spent all the particles I absorbed this entire month. The consumption is too great. I can't waste them carelessly. After all, it's not easy to gather these particles. I have to go after them myself. If I had a way for my eyes to absorb them naturally, that would be great. Besides, I have to reach the limit of the amount of particles again until my eyes are completely full. Then I'll probably get stronger again, like last time. So I can't use the particles to freeze others so lightly. That's really sad. Kyrion sighed. He was genuinely excited about his new abilities and wanted to test them in a fight. After eating the rabbit meat, Kyrion slept and only woke at dawn. Mounting Shadow again, he continued his journey. On the 9th day, he saw smoke rising beyond a hill to the right of the road. He decided to go see what it was. When he climbed the hill, he saw a small village and thought for a moment whether to go down there. It was small, smaller than the village he had lived in. Wooden houses surrounded a small green water lake where fishermen were now talking and smiling. But in the end, he decided to simply continue on his way. The village reminded him of some years ago, when he would run around looking for anything interesting to show his mother. After a few more days, Kyrion stopped when the road split into 3. He remembered the map Rurik had given him. Stone Tower City is that way. The other 2 lead to other towns. Small like Faulk, but not so isolated. There's been almost nothing until now, but from here there will be more roads and more towns connected to Stone Tower City. I'll probably find other people traveling there. Kyrion thought silently. After another week and a half of travel, Kyrion suddenly crossed paths with a merchant caravan. There were 6 wagons, guarded by 6 armed men. The leader, at the front of the group, a short, bearded man with a wide hat, bowed slightly in greeting when Kyrion's horse approached. "Good afternoon, young. Alone on this road?" Kyrion looked and just nodded. The merchant studied Kyrion's clothes, his eyes narrowing. "Where are you from, boy?" "Faulk," Kyrion answered without thinking much. The man thought for a moment. "Faulk, do you know Captain Rurik?" "Yes, he is my teacher," Kyrion replied without hesitation. "Haha, great. Boy, travel with us. There are bandits in these lands. We're headed to Stone Tower City. I imagine you are too. It'll be safer traveling with more people," the merchant said with a smile. Kyrion thought for a moment but agreed, keeping Shadow close to the last wagon. None of the armed men spoke or asked about him. They all seemed not to care. So he stayed there for the rest of the trip. When the city walls finally appeared on the horizon, Kyrion felt a trace of expectation. Stone Tower City was at least 4 times bigger than Faulk. Its white granite walls shone in the sunlight, and as its name said, every so many meters there was a large stone tower with soldiers. The main gate was congested with wagons and many people. Compared to Faulk, where there was never anyone, it was truly different. Soon, the merchant's caravan he was with entered the city without much trouble. He approached the guards. They wore clean armor, their spears polished. As soon as Kyrion was in front of them, on his horse, the youngest guard raised his hand. "The entry fee is 1 silver coin." He was about to hand it over, taking the coin from the pouch Rurik had prepared, but the other guard, an older man with a thin chin, turned pale. "Wait, you're from the Faulk guard." Kyrion nodded, looking at the guard, wondering how he knew. The guard then looked at Kyrion's clothes and the spear symbol on his chest. "Vice Captain Kyrion, welcome to our city." The guard pulled the younger one back. "Let him through. Officers don't pay the fee," he added. Kyrion looked a bit confused at how the soldier knew his name, but he accepted it. "Can you take care of Shadow?" Kyrion asked, dismounting. "Of course, sir. He'll be taken to the guard's stable. Enjoy your stay." The older man spoke respectfully as Kyrion nodded and entered the city. Everyone at the gate was looking at him with curiosity. Kyrion then entered the city. Not caring about the others, the city was bustling. Smells of spices, shouting voices, children running. Chaos yet organized. Then Kyrion suddenly heard someone calling him. "Vice Captain Kyrion." He turned to the voice. There was a soldier looking about 17 or 18, running toward him. Kyrion remembered this soldier's face. It was the shy young man who had joined the Faulk Guard on the same day as him, Eric. Later, he was transferred to another city. "You finally passed through here. I saw Shadow being taken to the stables, so I figured it was you. You're going to the tournament, right?" Eric smiled. The shyness he once had long gone. Kyrion frowned again, not liking how it seemed others knew about him. "How did you know I'd be here?" Kyrion asked. Eric laughed. "Captain Rurik sent a letter 3 months ago, saying he was sending you to the tournament. In the letter, it was written in huge letters, 'Take good care of my student.'" As soon as Kyrion heard Eric's words, the image of Rurik shouting that came to his mind, and he sighed. I see, all right. I'm just going to explore the city. You can take care of your own business. I'll be here for a day or two. I'll stop by the city's guard to pick up Shadow later, Kyrion said, bidding Eric farewell. He wanted to explore and get to know everything alone, just with his thoughts. And so he did. He spent the day exploring. First, he stopped at a clothing store and changed from the guard's uniform into a simple black outfit. The guard's uniform drew attention, especially because of Kyrion's size. My eyes are already enough of a distraction, Kyrion thought as he put on the black clothes and stored the others in his leather bag. He had expected people to look at his eyes with fear, but now most looked with curiosity, and many even found them beautiful this time, instead of being afraid of the lifeless gaze from before. Kyrion walked along the stone streets, past fountains and the city's different squares. In the late afternoon, he suddenly smelled something new. His head turned like an owl's toward the scent, only to see an elderly woman selling skewers of unknown yellow balls. Kyrion immediately went to her and asked for 3. When he bit into the first one, his eyes widened. Amazing, he said unconsciously. I'm glad you liked it, dear. Here, take some more. I'm closing for the day, the old woman said, giving Kyrion the last skewers. Kyrion smiled, took the sweets, but still paid the woman, then continued walking, chewing happily. But then another smell hit him. Roast boar. Like a predator, Kyrion turned and followed the aroma to a luxurious 3-story building. Silver Moon Restaurant. Kyrion read, and entered immediately without thinking twice. The smell of roasted meat and heavy spices invaded Kyrion's nose the moment he crossed the door of the Silver Moon Restaurant. The main hall bustled with merchants, drunk soldiers, and even some nobles dressed in expensive, colorful clothes. As soon as he entered, he attracted many curious glances, some immediately judging his simple clothes that he had bought at the first store he saw. But Kyrion ignored everyone while searching for an empty spot on the first floor, but there wasn't any. He then decided to move on and head to the second floor, climbing the stairs calmly until he reached the door, only for his path to be blocked by a fat man with an arrogant face. The second floor is reserved only for VIP customers, said the man, rolling his eyes at little Kyrion. Kyrion stayed silent for a moment, not liking the way the man spoke. How much does it cost to be VIP? Kyrion asked with his usual expression. It's not about money, brat. It's about status. Something a poor like you doesn't have. The man laughed, showing his yellowed teeth. Kyrion took a deep breath, remembering that Rurik had warned him about this. I see, he said, and then acted. His right hand suddenly went up to the man's collar, pulling him down hard enough to make the man fall to his knees on the floor, his face now at Kyrion's height. The impact echoed through the hall, making everyone on the second floor look instantly. But because of the man's size, he was blocking Kyrion, so they couldn't see him yet. I'm hungry, and I'm going to eat here. If you have a problem with that, just call your boss. But if that happens, you won't have a job anymore. Kyrion said it in such a calm voice that it made the man shiver. Kyrion didn't look at the man again as he walked past him and entered the hall. As soon as they saw him, everyone was surprised. Kyrion didn't care and looked for a place to sit. But before he could find one, he felt someone watching him, and it wasn't like the others. It felt dangerous. He then turned in that direction. At a table next to the balcony, there was a man sitting alone, wearing simple white clothes. Nothing about his appearance drew attention. But when Kyrion looked at him, he felt the man was strong. Stronger than anyone he had ever seen. Could he be one of the martial artists Rurik talked about? Kyrion thought, looking at the man who smiled faintly at him. The man, seeing that Kyrion had felt his gaze, raised his head and said without raising his voice, "Come here, young one." The words were normal, but due to the slightly noisy environment, Kyrion didn't hear them. He read the man's lips. He didn't think much before walking toward the man he judged to be a martial artist. He was really curious about these people. Kyrion then sat in the chair on the other side of the table without the man needing to say anything. You are. The man began studying Kyrion with interest, The others might not have seen it clearly, but from where he was, he had seen perfectly Kyrion knocking down the second-floor guard with ease. Kyrion, I came from Faulk. The man's smile widened upon hearing this. Ah, Rurik's child, the man said, guessing. He's not my father, Kyrion replied, frowning. Apparently, Rurik was not just the captain of the guard. Otherwise, how would so many people know him? No, the man laughed softly. He certainly acts like one. Letters, recommendations, and even threats to anyone who might get in your way. Kyrion didn't respond, but in his mind, what the hell did Rurik do? I'm Kale, martial artist of the Royal Order. He introduced himself, raising a cup of tea. And you, Kyrion, are really going to make the tournament more interesting this time. I'll be rooting for you. Before Kyrion could ask anything, the fat man from before arrived with a woman whose face was loaded with makeup. The fat man pointed at Kyrion, but as soon as the woman saw Kale, her face paled, and she quickly approached, recognizing him. Master Kale, forgive me for not being here to welcome you, she stammered slightly, bowing. Kale merely waved his hand, uninterested. I'm done here. Take good care of my new little friend. Put on my tab whatever he eats, Kale said before standing up and adjusting his clothes. We'll meet again, Kyrion. See you later, he said, bidding farewell with a simple smile and walking toward the exit. Kyrion only looked at the man's back with a furrowed brow. Kale just did what he wanted and left. Kyrion hadn't been able to ask anything at all. Royal Order. That must be where the martial artists live. I need to go there. Maybe they know something about the particles. But I doubt it. Kale seems strong, but I can't feel or see anything related to the particles in him. Kyrion thought before turning to the woman who was looking at him strangely. You must be the owner of the restaurant. Review carefully who you hire as guards. If I weren't in a good mood, I could have him arrested for being rude to an officer, Kyrion said, showing the vice-captain's badge. This made the fat man behind her sweat, and a nasty expression appeared on the woman's face before she bowed and apologized repeatedly. Kyrion decided not to push it further and simply asked them to bring him the best dishes they had. He wanted the most requested ones, and so it was done. Kyrion devoured 3 main dishes, 4 desserts, and a jug full of red fruit juice. The people in the hall couldn't understand where all that food was going. Not that Kyrion knew either. In the end, everything was courtesy of the owner, who now treated Kyrion with respect. And while eating, he thought about what he would do next. He had already explored the city, and although it was indeed interesting compared to Faulk, it was nothing special. I should leave tomorrow for the last city and then head to the royal city. Maybe something interesting will happen there. I'll see if I can learn more about the royal order before the tournament. Kyrion decided, standing up from his table and leaving the restaurant with a childish smile. He was satisfied with the food. Letters, threats. When he was already outside the restaurant, he reflected. Rurik seemed to have left an invisible safety net around him. Kyrion didn't know whether to feel touched or irritated. Night had already fallen when he left the restaurant, and he quickly looked for an inn. He entered the first one he saw, even though it was completely simple. He paid for a room, speaking to a young attendant with a cute appearance. The young woman, in this case, was more than twice his age. After entering the room, Kyrion stared at the ceiling until he fell asleep, which happened quickly. He woke up at his usual time, put on his guard uniform, and walked to the guard barracks of this city. Upon arriving, he noticed the difference in size. There were 4 buildings larger than in Faulk, and the fenced territory was absolutely larger. He reached the entrance where 4 soldiers were talking. I came here to get my horse, Kyrion said calmly as soon as he approached. The soldiers, who were distracted when they heard that childish voice, wondered if they had heard correctly. But as soon as they turned and saw Kyrion, they didn't dare be rude. Vice-Captain Kyrion, I've heard about you from the superiors. I'll take you to your horse. The soldier bowed slightly before guiding him. Kyrion calmly followed the soldier, observing the barracks inside. There were already several soldiers stretching, their faces still sleepy. Looks like things start early here, Kyrion thought, and soon they arrived at a large stable. Kyrion brought out Shadow, who seemed happy to see him, trying to lick his head, but Kyrion stopped him. He then calmly led him out of the barracks, heading toward the city's exit. He ended up not seeing Eric again but didn't care much. Then Shadow began running again, the stone tower city quickly left behind. But what Kyrion didn't notice were the two people watching his back the moment he left the city. The 5th day of travel, after leaving the city of stone towers, dawned cloudy. A cold wind crossed the dirt road, bringing with it the damp smell of the nearby forest. Kyrion rode alone, mounted on Shadow, who trotted in silence. Kyrion truly liked Shadow now. He needed little time to rest and was completely gentle with him. On the way, he had crossed paths with some merchants in heavy wagons escorted by mercenaries. He had also encountered a group of young soldiers, all marching toward the same destination. Kyrion imagined they were going to the tournament as well. He still didn't know much about the tournament, how many would participate or exactly how the competition would take place. These questions arose in his mind along the way. At sunrise on the 6th day since resuming his journey, Kyrion began to see twisted branches of a forest that appeared ahead of him. When he arrived, there were ancient trees, thick trunks, and a low mist that seemed to drag itself along the entire forest floor. The road there was silent. There were no birds, no insects, only the sound of Shadow's steps and the wind shaking the leaves. But despite that, everything seemed normal. No, Kyrion knew something was wrong, but he pretended not to notice. Shadow entered fully into the forest, riding calmly. Then 3 hours passed, and finally, the mistake he had caught out of the corner of his eye revealed itself. For arrows tore through the air at the same time. Kyrion's eyes focused, and, in an instant, he saw the direction of them all. The moment they entered his field of vision, every movement of the arrows cutting the wind became predictable. He immediately threw himself backward, his body pressed against Shadow's back, while his hand was already pulling the dagger from his waist. His blade reacted instantly, deflecting the last arrow that had been shot lower, aiming at his thigh. 3 arrows passed through the air above Kyrion's body, while the other struck the ground after bouncing off the dagger. Tisk! Kyrion grew slightly irritated as he pushed with his feet and struck the horse's flank. "Run, Shadow!" Kyrion commanded, already having leapt off. The horse shot into the woods while Kyrion, with the push he had given, spun in the air and landed on the ground softly like a feather. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed. 12 men appeared, 4 archers in the back, surrounding him from a distance. The other 8 carried swords, spears, and an axe. Their looks were surprised that Kyrion had dodged, but cold. They showed no pity, not even for a child. Kyrion raised the spear he carried on his back. The metal tip of the spear reflected the sunlight filtering through the leaves of the trees. "Bandits?" Kyrion asked in a firm tone, but there was no answer. They all charged at once like starving wolves. The first sword cut the air, aiming for Kyrion's head, but it was far too slow. He spun the spear horizontally, deflecting with a metallic snap, and kicked the attacker in the chest. The sound of a bone breaking was heard as the man was hurled to the ground. Another came from behind, but Kyrion merely sidestepped, spinning the spear in an arc and striking the man's legs. He screamed as he lost strength and collapsed, unable to rise again. Kyrion sighed, dodging another strike and an arrow. "Seems like you really don't want to talk, huh?" He stepped back, observing them all, who still stared at him with greedy eyes. Kyrion's eyes then narrowed. "Well, you asked for it," Kyrion said before rushing at them with full force. And what followed was a one-sided massacre. Kyrion advanced so fast they couldn't react. The spear moved like the wind straight into the heart of the first, piercing his chest. Before the corpse even fell, the spear was already spinning, slitting the throat of the second. The 4 remaining surrounded him, but no attack came close to hitting him. Each arrow from the archers flew past, but he knew exactly where to stand, so he didn't even need to raise his spear to defend. 1 arrow passed over his ear, another under his leg. Kyrion wasted no time, spinning his weapon, sweeping the ground. 3 men fell at once. The last one had the spear driven through his belly, giving his organs space to spill out and breathe fresh air. Blood splattered across his face. The archers, in turn, panicked and began retreating instantly. But it was too late. Let's see who runs the farthest, Kyrion thought before approaching the 3 legless men screaming on the ground. He looked at them with disgust before picking up their weapons. 2 spears and an axe. This will do. Then came the first throw. The spear ripped through the air with force, making a sound echo before impaling an archer's chest, nailing him to a tree. The second fell with a spear lodged in his neck, crushing him to the ground. Then the axe was thrown at the third, spinning through the air before embedding itself in his spine, sinking fully into the man's body, who managed only one final scream of pain. The 4th archer stumbled into a tree but kept running in desperation. Kyrion looked in his direction before readying his own spear, and then it was hurled with all his strength. The metal pierced the man's leg, making him tumble to the ground, rolling and screaming in pain. Kyrion walked slowly toward him, wiping the blood from his face onto his clothes. Then he pulled the spear out of the bandit's leg while wiping the blade on the archer's black clothing. More specifically, he cleaned the spear's tip on the fabric near the man's neck. The bandit, in despair, raised his hand. "Please, mercy. I didn't mean to. They forced me. I was only here because they offered a lot of money. They said you had a lot of gold. I just wanted a better life." Kyrion stared in silence at the man, who now wouldn't stop talking. His eyes pierced through the man, and sensing, he knew what the man said was true. The greed and despair were pure. "I understand," Kyrion murmured. The spear's blade came down, decapitating the man with a single strike. Silence returned to the forest. The screams of the others ceased, probably dying from blood loss. The only sound was Kyrion's breathing and the wind rustling the leaves, until a sound arose not far away. Clap, clap. Kyrion turned, frowning. From behind a tree emerged a tall man, dressed in dark clothing, with a cold, unshakable gaze. The moment Kyrion looked at him, he felt the same as when he had met Kale. He was different from common people. He was strong, but he seemed weaker than Kale. Kyrion turned to him with the same impassive expression. His spear pointed toward the sky. "Who are you?" Kyrion asked. "The dead don't need to know," the man said with a cruel smile before advancing without warning toward Kyrion. In an instant, he was already in front of Kyrion. His speed is almost comparable to mine, Kyrion thought. But despite being the fastest person he had ever faced, to his eyes each movement was slow. Each muscle revealed the intent of his attack. A dagger flashed from his right toward his throat. Kyrion raised his spear, blocking the strike. But he was forced to step back a few paces. The impact made his arms tremble. Strong. Stronger than me, Kyrion thought, looking at his arms and feeling the blow. It was like when he fought Rurik for the first time. The enemy's strength was far greater. But Kyrion felt no fear nor concern. In fact, he felt somewhat stirred and excited. Finally, he had found another opponent at his level. He was right, only martial artists could be his opponents now. He didn't know how strong this man was in the ranking of martial artists, but if he defeated him, he would feel stronger. And, obviously, he would fight without using the new ability he had learned. Kyrion felt no need to use his particles against someone so weak. Kyrion's gaze focused on the man. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and instead of waiting to be attacked again, he shot forward toward the man in black. The cold wind still blew between the trees, but now, the wind carried a metallic smell of blood spread in all directions. Kyrion dashed with all his speed. The assassin smiled as the dagger gleamed in a sideways slash, dodging the spear and aiming at Kyrion's throat. But to him, everything was clear. His eyes captured every muscle tension, every tendon impulse, like watching a painting in motion. The spear rose in an instant. Clang! The metallic clash echoed in the forest. Kyrion was more prepared this time. Instead of 4 steps, he only took 3. He felt the raw strength of the strike vibrate in his arms, flowing into his body. That man was stronger. Kyrion had no doubts about it. The physical strength was beyond his, and the strikes seemed to carry the experience of dozens, maybe hundreds of assassinations. Each strike had only one reason: to take a life immediately. Still, Kyrion breathed deeply. His eyes let nothing escape his control. There was no attack, no matter how fast, that could surprise him. The assassin attacked from many unpredictable angles. Extremely fast thrusts, but nothing worked. Steel clashed against steel again. Sparks lit up the face of the scarred man. He growled like a cornered beast, the muscles in his neck bulging as he tried to press Kyrion with all his strength. "You're strong, but it seems that's all," Kyrion said calmly as he stepped back 2 steps and spun his spear, dodging yet another dagger slash aimed at his throat. The man was already breathing heavily, veins bulging on his arms. "Stand still, damn brat!" the man roared, launching a rapid sequence of attacks. Kyrion slid between them before the metal reached his spear. He was already intercepting the strike, or his body was no longer in the line of the slash. The metallic clash continued for a few minutes in the silent forest. The assassin began to sweat. His breathing seemed to grow increasingly out of control. The more he lunged, the more it seemed he was trying to attack the wind. Every time it seemed he would hit, Kyrion was already far away. And Kyrion was already bored. Rurik was harder, much harder, Kyrion thought as he remembered the fight against Rurik. Even with inferior strength, Rurik managed to follow his movements, predict some of his steps, fight equally for long minutes. Every fight he had with Rurik was like a real battle that made Kyrion's heart race. But this man, who was a martial artist before him, was nothing more than a sack of muscles. "You are really strong, but you are slow, you have no stamina. And worst of all, your mind is weak," Kyrion said with slight disdain, as he spun his spear deflecting another blow. The man's eyes widened. Rage seemed to burn in his pupils. He couldn't understand how a brat could compare himself to him, a brat who hadn't even entered the path of martial arts. He lunged with a roar, forcing every fiber of his body, trying to crush Kyrion with pure brutality. But Kyrion did not retreat. His eyes narrowed, closely following each fraction of movement. The assassin's arm rose, the dagger gleaming toward his chest. Kyrion spun his small body and, with an extremely precise motion, the spear slashed upward. A horrid scream exploded in the forest. The assassin's hand and part of his wrist were split in half by the spear. The dagger flew away as blood gushed from the assassin's hand, divided in 2. The man screamed, stumbling slightly as he held his bloody hand with eyes wide in terror. The assassin, driven by survival instinct, stood up and ran. He ran with all his strength as his legs pounded the forest floor in haste, like an animal in flight. Kyrion moved, the spear firm in his hands. "As if you would run," Kyrion thought, as in just a few seconds he caught up with the assassin. His speed already far surpassed the wounded and weary man. He quickly reached close enough, and when the spear tip was about to pierce the assassin's nape, suddenly, clang! A metallic sound echoed far in the forest. Something intercepted Kyrion's spear at the last moment, saving the assassin. Kyrion narrowed his eyes. In front of him, firm and unshakable, stood a white spear with golden details that had not moved a centimeter as Kyrion's was pushed away along with his body. He looked at the owner of the spear, already knowing who it was. Kyrion looked with his impassive expression, but his gaze was cold, different from the indifference he usually had. "Kale, what does this mean?" Kyrion's voice came out in an icy tone. The man who stopped his spear was, in fact, Kale. He did not retreat even a step, as if Kyrion's strike had never happened. His spear still blocked the assassin's path. "The assassin must not die yet. Think of the bigger picture." Kale's voice was calm and casual. His slight smile remained on his face. The assassin, fallen on the ground, trembled. The fear in his eyes grew many times more than before, not only because of Kyrion, but mainly when he heard the name Kyrion spoke. Shit, what a stupid mission. Who the hell would try to assassinate someone protected by this monster? The assassin thought before giving up completely on his life and on escaping somehow. Kyrion breathed deeply, his expression lightened slightly, but he still disliked the situation. You don't seem surprised to see me here, Kale commented, trying to probe Kyrion's reaction. Kyrion slowly lowered his spear, but his eyes never left Kale's. I saw you when you tried to move from atop that branch at the beginning of the fight, Kyrion said in a firm tone. But you stopped when you realized I could handle him, and decided only to watch. But you would intervene if I were losing, wouldn't you? Kyrion completed, already certain of his words. Kale's small smile widened. Exactly. You are truly special, just as Rurik told us. The silence after Kale's words lingered. Kyrion, eyes focused on Kale, took a step forward. Why were you following me? First, because Rurik asked, and second, because the Royal Order needs a talent like you. Kale replied simply, not trying to hide the truth or evade the question. The name made Kyrion grip his spear tighter. Who exactly is Rurik? Kyrion asked, wanting to know exactly how he seemed to have so much influence. Kale stared at him for a few seconds in silence. The wind blew through the trees, carrying the metallic smell of blood that still stained the ground. And then Kale opened his mouth. Rurik is known for having been the greatest genius of the Country of Valor since its existence. He was born with a perfect body to be a warrior. Strength, stamina, speed, instinct. Rurik had no opponent when it came to fighting technique. A genius who at 15 years old was already at the top of the country as the strongest soldier beyond martial artists. More than that, he could face the weaker martial artists. It was as if he were destined to be the strongest and the best fighter. But his talent, his brilliance, it went only that far. Kale said with sorrow in his voice as he sighed. What do you mean? Kyrion, who seemed engrossed in the story of his teacher, asked. Rurik could be extremely talented in everything he set out to do, but he had zero talent to be a martial artist. No matter how much he tried, how much his body was destroyed and reforged, his body would not improve anymore. No, in fact, his strength began to decline, to the point that today, Rurik must not even have a third of the strength of his peak. Kale finished with a sad expression. While Kyrion was extremely surprised, it was as if he hadn't truly known his teacher until now. Why did he never tell me? Why would such a genius be in an isolated city as a mere captain? Kyrion asked, clenching his fists. Rurik himself decided it. He suddenly disappeared after losing to a swordsman from another country, and isolated himself in Faulk, never leaving again. He sent no letters, made no contact with anyone, not even with his own family. But, that changed about 1.5 years ago. Rurik, the genius who had isolated himself, suddenly began sending countless letters. There were many, many, and all of them spoke about only one person. Kale said while looking into Kyrion's eyes, which he understood immediately. Captain Rurik, Kyrion didn't know what to think, but a smile appeared on his lips unconsciously. He swore, that his student's talent was 10 times greater than his own, and that he would most certainly have the necessary talent to be a martial artist, and then put an end to the war in the south. Kale said, his smile becoming heavy as he finished. War? Kyrion asked, intrigued. You'll know about it later, boy. For now, I must go. The danger that followed you has already been eliminated. In the next city, another colleague from the Royal Order will await you and take you to the capital. So don't worry about your safety. I'll be going. I'll take the assassin and discover his origins. See you in the royal capital. Kale said, grabbing the assassin and suddenly leaping high into the branches, quickly leaving his field of vision above the trees. Kyrion looked at that, impressed. If Kale wanted to, he could kill me without me having a chance to react. Is this a glimpse of what a true martial artist can do? Maybe I really am still at the beginning. But it won't take long for me to catch up to you, Kale. Kyrion thought, extremely enthusiastic. Suddenly, he put 2 fingers to his mouth and then a loud whistle echoed through the forest. He didn't have to wait long for Shadow to appear running toward him. Kyrion smiled as he mounted the horse and resumed his journey once more. Kyrion left behind the smell of iron and blood in the forest, moving forward with Shadow in firm steps until the beaten road that led to the next city. On the afternoon of the next day, Kyrion saw from afar the silhouette of 6 people. Soon he would pass by them. As he got closer, he could make out who they were. Soldiers, between 16 and 18 years old. They wore simple guard uniforms, but each held their spear with a certain confidence. What caught Kyrion's attention, in fact, was that among the 6, there was a girl. The first female soldier Kyrion had ever seen. The girl had brown hair tied in a ponytail, sharp eyes, slightly rosy cheeks, and a straight posture that showed years of training. Kyrion also noticed a small scar that cut across her lips. When Kyrion approached, they turned toward him. Just as Kyrion looked at the girl, her eyes fell on him. She immediately noticed the uniform and the insignia on his chest. Her body reacted before her mind, and she bowed slightly out of respect. "May I know who you are?" she asked, her voice firm but surprised and still with a slight respect. Kyrion stopped Shadow just a few steps away from them. "Kyrion, Vice Captain of Faulk," he answered calmly. Silence fell over the group. The 5 boys glanced at each other, as if they had just heard some absurd joke. A child, so small, was saying he was a vice captain? If it weren't for the girl bowing before him, they all would have already mocked him. But seeing her bow, they all followed, imitating her example. Even though their eyes were still full of doubt toward Kyrion. She then lifted her head again and asked him, "Are you also going to the tournament?" "Yes," Kyrion replied simply and directly. "My name is Lena. I am from Valtar City. I and the others are also going to take part in the tournament." She introduced herself with a small smile. Before Kyrion could say anything, one of those behind her spoke up, excited and with a hint of arrogance. "Lena is a genius. She managed to fight on equal footing with the vice captain of our city, even though she lost." Hearing him, Kyrion turned his eyes to him, and then to Lena. Lena cursed the boy in her mind while stomping on his foot, making him yelp in pain. But her face kept the same small smile. She was furious at that idiot for talking about her being a genius in front of Kyrion, who was already a vice captain at less than half her age. Kyrion, slightly curious, suddenly asked, "Why did you become a soldier? I've never seen a woman in the guard besides you." Her small smile faded for a moment. Her eyes seemed to dive into old memories. "When I was little, bandits ended up killing my family. My father, mother, and brother. All just because of money. And then they tried to sell me. But before that could happen, the captain of Valtar's guard rescued me." Her voice wavered a bit as she remembered, but soon regained its firmness, and the faint smile returned to her lips. "And then I promised myself that I would save anyone else in my situation, just as I was saved. So I tried to join the guard, and at 12 years old I was accepted by the captain. Since then, I've done nothing but train." Lena finished, clenching her fists. Kyrion felt the pain in her memories, in her feelings. But as she spoke, a proud glow replaced the sadness. A determined glow that he found interesting. Kyrion said nothing but had Shadow walk slowly at her side, listening to her in silence. In the end, Lena asked if he wanted to accompany her to the city. He thought for a moment, then nodded. "Get on," he said suddenly after the invitation, pulling on the reins to stop Shadow. Lena hesitated for a moment, but Kyrion extended his hand, signaling her to sit behind him. And then she accepted. She mounted Shadow, sitting behind Kyrion. The soldiers, seeing this, grumbled under their breath, feeling a twinge of envy and jealousy, even if toward a child. The journey continued peacefully, with light conversations. The young men chatted excitedly about the geniuses who would participate in the Dawn tournament. "There are 2 great geniuses this time," one of the soldiers said. "I heard about that. There's a boy in the royal city, 14 years old. And also one from Brum City, only 12. Another commented excitedly while the others laughed. Until they looked at Kyrion and realized. Lena, who had been curious for a while, saw this as the moment to ask. "And you? How old are you?" she asked with a firm voice. "I'll be 6 soon," Kyrion answered, without much emotion or concern. And then silence. So heavy that the only sound was Shadow's hooves striking the ground, as if mocking them. Lena was surprised but had imagined something like that. On Shadow's back, she looked past Kyrion, who was guiding the horse in silence. Kyrion ignored their silence and shock and asked, "How does the Dawn Tournament work?" The Dawn Tournament takes place every 5 years. Only soldiers can participate and under 18 years old. But the ones guaranteed to participate are those recommended by a vice captain or higher. Those who don't have a recommendation will be lucky if they even get a spot in the tournament. Lena explained calmly to him with her firm voice. She then smiled faintly. "You're already a vice captain, so that doesn't matter much." Kyrion listened attentively, understanding more about the initial purpose of this trip. Then some days of travel passed. And finally they arrived at the next city. Kyrion once again didn't need to pay a fee to enter. Lena and the others did. Kyrion left Shadow again in the care of a soldier. As soon as they entered the city, Lena dismissed the other 5. And although they didn't like it at all, they could only obey. If they insisted, they felt she would beat them up. And she then followed Kyrion, who didn't push her away. In the last few days, the two had talked more. For Kyrion, Lena was acceptable. She didn't talk too much, didn't irritate him, and wasn't too arrogant. But what really made him give her a mental nod of approval was the voracious appetite she had. During the trip, she only ate less than him. And just like him, she seemed to truly enjoy and savor the food. Kyrion gave her his mental seal of approval at that moment. The two walked through the city, their conversations simple and brief. But the two were comfortable and seemed to understand each other in some way. They arrived in the city in the afternoon, and soon night began to fall. The two dined in a restaurant and silently competed over who could eat more. Kyrion obviously won with ease, but it was a good fight, and she seemed to have enjoyed it greatly. The two left, full, and quickly looked for an inn. But the city seemed more crowded lately, and there was only one last room left. Kyrion looked at Lena, and she looked at him. The two, with the same expression, seemed not to care, and Kyrion paid for the room. Upon entering the room, he took a cold bath and lay down on the bed facing one side. Lena did the same, bathed, and turned to the other side, without ceremony. And then the two slowly fell asleep. But when they did, something strange happened as Kyrion slept deeply. His body unconsciously drew closer to Lena as he slept, perhaps drawn by the warmth. He then hugged her with his small arms. Lena woke up at that moment and, feeling Kyrion embrace her, was startled at first, but then she remembered who he was, and instead of pushing him away, she turned to him. She pulled him closer, hugging him back and bringing him against her chest. On her face was a sincere and melancholic smile as she ran her hand through Kyrion's hair. "For you to become like this at your age, your life must not have been easy either. Sleep well, Kyrion," she whispered before falling back asleep. Kyrion seemed to have the best night of sleep in a long time, waking up a little later than usual. He didn't know what had happened, but he felt warm and comfortable. He woke with messy hair and looked around. Lena was already ready, dressed in soldier clothes, sitting on the side of the bed. "Good morning," Lena said. "Good morning," Kyrion replied as he stood up and went to the bathroom, returning already prepared. The two then left the room, descending the inn stairs, only to come face to face with a young man of 20 years, handsome in appearance, and with a crooked smile on his face. As soon as he saw Kyrion, he commented in a teasing tone, "Heh, as expected of Rurik's student. At this age, already winning over a beauty." Kyrion frowned, not quite understanding what the man meant by that. But he immediately recognized the man. He was also a martial artist. The man's crooked smile lingered as he observed the two. His eyes scanned back and forth between Kyrion and Lena, Lena felt uncomfortable, and her expression darkened. "Who are you?" Kyrion asked in his direct tone. The man's smile widened as he introduced himself. "I am Darien, from the Royal Order. I was asked to accompany you to the Order's headquarters in the royal capital. We depart today, boy. We won't waste time." Lena's eyes widened. She instinctively straightened her posture. The mere mention of the Royal Order carried a weight Kyrion didn't yet understand. She had heard of them before. Chosen warriors, above all soldiers, trained specifically to protect the royal family and the country of valor. Kyrion showed no immediate reaction, just watched the man, as if he were measuring him. "So, you're going to be my guide?" Darien leaned slightly. "You can see me that way if you like." "No, you literally are my guide," Kyrion said as the man's expression hardened. The man was silent for a moment. "Tisk. Brat, prepare your things, we're leaving now." Kyrion then turned to Lena. "Do you need to do anything here? If not, we'll head to the capital now." Kyrion wanted her opinion, already taking for granted that she would go with him. "No, we can leave whenever you want. In the capital, there will be much more to do and explore, unlike this city." Lena replied calmly. "All right, then let's go." Kyrion quickly retrieved Shadow. The horse snorted happily at being reunited with him and Lena. Kyrion mounted first, then Lena climbed up, adjusting her spear on her back, settling behind Kyrion once again as if it were already natural. Then the horse began to run. Beside them, Darien accompanied them on foot, with light steps but incredibly fast, never falling behind. The road to the capital was wider and busier than any other Kyrion had ever seen. Merchants, travelers, luxurious carriages, along with several groups of young soldiers heading the same way. The tournament attracted everyone, and there was still plenty of time before it began. The capital would soon be filled with all kinds of people. As they advanced, Darien suddenly struck up a conversation. "Kyrion, do you know why the Aurora tournament exists?" "To measure strength among young soldiers," Kyrion replied. Darien smirked. "That's a superficial answer. The tournament is, in fact, just a sieve. Those who stand out in the tournament may be chosen by the royal order or even by the royal family. Nobles also recruit some to serve their families specifically," Darien explained. But Kyrion didn't care much about that. He was going to enter the royal order anyway to become a martial artist, so the tournament didn't matter much to him. Still, since Rurik wanted him to participate, he would. But he wasn't excited after all. Beating up kids wasn't exactly fun. Lena, upon hearing, widened her eyes, but a firm determination shone on her face. This is a chance to completely change one's life. She murmured quietly to herself, but Kyrion overheard. "Change your life, huh? I hope you manage that." "Changing my life isn't my goal," Kyrion answered, not reacting much. Darien narrowed his eyes, curious as he asked, "Then what is your goal, boy?" "To be the strongest." Kyrion didn't hesitate for even a second before answering. That answer was always ready on the tip of his tongue. Silence fell on the road for a few seconds. Lena looked at him, impressed by his bluntness. Darien only smiled again. "Ambitious, isn't it? But that's good. Geniuses need high ambition, or else they'll waste their talents." The three continued together on the journey. Darien was more talkative than Kyrion and Lena, but his questions always made the two respond in some way. Soon, the capital drew closer and closer, until they began climbing a high hill, and when they reached the top, night had fallen, and then they saw it. The capital, the city of the Silver Lake. An absolutely immense city, larger than anything they had ever seen. The city surrounded a vast lake, the moon reflected in the water, giving it a silver glow. On the right side of the city, there was a huge white castle where the royal family lived. The city was illuminated, and, even from afar, they could feel its bustling energy. Lena found the sight so beautiful that she ended up speaking aloud without realizing it. Kyrion only looked calmly. His purpose, there was only one. He would become a martial artist, and he would gather all the information he could about the particles in his eyes. And if he couldn't get that information here, he would simply become strong enough to leave and discover it for himself. Having decided, the three camped beneath a tree, and the next morning they continued to the capital. The following morning brought with it the soft glow of the sun reflecting on the distant lake. The road to the capital grew busier with every kilometer. When they finally arrived at the city gates after several hours, Kyrion lifted his eyes. The Silver Lake City stood before him, its walls immense, larger than those of any other city, and seemingly endless to the sides. But at the entrance there was a massive line of people waiting for inspection by the soldiers. As soon as they arrived, everyone's attention turned to them, because Darien and the two on the horse simply bypassed the line, passing by all of them. The soldiers guarding the gate immediately straightened and bowed slightly. Kyrion heard the murmurs of the crowd. "He is," a traveler said with surprised eyes. "Darien of the Royal Order," another whispered in awe. The name spread like wildfire through the crowd, bringing curious, fearful, and even envious glances. No one dared stop the group. With a simple gesture from Darien, the line was ignored, and the three passed through the gate. Kyrion, mounted on Shadow, moved among the people like a small, mysterious shadow. Inside the capital, Lena was left speechless. The city pulsed with life. Wide stone streets filled with carriages and pedestrians. Vendors shouting, offering spices and jewels. Children running everywhere. But Kyrion wasn't impressed. His eyes were focused on something else at the moment. The particles, for some reason, had been growing more present as he traveled. In Faulk, they were extremely scarce, but as he moved along, their number seemed to gradually increase. And here, the amount was greater. He just had no way of knowing why. Another thing that caught his attention was that the air here was much more humid. Because of the lake at the city's center, Kyrion felt he could freeze things more easily here. That made him more comfortable. Soon, Darien guided them to a set of distinct buildings. It was close to the castle but an isolated complex, surrounded by white stone walls. At the entrance, there was a great crest of the Royal Order, gleaming above the main gate. The crest was a golden sword and spear, crossed. "Welcome to the headquarters of the Royal Order," Darien said with a serious yet slightly proud tone. Lena and Kyrion dismounted Shadow, but as they approached, they were stopped by a guard. "Only members of the Order and invited guests may enter," the guard said. Darien handed a white letter to the man. Meanwhile, Kyrion looked at Lena for a moment. "Take care of Shadow, I'll be back soon," he said simply. She nodded. She was curious, but she knew she couldn't cross that gate. Kyrion followed Darien. The interior of the headquarters was completely luxurious. The corridors were wide, filled with white marble pillars. The Order symbol was in many places, along with various armors displayed in the halls. He was taken to the main hall. Darien knocked, then opened the doors. As soon as they entered, Kyrion realized a meeting was likely taking place. There were 7 people seated at a round table, but there were 13 seats. Darien then sat in one of the empty chairs. Among the 7 people, 2 were women. Kyrion immediately realized they were all martial artists, some of them reminding him of Kale. But one person in particular made Kyrion raise his guard. He felt as if he were being watched by a beast ready to attack. His eyes fixed only on one person. At the center of the table, a woman apparently in her 40s, with black hair tied back, a serene gaze, and a faintly strange smile on her lips. Unlike the others, Kyrion felt she wasn't just strong. No, her eyes told him she was above everyone there. Her entire body exuded power, defined muscles beneath the White Order uniform. As Kyrion focused on her, he analyzed every detail. The woman also stared at him, assessing his every movement since he entered the room. She noticed his sharp gaze, and when she looked deep into his eyes, she smiled inwardly. "So, these are the eyes my foolish brother talks so much about. Eyes that make your student a complete aberration, you say?" She thought slowly, looking into his blue eyes with irises like snowflakes, beautiful yet strange. Suddenly, her right hand moved subtly, so lightly it seemed meaningless. But at that moment, Kyrion noticed immediately, and before he fully processed it, his body instinctively moved, sliding slightly to the side. At the same instant, a thunderous sound echoed behind him. The thick door he had just passed now had a hole the size of a finger. Had he not seen and dodged, he would have died instantly. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the woman cautiously, his gaze sharpening even more. But the woman only smiled, seeming satisfied. Kyrion, isn't it? You've passed the first test. From today, you are the provisional 14th warrior of the Royal Order. Your training to become a true member will begin tomorrow. The woman's voice rang firmly through the hall. Silence filled the room afterward. Everyone looked at Kyrion. Seeing the attack he had evaded, none had any reason to contest it. Good. I will personally train him. Darian, take him to see his room and explain the basic rules of the order. Darian stood, nodding. Understood. Kyrion was then forced to leave the room. He hadn't spoken a single word, but as he exited, he found what the woman had launched. Embedded in a pillar was a ring made entirely of iron. He carefully pulled it out, picked it up with his fingers before clenching it in his hand. Then he looked back, and without hesitation, hurled the ring back with all his strength. The ring flew like an arrow cutting the air, but the woman only smiled, extended her hand, and caught it effortlessly, slipping it back onto her finger. So, he already possesses strength at the first stage, even without having undergone the first transformation yet. Truly special. The woman thought, her smile widening in her mind. As they walked through the white corridors of the Order, Kyrion asked, Are there only 13 people in the Royal Order? Yes, well, now we will be 14. We are few, for no one else is worthy. The Royal Order does not accept mediocrity. How exactly do you choose the people who enter? Simple. Be born talented in some style of fighting. It doesn't matter which, but talented enough to stand above the others and catch the attention of some member. Or pass the selection process, which, in your case, was simplified. Why? Kyrion asked in doubt. Rurik ensured that you would be worth it, and I believe he was right. Now you only need to pass through the last and most important test. If you succeed, you will be an official member. Darian completed it as they reached a white door with the Order's crest. The room was small but luxurious. A wide bed, a shelf with several books, and even a marble bathtub. Kyrion, after leaving his bag and spear in the room, left again, approaching the gate through which he had entered. He found Lena outside, caressing Shadow's head. I will live here now. Kyrion said it straight. Lena smiled but felt a little sad, for she probably would not see him much. I will do my best in the tournament. Maybe one day I will enter the Order too, she said, but there was not a single drop of confidence in those words. But Kyrion nodded. The trip was fun. Kyrion spoke in the same tone as always. But Lena laughed, extremely surprised. For you too? Hee. I am honored. Kyrion did not reply, but his face was less closed than usual. After a few seconds, work hard until the tournament arrives, and take care of Shadow for me. Kyrion completed it before going back inside. Kyrion returned to his room and looked through his window, which faced a small garden in the building's interior. The training would begin at sunrise the next day. He watched the setting sun filtering through the white curtains. He had already absorbed all the particles he had seen so far and felt that in the coming years he would finally reach the limit. As it was not yet night, he decided to read the books on the shelf. He really did not know many things, so there must be important information there. He picked the first book. It was called The 15 Countries. Kyrion became instantly interested, opening the book, his eyes quickly scanning, reading faster than anyone. His eyes absorbed all the information from the book, and, in a short time, he closed his eyes, comprehending everything he had read. So, the country of Valor is the neutral country that lies between 7 allied countries on its left border and 7 allied countries on its right border, who are absolute enemies. The country of Valor remains in a neutral state and does not lean to either side. But part of its territory, the south of Valor, is occupied by wars all the time. The other countries use part of the neutral territory to battle, and the war has already lasted for many, many years. The royal family made a pact with both alliances. They should not set foot on the rest of the country. In exchange, they would not interfere in any conflict in that part of the territory. And so it was done. And this was only possible for one reason. Kyrion discovered in the next book. The country of valor does not have the best army nor the weakest. But it has something the other countries do not. The royal order. Each member is worth more than 100 normal soldiers. Even though the other countries also have martial artists, they are not comparable to those of valor. If all members acted, they could take down an entire army. Kyrion was surprised and even more interested in the information. So he continued reading. In another book, it described that the frozen land in the north extended infinitely and bordered all countries to the north. But it was considered a forbidden area. Nothing could survive beyond a certain area, all were instantly frozen to death. Furthermore, people who managed to survive at the edge of the frozen land. Many times they were found dead, completely frozen while doing their activities. Kyrion then remembered that bird. It probably did not like humans staying around there and ended up eliminating them all. That is what he imagined, but he did not see any mention of the bird. It seemed that no one had ever seen such a thing. In that same book, which spoke about the frozen land to the north, it told about the border of all countries to the south. There was a mountain range, one that extended through all countries until it reached the sea. The mountain range was absurdly immense, and strong winds blew at the top. It was a natural barrier, impossible to pass. All had no idea what existed on the other side. There were no records of anyone crossing. This also intrigued Kyrion. Could there be another barrier like that of the frozen territory? Kyrion thought before closing the last book. It was much information and things to think about, so he lay with his arms and legs spread on the huge bed for his size. All the information was passing through his mind as a slight smile appeared. Well, whether it is possible or not to cross, I will discover when I am stronger. Kyrion then slept in that position. Even before the sun rose, Kyrion awoke, got ready quickly, and left his room only to come face to face with you. Kyrion looked surprised at the woman who was almost Rurik's height. Yes, I thought I would have to drag you out of bed. But you are punctual, I see. Follow me. The woman who had nearly killed him with the iron ring was at his door. Kyrion followed her slowly. The corridors were completely empty as before, lit by oil lanterns. The silence was almost absolute, except for the echo of their steps. Who are you? Kyrion asked suddenly. Yria, leader of the royal order and Rurik's older sister. Kyrion was surprised, but not too much. She really reminded him of Rurik, mainly by the height. He never mentioned his family. Kyrion said, It is a long story, not for me to tell, but for Rurik to like you so much, he never approved anyone easily. So prove he is not wrong, said the woman as the two arrived at an inner courtyard, surrounded by marble columns. In the center there were 2 large bathtubs besides other strange tools. Kyrion looked at that in doubt. Yria pointed to a place on the stone floor ahead. Sit. Kyrion did, calmly crossing his legs. Yria looked at him, circling and evaluating him totally. Do you know what a martial artist is? Kyrion remained silent, waiting for the explanation. A martial artist is one who masters himself before mastering others. For martial artists, their own body is the strongest and sharpest weapon. We sculpt it, destroy it, master it, and rebuild the body until it becomes a weapon. Yria said with a serious face while pointing to Kyrion's shirt. He took it off quickly. We call it the path of flesh and bone. It requires that you break every physical limit through pain. She completed it while pointing to one of the bathtubs that steamed, hot bubbles rising as it boiled. The first stage is called tempered body. You will boil your muscles until they nearly explode. You will receive blows all over your body until the skin hardens. And your body will be driven to the limit until collapse. While this happens, you cannot faint or lose concentration. You must learn to feel and control every fiber of your being. Kyrion looked at the bubbling water, then at Yria. "Why boiling?" "To teach your body not to yield," she said while pointing. "Enter all at once. Your test will begin now. After today, you will transform if you have the willpower and talent for it. If not, you will just want to die or truly die if you are weak." Yria said without much emotion. Kyrion looked at the bathtub and then removed the rest of his clothes, standing completely naked. He approached the bathtub. "It's to become stronger." Kyrion sighed before placing a foot in the boiling water. Yria nodded in her mind, for Kyrion seemed determined. The pain was instant. He felt his skin contract but continued until he submerged his whole body, leaving only his head above. The body fell into the boiling water, and, in seconds, all the skin burst into blisters, turning red and white before coming off in pieces. The muscles contracted grotesquely. The skin detached little by little, leaving exposed flesh, rigid and swollen. "Breathe deeply, control yourself. Pain is a signal, master the signal. Master the body," Yria said, observing Kyrion's expression of pain. But, surprised that he had not given any scream, she looked at his open and calm eyes. After a minute that seemed an eternity, Yria plunged her arms into the bathtub, holding Kyrion's completely wrecked body, and threw him into the other bathtub all at once. The other bathtub was a completely black and thick liquid. As soon as Kyrion fell into the bathtub, a refreshing sensation began. But it was brief before a terrible burning flooded all his body. The liquid seemed to infiltrate his body, throughout his body through the wounded skin, and then seemed to circulate inside his skin and muscles. The pain was extreme, but he endured strongly. "Compared to the pain I felt when I was frozen, this is not much," Kyrion said in his mind, convincing himself and biting his lips. After a minute, the pain lessened, but he could not feel his body properly. "You will now stay inside this bathtub for 1 hour, and then repeat." "How many times?" Kyrion asked with his face already slightly better. 100 times. You must complete this until the Aurora tournament begins. That is less than 2 months. Good luck. You will not leave this room until you complete the first stage. Do not worry. Every day large amounts of food will be sent, Yria said as she threw a book on the floor. "You proved you have determination for this. So read and learn by yourself. I will return every 5 days to see your progress," Yria said before leaving the courtyard, closing the door completely. "Looks like I'm trapped, isn't it?" Kyrion sighed, but lit his motivation. He would most certainly complete this and grow stronger. His body would endure one way or another. 3 days had passed since Kyrion began his hellish training. The black liquid seeped into his skin and burned like fire poured on living flesh. Kyrion had submerged himself in the bathtub for the 8th time, his muscles trembling under the thick liquid, as the skin on his back completely peeled away, leaving only raw, bright red flesh exposed. His fingers clutched the edge of the bathtub tightly before letting go, and his body began to relax. He had not screamed once since this began, no matter how hurt he was. He took a deep breath and got out of the bathtub, sitting in front of the book. It was slightly stained with blood and water. The manual of the Royal Order, the Path of Flesh and Bone, lay open on the floor. Kyrion had already memorized it on the first day. But when he read the final words, his anxiety and desire to grow stronger surged to the surface. If the book was right, when he completed the transformation, his strength would be far greater. The first part of the book described the ritual of flesh. It would begin with 1 minute in boiling water, and then an hour in the black liquid. First, his muscles, flesh, and skin would suffer from the boiling, and then be flooded in the thick liquid that burned like 1,000 needles. He would have to repeat this 100 times, but the time in the boiling bathtub would increase as the days went by, and the time in the black bathtub would decrease. By now he had already noticed the pattern. The black liquid, which had no explanation of what it was not just torture like the boiling water. It was, in truth, healing. The blisters that formed during the boiling shriveled after 30 minutes in the black bath. The open wounds across his skin closed faster, leaving pink scars. and even his muscles, which seemed flayed alive, slowly rebuilt themselves denser with each cycle. When Kyrion realized this, his cracked, bleeding lips smiled. At the end of each day, a servant appeared to change the liquid in both bathtubs, as well as bring food, but it didn't seem enough. His body was craving more energy. On the morning of the 5th day, the door to the inner courtyard suddenly opened. Yria entered, wearing a dark blue cloak, her eyes assessing Kyrion's battered body. He was already submerged in the black bath even in the morning, only his face above the surface. "So, you're alive," she commented as she kicked the open book away from the tubs. "Have you read this?" "Yes." "Understood it?" "Yes," Kyrion replied directly. She looked into his eyes. "Then why are you doing this?" Kyrion raised his left arm from the liquid. The skin, once shredded, now seemed to be growing new, still pink, but pale. "Because it works exactly as written, and it will make me stronger." "But the food is not enough, I need double the amount," Kyrion said with a serious expression. What bothered him the most now was hunger. Hearing this, Yria laughed, a truly rare sound. "All right, boy, you deserve it. I'll tell the servants." She then turned to leave but cast one last glance. She was truly satisfied. Rurik found a good student. The hardest part of this training is not just the physical torture that can lead to death, but the mentality and determination to continue. Besides, if he were not talented in the path, even with the black bath, his body would not recover so fast. The boy has talent, probably in a few years, Yria thought before closing the door. And so Kyrion's routine became a repetitive cycle. His body was boiled and destroyed before being regenerated and remade little by little. Each day, his flesh became more resistant to the boiling, while the black bathtub made him recover faster and faster. On the 8th day, Kyrion no longer trembled when entering the boiling water. On the 14th day, his skin no longer peeled away, only turned red and swollen. On the 21st day, he could remain 15 minutes in the boiling water before beginning to feel pain. And when the 28th day came, Kyrion would submerge in the black bath and sleep inside it. Kyrion's feeding became animal-like, seeming to increase with each day. It seemed that all the energy from food was used to recover. He demanded more and more food, and everything was devoured between baths. His body needed fuel to rebuild itself. On the morning that marked 1 month since he began the training, Kyrion entered the boiling bathtub and did not come out. He remained there for a full hour. When he emerged, his skin was intact. No blisters appeared. He then entered the black bathtub. Felt cold. Kyrion submerged himself, and for the first time, nothing hurt. When he came out, he looked at his reflection in the still water, his hands holding the edge of the stone tub, which suddenly cracked as he gripped it with his small hands. A small smile appeared on his face. "Looks like I made it, but I thought something like, I don't know, something visible would happen. But in the end, it seems the transformation happened progressively during the training. I need to test my new strength better later," Kyrion thought. Suddenly, the door behind him opened. Yria returned, finding him standing in the center of the courtyard without any clothes. 100 times, Kyrion said. Yria looked over Kyrion's entire body, nodded as she drew a dagger, and threw it toward his shoulder. She didn't use much of her strength, only enough to pierce an ordinary human. But the blade stopped after 2 centimeters. Kyrion looked at the wound, where the blood flowed for an instant. He removed the dagger, and then the blood seemed to stop on its own. He felt no pain beyond a slight burning, and it would not take long for that wound to close. "Looks like you've entered the tempered body. I can feel you've grown stronger, but your strength hasn't increased as much as I thought," Yria said, thinking. "But I guess it makes sense, you were already almost as physically strong as a common 3rd-grade martial artist. Now, your strength must be far greater than all of them but still below the 2nd grade," Yria said with a slight smile. Kyrion clenched his fists, feeling his new strength. As she said, he indeed felt stronger, but the so-called transformation the book mentioned hadn't happened. Maybe because my body had already been improved before by the particles. Kyrion thought, but he was satisfied. Congratulations on advancing to the first stage of the path and becoming a martial artist. This is a great moment. From today, Kyrion, you are officially the 14th member of the Royal Order, and the youngest in history to enter. But things are only beginning. Now the true pain starts. Yria said with such seriousness that it didn't sound like she was congratulating him. But Kyrion felt she was satisfied. Kyrion thought in silence as something came to his mind. The books said the Royal Order possessed the most powerful martial artists among the 15 countries. Is that why? Kyrion said, looking at his shoulder, where the wound was already closing, leaving only a small mark. Oh, you noticed. I heard from Kale that you faced a third-grade martial artist. So, you must understand the difference between your strength and that of martial artists outside the order. Yria began to explain. The path we follow is at least 3 times superior to any other. Because of the liquid your body absorbed little by little every day, we possess greater regeneration than normal, which increases at each stage. Moreover, our training method can be far more torturous precisely because of the black liquid that doesn't let us die or weaken from the injuries, making us stronger. Normal martial artists have several disadvantages. Chronic pains, fractures, inflammations, and death from exhaustion are the most common during training. That's why martial artists are rare. But the worst disadvantage is physical wear and premature aging. Martial artists have short lifespans due to forcing their bodies to the limit. But the Royal Order is different. We can live longer, we are stronger, and the disadvantages don't affect us. The only disadvantage I can mention is compatibility with the black liquid. If it is low or incompatible, no matter how much your body is destroyed and rebuilt with it, it won't work. If Rurik were compatible, Yria thought with slight sorrow before continuing. And as you can see, the chance of being compatible is extremely low. The Royal Order has always had at most 15 to 20 active members. While Yria explained, Kyrion listened attentively, absorbing all the information. What is this liquid made of? It is really useful, Kyrion said, realizing why the order was so strong. In the center and bottom of the Silver Lake, every 5 years, silver flowers bloom. When we remove these flowers, they become as dark as the night, and, when mixed with various herbs, it is possible to create this liquid. The origin of this path and the origin of the black liquid are uncertain. It has existed since the founding of the Country of Valor. But no one knows who created the path of flesh and bone, nor who invented the recipe. Yria said, the liquid is generally used on the winner of the Aurora tournament and on those the order deems talented. If they are compatible, they enter the order. If not, they are not sent to the royal family and instead become soldiers there. But you are special, and even if you fought with your eyes closed, you would win first place among those children. So I decided to test your compatibility as quickly as possible. But you still need to participate in the tournament. Win it with dominance. And then, at the end, we will announce that you have become the 14th official member of the Royal Order to the country. And then, to the royal family. Be prepared. Yria said seriously, looking into his eyes. Understood. Kyrion didn't care much and simply accepted. Now get dressed, and you are free until the end of the tournament. Do whatever you want. Yria said, giving him one last glance. Kyrion looked down and only now remembered that he had been naked the entire time. Not that he cared much about it. Kyrion walked through the inner hall in silence. His body, as the days went by, was becoming stronger and stronger. He knew this but didn't understand exactly how much, so he thought he wanted to test it. I need to find someone to fight. His clenched hands opened and closed as if testing a new phase. Probably about a month and a half left until the tournament, or something like that. Until then, I have to test my strength, find Lena, meet with Kale, and see if he's already discovered information about the assassin. Kyrion then decided to leave the courtyard, heading straight to his room through the empty corridors. There, on top of his bed, there was already an outfit. It was completely white, it looked simple, but as soon as Kyrion put it on, he saw that it wasn't. The outfit simply had the most comfortable texture he had ever felt. It was completely different, it was soft. He then approached a mirror beside the bed and looked at his appearance. 1 meter and 10 centimeters tall. His black hair inherited from his mother already reached his shoulders, straight and messy. His eyes, blue as the sky. In the center, 2 irises shaped like snowflakes. His skin seemed cleaner now for some reason. Kyrion looked at it for a while. He still had an extremely childish appearance, but he liked his looks, which in his view were among the most beautiful for a simple reason. His appearance was extremely similar to his mother's. His nose, his mouth, his black hair. Everything reminded him of her in some way. He sincerely smiled seeing this and looked at his eyes, the ones she had praised. His eyes seemed more and more beautiful. He then left the room and the building of the Order. He walked through the luxurious streets where the Order was located. This was the place where the nobles, the Order, and the royal family lived. He could see the walls and the immense castle not far from him. He approached the end of the noble district, and there were several empty carriages. He went up to one and spoke with the coachman. "Take me to the capital's barracks," Kyrion said calmly. The man nodded, and soon the carriage moved. Kyrion discovered that the barracks were on the other side of the city. The trip ended up taking a full hour. Time enough for him to observe the important and striking buildings and those he might try to go to later. The path he traveled was all in his mind. The city seemed busier than when he had arrived. There were twice as many people in the streets moving between fairs and shops. But none of this caught much of his attention. The only thing on his mind now was to test his strength and, "Lena, she must be fine. Maybe she's gotten stronger. I'll invite her to eat at some famous restaurant. I need tasty food instead of just nutritious," Kyrion thought, remembering Lena's happy face as the two devoured several dishes. She was exactly the right person to go with him to eat, and that's why he wanted to find her today. He thought she might be at the barracks since she was a soldier. Kyrion was also a bit frustrated. He had eaten so much food in the last month, but all of it was extremely simple, almost without seasoning or anything like that, and sweets only came from fruits. "Today, we will eat everything," Kyrion affirmed in his mind as the carriage began to stop. "Sir, from here on, only soldiers or superiors can pass," the coachman said through the small opening of the carriage. "All right, I'll get down," Kyrion replied, and as soon as he stepped down, he could already see. He raised his head and then moved forward. A few minutes of walking later, he approached the immense gate, guarded by several soldiers in rows, all with silver armor and upright spears. Kyrion approached and asked directly to one of them. "I'm looking for Lena, a soldier from Valtar." The soldiers looked at each other when they saw the small child in luxurious clothes. One of them opened his mouth to answer, but at that moment, a loud sound echoed through the streets behind them. Horse hooves, several of them, approaching quickly. The entire gate seemed to tremble as the guards opened it, and soon an entire troop approached Kyrion. Then immediately all the soldiers bowed. "Welcome back, General Harkin," they all said in unison. Kyrion turned to see. At the front of the troop, mounted on an imposing gray horse, he advanced. His body was massive, with enormous muscles like he had never seen. Scars scattered across his arms and torso were exposed beneath his armor. But what caught Kyrion's attention was the face. Rurik. No, but they're the same, exactly the same. Kyrion thought strangely. The face was the same as Rurik's. The same square face, the same robust build. The only big difference was the beard and the gray hair falling to his shoulders. His father. Kyrion blinked once, guessing. The general dismounted the horse with a heavy movement, his eyes meeting the child standing at his gate. Their eyes met, and surprise seemed to shine for an instant, as if he had noticed something. The man approached Kyrion. When he was close, Kyrion saw. If Rurik was 2 meters tall, this man was at least 2 meters and 15. "A brat," Harkin said, narrowing his eyes and stroking his beard. "No, a martial artist," he said with surprise returning. The The soldiers looked at Kyrion without understanding, but the general didn't take his eyes off him. He continued analyzing him completely, and Kyrion had a slight déjà vu. "What are you doing here, little monster?" Harkin asked with a dragged, hoarse voice. Kyrion only answered directly, as always. "I came looking for Lena." Harkin seemed to think for an instant before remembering. "Lena, from the city of Valtar." "Yes." Kyrion nodded. "She is at the barracks, with other prodigies who will participate in the tournament. They are training non-stop," Harkin said with a slight smile. The general then asked, "And you, who are you?" "Kyrion." For a moment the man stared at him in silence, only to suddenly burst into loud laughter. So loud it startled the soldiers around and made them slightly embarrassed. All right. So, you're Kyrion, you could only be that stupid son of mine's brat." And then, before Kyrion could react, a heavy hand slapped his back. The impact made Kyrion lean his body forward, not due to pain, but because of the absurd strength and weight in that simple gesture. Kyrion knew he was doing it on purpose, just like Rurik. Makes sense. It makes sense indeed. Harkin kept patting his back, laughing loudly as he spoke. "So, you're the brat my idiot son accepted. It was obvious you would be special. To manage to become a martial artist, being only a little baby. Even with those tiny muscles, even with that short stature, even with that small body. Impressive," the man said with another slap. Kyrion frowned. "And those eyes, are they the ones so often mentioned in the letters? Do you see well with them? I've never seen anything like that." "You're not blind, are you, boy?" Harkin said, crouching and looking into Kyrion's eyes. Kyrion was starting to get irritated when the man laughed loudly again, as if insulting was the natural way to talk. Kyrion took a deep breath. He remembered the irritation Rurik always made him go through, and now his father was even worse, seeming even rougher and more clueless. "This family. Come on. Come in with me," Harkin said, pulling Kyrion by the shoulder as if he were a training sack. Then, after entering, they walked side by side. The general then asked, "How is Rurik?" Kyrion then answered briefly, about how Rurik trained the soldiers and became a good captain and ruler of the city of Faulk. It's good to know. I knew where he was, but I never went after him nor let anyone go. Not for lack of will, but because I decided to respect his choice. I always hoped he would return to the capital of his own will. But even so, when I started receiving his letters, even though it's practically just him writing only about you and your training, that put me at peace," the man said more softly. Kyrion didn't know what to say, so he just stayed silent. But what was going through Kyrion's mind now was, this family. The father is the country's general, the eldest daughter is the leader of the royal order, and the son disappeared as the greatest genius of valor. Out of curiosity, he suddenly asked, "Who is your wife?" The general seemed surprised by the question but answered without hesitation with great pride and a smile. "My wife is the royal advisor." "TSK, isn't this family a little absurd?" Kyrion thought but said nothing. While they talked, they arrived at the inner training center of the barracks. Sounds of battle spread through the entire place. Spears clashing and youths shouting at each strike. At the exact moment they entered, a soldier was thrown into the air and landed upside down on the ground, groaning in pain. On the other side of the arena, a brown-haired girl with tied hair and a small scar on her lips breathed deeply with drops of sweat on her face. She lowered her fists while her sharp gaze suddenly widened. She froze for an instant before suddenly jumping from the arena and running towards the two. "Kyrion," Lena called him with a smile that naturally appeared on her face. Lena didn't even see that the general was standing beside Kyrion. She didn't notice his presence nor look at him. She just rushed straight at Kyrion without thinking about anything else. Lena stopped abruptly when she finally realized who was standing next to Kyrion. Her eyes widened, her feet rooted to the ground as if they had grown roots. "General Harkin," she said, choking slightly on the words. The old man only laughed, the sound echoing through the courtyard and drawing everyone's attention. "Relax, girl. Kyrion is practically family. If you're his friend, you can be at ease. Hearken, he said as he gave Kyrion another slap on the back. This time, with enough force to make an ordinary man's spine snap and drop him to his knees. Kyrion only leaned forward, but his feet remained in place. Kyrion frowned, genuinely irritated in his mind. "Ha! Stronger than you look. Ha, kid," Hearken said, raising an eyebrow. "You want to test that?" Kyrion replied, clenching his fists. Hearken really irritated him the same way Rurik sometimes did, and that was why he wanted to hit this old man. Besides, it was the best way to test his current strength. The silence that followed after Kyrion spoke was cutting. The surrounding soldiers exchanged glances and looked at Kyrion strangely, while Lena grew slightly worried. To challenge General Hearken, wasn't that suicide? That's what the others thought. But for Kyrion, that was something interesting. Then old Hearken suddenly burst into even louder laughter than usual, only stopping after a few seconds. "Ha ha! Great, great. Finally someone with guts in this generation," Hearken said, taking off his cloak and revealing his arms completely. 5 minutes. If you can endure for 5 minutes, I'll take you to dinner at the best restaurant in the capital," he said with a grin. Kyrion turned to Lena, and she saw that his eyes now seemed to shine with excitement. "Are you hungry?" he asked her. She opened her mouth to say something but quickly closed it again. Really, food is the only thing that makes his expression change like that. The training arena was emptied immediately. The soldiers formed a barrier around the arena. In the center, Hearken stretched his body, his bones cracking. "The rules are simple, boy. No weapons, just flesh against flesh." On the other side, Kyrion nodded and looked at Hearken intently. His body now felt different, and he wanted to test it immediately. The fight began in an instant. Hearken charged like a bull, his fist coming down heavy on Kyrion. Kyrion saw the attack, but it was much faster than he expected, and he only managed to twist his body to the side. What absurd speed for someone that size. Kyrion thought, his heart beating faster, but a slight smile appeared on his face. This was what he needed. He countered with a low kick, aiming at the general's leg base. The impact was like kicking a massive stone block. Hearken didn't move an inch and laughed loudly. "Is that all, brat?" His fist came in a fast arc, but Kyrion ducked and slid back, using his palm on the ground to launch another kick, this time aiming at the general's chin. Hearken raised his arm, blocking it easily, but in his mind and eyes, surprise was clear. Strength and reflexes far beyond a third-rank martial artist. His power must be close to the second. A little monster. They then engaged in punches and kicks. The sound of footsteps and impacts echoed through the silent arena like drums. As time passed, Kyrion stopped retreating. He now recognized every strike of the general, his eyes working fully, moving side to side in the battle. He countered each blow, striking exactly at the weakest point of Hearken's attacks, not losing much despite being weaker. Kyrion was focused, his breathing controlled, his blue eyes shining. He had no way to win, but he could endure. Outside, the soldiers watched with jaws dropped. The difference in size was absurd, yet Kyrion kept the rhythm, as if dancing in the middle of a storm. And so, 5 minutes passed. Hearken and Kyrion stopped. Their shoulders rose and fell. Suddenly, Hearken laughed loudly, startling the soldiers. "Ha ha ha! Great, brat!" He raised his huge arm and gave Kyrion another slap on the back. "You won. Let's have dinner," Hearken said cheerfully. Rurik taught him well, and it seems it's true. He knows exactly where, when, and how to strike. He's a freak in combat. Impossible for those of equal strength to beat. And for the stronger ones, he makes the fight difficult. When he becomes a second-rank martial artist. "I believe only Yria and the 4 of the Order will be his opponents," Hearken thought. Kyrion and Lena went out at night. Hearken had something to take care of, so he simply placed them in his own carriage and sent them to the restaurant. As soon as they arrived, Lena sighed deeply while Kyrion looked eager. The smell from outside was great. It was the most luxurious restaurant in the capital, Hearken had said. and when they entered, crystal lamps, polished wooden tables, and the aroma of exotic spices filled the air. It was a 5-story building. Kyrion and Lena sat on the top floor, which was open. The moonlight illuminated the place along with the candles on the table. The restaurant's view was the immense lake where the moon was reflected. Soon, Kyrion ordered without even looking much at the menu. The waiter just listened. "I want this, and this one too. I also want all of this here." The waiter choked but didn't dare refuse. "Put it all on General Harkin's tab," Kyrion added, showing a small plaque of a golden spear. And then the two ate. Juicy meat, dishes full of different spices, rare sweets. Lena drank an entire bottle of wine. Kyrion found out she had turned 16 a few days ago and was now considered an adult. Kyrion smelled it and was about to taste it, but Lena didn't allow it and drank it all herself. Lena didn't try to compete with him again, just watched Kyrion eat enough food to feed 3 people. The conversation was relaxed. Lena seemed more talkative and excited about the tournament. She told him about whom she had paid attention to and who hadn't yet arrived in the city. Kyrion listened and spoke occasionally, until they decided to leave. Leaving the restaurant, the night wind blew through the streets. There was silence, but suddenly, when they least expected it, a piercing scream of horror echoed from an alley not far away. Kyrion and Lena frowned, and before they even thought, Kyrion had already rushed in that direction. He turned a corner and saw. There was a body on the ground, wearing a guard's uniform, blood spilling across the floor. And in less than a second, Kyrion saw a shadow fleeing, dressed in black. But he noticed immediately. It resembled the assassin who had tried to kill him in the forest. But this one was faster. "Lena, take care of the soldier," Kyrion shouted to Lena, who was just turning the corner, before shooting off after the assassin. He ran through the dark alleys chasing the assassin, but quickly realized their speed was matched. Another martial artist, but stronger. His speed is not normal, probably 2nd rank. Kyrion thought, frowning. If it kept up like this, he would never catch him and the man could escape. At that moment, he decided. He took a deep breath for an instant. His eyes closed and then opened wider than normal. The snowflakes in his pupils grew and expanded as a faint blue light shone. The particles accumulated in his eyes were used instantly, and the world seemed to slow down. Suddenly, the ground beneath the assassin's feet froze. His boot was completely stuck to the floor. His body shot forward uncontrollably, colliding brutally against the wall. A cry of pain echoed before the assassin had a chance to flee again. Kyrion was already above him the next instant. His small hand shot at the assassin's neck. Cold spread like an invisible prison from his fingers. The man's skin turned purple, and his breathing failed. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't pry Kyrion off. And soon he completely fainted from lack of air. "Tisk," Kyrion muttered angrily at having to use the particles for this, but it was necessary to catch the assassin. Kyrion then lifted the man still by the neck and dragged him through the alleys back to Lena. Lena called the nearby soldiers and told them what had happened. The victim was already dead when she approached. She explained what she saw and grew a little worried about Kyrion, but knew he would be fine after all. Kyrion was strong. When Kyrion returned, Lena was beside the body while several soldiers surrounded the victim. Upon seeing him, she approached. "Kyrion, the soldier. He was one of the ones who would participate in the tournament. I spoke with him today. And now," Lena said with a grim expression. Kyrion looked at the body on the ground and then at the assassin's unconscious body in his hand. The soldiers approached, asking about the man he was holding. But Kyrion cut them off immediately. "This is nothing for you. I will report it to General Harkin myself," Kyrion said, pulling out the plaque the general had given him. The soldiers then fell silent, bowed slightly, and handled the rest of the situation as per their duty. Kyrion then dragged the unconscious man, scraping him across the stone floor to the carriage. He and Lena returned to the barracks quickly. Upon arriving at the barracks, no one dared to stop him. He reached the main building and shouted for the soldiers to call the general. The soldiers ran, and soon after Harkin appeared quickly, his face already dark. His gaze went straight to the unconscious body Kyrion carried. Kyrion explained the event. Harkin nodded slowly, but his expression darkened even more. "This is already the third attack. It's no coincidence," he murmured. Harkin then looked at Kyrion and Lena. "Good work, brat. From here on I'll handle the situation. Take the bastard back to the Royal Order. They handle matters regarding martial artists. I want them to deal with the interrogation. And you, girl, don't leave the barracks until everything is settled. I'll inform the other youths as well," Harkin added. Kyrion only nodded. He took the carriage and left, while Lena remained in the barracks. As the carriage moved along the streets, now emptier than during the day, on top of a building a figure observed. His low voice sounded heavy with seriousness. "One of the priority targets located. Kyrion. Risk A+. No, risk S. We need more people," the man said before disappearing into the darkness. Kyrion arrived at the barracks of the Royal Order with the assassin held in his small hands. But at that moment Kyrion had already realized. The man had been awake for several minutes. He must have been looking for a way to escape, but upon feeling Kyrion's grip tighten, he simply kept pretending. And Kyrion actually found it interesting. The man really could have gone unnoticed by many. His breathing was slow, calm, and steady. His heartbeat controlled and his body motionless. He truly looked as if he were asleep. But Kyrion visibly noticed the man's musculature and how his body had shifted from when he was asleep to now, awake. A small smile appeared on his lips, finding the situation somewhat amusing. He walked slowly through the order's corridor. The guard did not stop him when he saw the assassin being dragged across the floor. He only looked with a serious face and nodded. As he approached the main hall, Kyrion began to hear voices. The hole that Illyria's ring had made had not yet been repaired, allowing some sound from the room to leak out easily. And then he opened the doors, the heavy sound of Kyrion's steps and the door breaking the tension of the conversation. Kale looked at Kyrion's hand and then at the assassin, frowning, while Illyria remained with her arms crossed, listening with a serious expression as she reported the latest events. Kyrion simply placed the assassin on the great hall table and stood in front of the door, listening to the conversation. "The tournament is being targeted, always promising youths chosen carefully. Whoever it is, they have inside information. The assassination attempt on Kyrion happened even before he reached the capital. So, they have been following those who would participate in the tournament for quite some time. And that's why the others haven't arrived yet," Kale said, punching the table. Illyria remained impassive as she spoke. "So, after torturing him, what did you discover?" Kale took a deep breath, remembering the fight in the alley. "I thought he would be like the one Kyrion faced. The one Kyrion nearly killed told us everything he knew. He said he was just from a neighboring country sabotaging the tournament. For a genius to rise, and for the Alliance to have someone of weight in valor." Kyrion listened to everything, interested. It seemed Kale had captured another besides the assassin who fought in the forest. "But the one I faced in the alley was different. He was a second-level martial artist. They are scarce even in our own country, let alone in others. They would never send people like that on such a mission. I tried to torture this man, but before I could, he was already dead. There was poison hidden in his cheek, behind a scarred wound. Different from the first, who probably had no relevant information." Kale continued normally, but at that moment, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. The man on the table seemed to react. His eyes opened, bloodshot. He had heard everything. He smiled as his mouth began to move. Kale shouted as he jumped toward him, but he wouldn't be fast enough. It was then that something cut through the air. A chilling, invisible glow passed through the room for an instant. A coldness suddenly arose inside. And then, on the hall table, inside and over the assassin's mouth, and even part of the table froze. A layer of crystalline blue ice, dense and solid, sprouted from nothing, born from the assassin's saliva, and spreading outward rapidly. His face was stuck to the table, while his eyes wept with pain and despair. He tried to bite the poison capsule, but in vain. It was completely sealed by the ice. Yria and Kale, feeling the cold, instinctively stepped back. Their wide eyes had never seen anything like it before. Kyrion's eyes shone faintly in deep blue, though mortal eyes could not see it. The only thing visible was that the snowflakes in his pupils were larger than before. Beyond that, he seemed cold and distant. His childish face did not even look surprised at what he had done. Kyrion simply sighed and approached calmly, and then slid his small hand into the man's mouth. The ice melted where his finger passed until it revealed the scarred part of his cheek. At his fingertip, the ice inside the mouth gathered and formed a small blade. With just one cut, it removed the capsule perfectly. It was small and purple, and Kyrion could tell it was nothing good. So, after holding it between his fingers, he tossed it to Kale. When he finished, he looked at Kale and Yria, who were watching him with serious expressions. Expressions he had not seen in a long time. "It's like the children from the village, isn't it?" He saw their feelings waver. He sighed again. "Don't ask me." Kyrion began to speak in a firm tone. "I don't know how to explain it either. What I can say is that the world is much bigger than you or I imagine." He then turned as he walked past them without looking back. "Just focus on interrogating him. Something interesting will definitely come out of his mouth." And then he left the room, closing the door behind him. Kale and Yria remained silent for a few seconds. "Do you know what that was?" Kale asked, breaking the silence. Yria took a while to respond, looking at the door where Kyrion had left. "No, I thought those eyes, like the snowflakes of winter, were just something different that sometimes happens, a rare mutation, and that his superior vision was just a coincidence." She took a deep breath. "But maybe it's not just that." She turned, looking seriously at Kale. "Whatever it is, it's not for us to find out. If the boy wants to, one day he will tell us. After all, he is also a member of the Order." Then the two fell silent about it and looked at the man, who still had his mouth frozen, completely stuck to the table. The ice was slowly melting, but it would still take several long minutes. Kale then grabbed one of the lanterns and brought it close to the assassin's face, and soon the ice began to melt faster. But for the assassin, that sensation was terrible. The heat and the cold turned his face into a complete mess, and he could not even scream. Kyrion had been extremely meticulous, leaving space for air to pass through the assassin's throat and freezing only his mouth, teeth, and tongue. But, having done it too quickly, he ended up losing slight control and, because of that, the ice spread across the table. Soon, the assassin was taken to the dungeon. Meanwhile, Kyrion, with slow steps, returned to his room with a somewhat somber expression. "TSK, I used too many particles. How long will it take to replenish? If that damn assassin has nothing useful or interesting, I'll rip his head off myself," he thought as he entered his room. And after taking a bath, he lay down on his large bed, looking at the moon in the sky. "Now, at least, perhaps the tournament will become more interesting. Won't it?" He smiled faintly. The great hall of the Royal Order was crowded for the first time in a long while. All 14 chairs were occupied by the members of the Order. A day had passed. It was the night of the following day, after Kyrion had delivered the assassin to be interrogated. His hair was slightly disheveled after sleeping and being suddenly awakened late at night. He sat in the last chair with his legs crossed, the chair far too large for his small body. He looked bored, but his blue eyes were still observing every detail of what was happening in the room. Then, silence was broken after everyone settled at the table. Yria stood from the central seat. Her cold gaze swept across all those present. "The investigation is complete. The assassins hidden in the capital are part of a larger group than we imagined. It is a greater group. Martial artists infiltrated the capital from several neighboring countries of both alliances. Somehow, the two enemy alliances have finally joined together and are moving against us. I don't know if they are foolish or simply overconfident. The mission of this man was simple: to eliminate promising youths so they would have no chance of entering the Order. Illyria's voice sounded firm the entire time. Kale then spoke. The capture of the assassin was carried out by Kyrion. And if it weren't also for him, we would never have discovered the extent of the infiltration. Kale said with a faint gleam in his eyes, looking at Kyrion with what seemed like pride. The others looked at Kyrion, assessing him with serious expressions. While some still weren't convinced and were irritated to see so much credit given to someone so young, Kyrion wasn't bothered and simply yawned. Yria then tapped the table with her fingers, and everyone turned their eyes back to her. Listen carefully. The assassin only had information regarding those from his own country and what they were to do. But, regarding the other assassins from the other countries, their objectives are still unknown. The tournament will be attacked by them, mainly the princess and the prince. But that is probably only a diversion. The true attack, I believe, will be on the royal castle, where the protection would be weaker due to the tournament. She then looked at Kyrion and at the others. 4 of us will be at the tournament. Kyrion, you obviously will be one of them. Your role is simple. End everything quickly. The attack will happen during the final. Win fast. And then protect the royal family. Do not worry about the rest. She then pointed to the other side of the table. Kale and you 4 will patrol and protect the surroundings of the Silver Lake. My intuition tells me this is not as simple as it seems. The flowers at the bottom of the lake are about to bloom. Therefore, you must protect them. I and the remaining 4 will stay at the royal castle. Her voice was direct and left no room for objection. And about the assassins whose whereabouts we know? Will we do anything? Kale asked. No. That job is for the guard. General Harkin and his troop will take care of the capital's protection and the civilians. Yria said as she suddenly walked to Kyrion's side. You deliver this letter to General Harkin. He needs to be informed of our movements and prepare his men. Kyrion stared at the sealed envelope without expression. He only nodded, stood up, and left the room while the others remained. Is it really fine to let him go alone at this hour? Kale asked with some strangeness. Yes, I need Harkin to receive the letter as soon as possible. Besides, Kyrion is already stronger than half the order. The night does not affect him at all either. Even if they try something against him, then we will have even more valuable information soon. Yria answered without concern. The night fell heavily upon the capital. It was already the beginning of dawn. The streets of the noble district were completely empty. Kyrion found a coachman at the entrance of the noble district and headed for the barracks. On the way, he saw that the capital seemed not to sleep. On one particular street, there were many men and women wearing clothes he judged strange. Don't they feel cold? Wearing such short clothes at this hour? He thought, looking at several women at the entrance of an establishment, inviting red-faced men to enter. Kyrion then closed his eyes and waited. Soon he stepped out of the carriage and arrived at the barracks. The guards already recognized him, so they didn't stop him at all. Kyrion went straight to the general's office. Even though it was late, Harkin was working hard. There hadn't been a moment of peace for him in recent days. The capital seemed to grow heavier with each passing day. But he couldn't quite figure out what exactly was happening. Kyrion arrived, knocked on the door before entering, and sat on a chair. Harkin looked at him with a furrowed brow. Little brat, what are you doing here at this hour? Yria sent me. This is for you, Kyrion said, tossing the letter onto Harkin's desk. My heartless daughter, isn't it? Let's see. Harkin read the letter. In Kyrion's eyes, he could see his emotions shift into a deep rage. So those bastards are finally attacking our country, are they? Ha! Looks like we won't have any rest in the coming days, kid. A war may be approaching. Better be prepared, boy. Harkin said with a serious expression before looking at the letter one last time and sighing. Stay here tonight, boy. Lena will probably want to see you. It's not right to go see a woman at this hour. So wait until morning. No, I will return to the order. I feel interesting things will happen, Kyrion said with a faint smile that made Harkin frown. Tisk. Fine, brat, I won't stop you. Just be careful. Harkin finished, and Kyrion left the barracks with calm steps. He decided not to go with the coachman who was waiting for him. Instead, he walked slowly away from the barracks. His small body gradually disappeared into the darkness of the capital's narrow alleys. Silence reigned. The only sound was his footsteps and his breathing, his gaze fixed on every detail of his path. Darkness didn't matter, not for Kyrion, but for those who had been following him for a long time, it was a complete disadvantage. Then suddenly Kyrion stopped. How long will you hide like rats? The high moon illuminated only the rooftops. The alley where Kyrion walked was drowned in darkness. The silence was broken only by the sound of his own footsteps. He stopped in the middle of the alley, his eyes cut through the darkness. How long will you hide like rats? His voice sounded calm and bored. Suddenly, shadows moved. For figures emerged, daggers in both their hands. The metallic gleam reflected for an instant. On the blades, a green liquid dripped silently to the ground. They were poisoned. Kyrion observed everything calmly in just a second. For assassins, 2 of first level, 2 of second. None of them spoke, and shortly after hearing Kyrion, they advanced. Before they could even take their first firm step, Kyrion, who already had his hand on his waist, drew a hidden dagger. With a sharp motion, he hurled it with all his strength at the nearest assassin. Even though he had the weakest strength among them, for some reason he was the most confident. Kyrion decided to eliminate him first. The blade gleamed in the darkness and embedded itself straight in the man's forehead. The dull impact echoed as the body fell backward. He was killed without even realizing what had happened. 1. Then, the sound of something slicing through the air arose, 3 blades flashing toward Kyrion's neck, trying to kill him instantly. But he had already driven his spear into the ground. Using the spear shaft for support, he leapt forcefully. His small body rose above the blades. A shrill clang rang out when the daggers struck the spear shaft all at once. In the air, Kyrion spun his body and descended, delivering a kick to the spear embedded in the ground. The force propelled him toward the fallen corpse. He landed beside the assassin's body. Without hesitation, he pulled the dagger from the man's forehead and tucked it at his waist, uncaring about the blood. He also collected the 2 poisoned daggers that the corpse still held in its hands. The spear was left behind, but he didn't care. In this narrow alley, it would hinder me more than help me. The remaining 3 advanced silently. No sound except an even greater will to kill him than before. Kyrion glanced for an instant. 2 in front, 1 on the left. Kyrion moved before they did. The first strike came from the left, aiming straight at his heart. Kyrion ducked, and the blade sliced only air. At that instant, his hand rose, the dagger gleamed, and pierced the man's throat. In this darkness, the assassin couldn't see clearly. Blood gushed onto Kyrion's face. Kyrion noticed the man almost managed to block with his other dagger, but he was too slow to recognize the attack. Now, the fastest of the 4 was gone. Kyrion felt no difficulty. Martial artists had slightly better senses, but compared to him, unaffected by darkness at all, it was a complete disadvantage. The man's body collapsed. 2. As he counted, another was already upon him. Kyrion twisted his body, barely evading the venomous slash. He felt the cold air brush his neck as the blade passed. Then, when the strike failed, Kyrion dropped 1 dagger, instantly seizing the man's wrist. He gripped it with abnormal strength for his size. The assassin's other dagger hovered just centimeters from his eye. The assassin snarled and tried to break free, but in vain. Kyrion twisted his arm harshly. The muffled crack of bone echoed, and the pain unbalanced the man. In that moment, Kyrion drove his other dagger straight into his chest, piercing through ribs and striking his heart. Blood began to flow immediately. 3. The last assassin was already rushing in without hesitation, at full speed, exploiting the momentary opening. But even in that situation, Kyrion caught him in his peripheral vision. He yanked the dead assassin's wrist, using the corpse as an improvised shield. The last assassin's dagger pierced through the corpse, and in that instant, Kyrion struck with all his strength. The corpse was hurled into the last assassin, blocking his sight and focus on Kyrion. Without pause, Kyrion lunged again, delivering a side kick to his stomach. A loud groan of pain sounded. Kyrion pounced forward, seizing the last assassin's neck, who was already weakened. I surrender. Don't kill me. Suddenly, a desperate voice rang out. A woman's voice. I won't kill you, so behave. Open your mouth, Kyrion said with an icy expression. The assassin nodded and opened her mouth in fear, having given up after watching them all die. Kyrion extended his hand to her mouth. From his finger, a small blade of ice emerged. He made a cut and retrieved the poison capsule. The woman felt only an extreme cold in her mouth. Kyrion stared at her for a moment. Then, thud, Kyrion struck her neck once, knocking her unconscious. 4. He then grabbed the assassin's body. Instead of dragging her entirely on the ground, he lifted her over his shoulder. Only her feet scraped against the floor as she was pulled along. In the dark alley, the ground was stained with blood, soaking the damp stones as the smell of iron filled the air. Kyrion walked until he stepped out of the darkness. After reporting the incident to a guard, he headed back toward the order. General Harkin would handle the corpses and the cleanup. Soon, he boarded the carriage waiting for him at the prearranged spot. When he arrived at the order, he went straight to the hall. Yria was already there waiting, her arms crossed. When she saw the assassin's body slung over Kyrion's back, her lips curved in a faint smile. Was it delivered? She asked directly. Yes. How many? Yria said, glancing briefly at the unconscious assassin. 4. 2 on the second level. Yria looked at him, frowning slightly. She had expected Kyrion to be attacked again, but not by so many. Yet she already trusted Kyrion's strength. She felt that once he stepped into the second stage, his power would be equivalent to hers. I hope this one brings useful information, preferably that she's a martial artist from a different country, Yria said seriously. Kyrion only nodded and turned. Well, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Without hesitation, he quickly made his way to his room before Yria could say more. He threw himself onto his bed, and sleep came swiftly. Several days then passed. Kyrion opened his eyes, stretched, and stood up. He looked out his window, breathing calmly. So, today is the day of the tournament. When Kyrion opened his eyes early in the morning, the sun was already beginning to pass through the window of his room. The silence of the order surrounded him, interrupted only by the sounds of birds and the rustling of leaves from a few trees in the courtyard. So, today is the day of the tournament. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of anticipation about the events to come after the tournament. He dressed in the uniform prepared for all participants of the event. Simple black clothes, but on Kyrion's chest there was a silver insignia. The symbol of the order was discreetly embroidered on his chest. It wasn't very flashy, but Kyrion's presence drew attention, even if he didn't want it. As he left his room, he found 3 order colleagues already waiting on the main road. On the way, he realized he was the last member to leave, as everyone else had already departed on their missions. 2 men and a woman stood in front of a carriage. Kyrion didn't care about their names, but he knew they were the weakest of the order. Also the youngest. They were quiet and did not say a word to Kyrion. The atmosphere seemed tense, and everyone was focused. An ornate carriage stood behind them in the order's courtyard. The order's crest was stamped on the dark wood. The group entered and sat without a word. Kyrion settled on the bench beside the woman, resting his chin on his hand and looking outside. The mood in the city has changed, commented one of the order's men, the one in the 12th position, breaking the silence. Kyrion had already noticed this in recent days. On the streets, people moved with quick steps, worried faces and suspicious looks. Guards were patrolling in greater numbers, especially at night, stationed at every corner, as if expecting something. However, as the carriage advanced toward the south of the capital, the heavy air began to dissipate. More people were gathering, vendors shouting, offering flags with the kingdom's colors and lake emblems. Children ran excitedly. Laughter, lively conversations, and even music began to fill the way. Kyrion observed everything in silence. His eyes captured every detail. The strange movement of a man in the crowd, the nervous posture of a group in front of a stall. He simply memorized their faces. The carriage then finally stopped. Before them rose the Colosseum, a gigantic structure made of light stone that reflected the morning sun. Immense arches supported the stands that rose like walls, capable of housing thousands of spectators. At the top, he could see colorful flags, displaying the symbol of the royal family and noble houses, as well as the symbol of the royal order. The sound of the crowd was deafening, which made Kyrion frown slightly. There really were a lot of people watching. Kyrion stepped down from the carriage along with the other three of the order. The four briefly exchanged glances. "See you later, Kyrion. Good luck in there," said the woman with a small smile. Kyrion nodded, indifferent. While the others went to the stands already reserved for them, Kyrion walked toward the participants' gate. It was when he was arriving there that a cheerful voice shouted his name. "Kyrion!" He turned, already knowing who it was. Lena ran up to him with her spear on her back, and with a smile on her face. Unlike him, she seemed more excited than ever for the tournament. "Finally, I found you," she said, adjusting her hair tied in a simple bun. "I've been busy these days, that's why I didn't go see you," Kyrion said, looking at her. If you say so. If you're going to give an excuse, your expression has to be more convincing," she said, but her face looked happier for some reason. They then walked to the entrance. Both joined a group of young people waiting for the gates to open. More than 400 faces were lined up there. Even so, they were in order without the chaos young people usually caused. All were at most 18 years old. Some nervous, others excited. A few displaying exaggerated confidence. Kyrion looked, measuring each one with a single glance. Only 2 martial artists of the first level. The rest are just children playing at fighting. Kyrion thought, sighing in boredom. Suddenly, the main gate opened with a metallic crash. The whole group then moved with firm steps, entering the Colosseum. The roar of the crowd exploded immediately. Shouts, applause, names being called. Kyrion walked among the others, indifferent to the spectacle. His eyes, however, moved without rest, analyzing every detail with even more focus. The stands were extremely crowded. Nobles, dressed in luxurious clothes, were separated from the commoners, who were even more agitated. The sounds varied from hoarse voices to drunken laughter. "Kyrion, there!" Lena discreetly pulled Kyrion's arm, pointing to the top of the Colosseum. On an elevated stand, isolated by guards and luxurious decorations, were the prince and princess of the kingdom. The prince was standing with an arrogant posture and a practiced smile, waving to the crowd. The princess, with delicate features, watched the arena with curious eyes, as if searching for something. "It's the first time they've personally attended the tournament," Lena said with a sparkle of excitement in her eyes. Kyrion raised his gaze for just a moment before looking away. "They don't interest me for now." His eyes continued to sweep the stands. Suddenly, they stopped. Amid the crowd, a few unmoving figures caught his attention. Unlike the others, they were not excited, not applauding, not shouting. Just watching, Kyrion saw and felt that their intentions were not good. Kyrion showed nothing on his face, but a small smile appeared on his lips. Softly, he moved his lips, forming silent words. No sound came out, but his order companions, spread out in different parts of the stands, read what he meant. The message was passed, and they reacted immediately. With firm looks, they discreetly adjusted their weapons hidden in their clothes. They understood the suspects. "Hey, what was that?" Lena asked when she saw Kyrion suddenly stop. "Nothing, just thinking," he replied, resuming his steps. Then, a middle-aged man appeared at the center of the arena. His voice was amplified by a strange object he held in his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, nobles and citizens, welcome to the Aurora tournament. His voice echoed with power, making the crowd roar again. Today, talents from all over the kingdom will prove their strength before everyone. The inner gates then opened, revealing 10 circular arenas raised in the Colosseum. This year the rules will be different. Instead of the traditional tests of skill, strength, or endurance, we will have direct combat. A murmur ran through the participants. Surprise, excitement, and fear in some. All of you will be divided into 10 arenas, 50 competitors in each. The man then raised his hand, quieting the noise a bit. First, a battle of all against all, until only 10 remain in each arena. Then, the one-on-one elimination duels will decide the winners. The crowd exploded in applause and shouts, even more excited than before. Lena widened her eyes, looking at Kyrion. This is unexpected. Usually the trials are more elaborate and not direct combat. And because of that, the tournament used to last a few days. It looks like they want it to end as soon as possible. Better this way. It's faster, Kyrion said with a small smile. Soon they began organizing the participants, leading them to their designated arenas. Lena headed to a different one, but before leaving, she leaned toward Kyrion and said, "See you in the one-on-one fights. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you," Kyrion replied, already turning his face and walking. Lena smiled, shaking her head and going her own way. Kyrion stopped before the circular arena where he would stay. The polished stone floor reflected the sunlight. Around him, many were already watching, some full of confidence, others with disdain. Kyrion took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment, the roar of the crowd growing distant. "So, let's finish this quickly." The tournament herald raised his hand. "Participants, prepare yourselves. The Aurora tournament begins. Now!" The tournament herald raised his voice to the maximum, the echo crossing the entire Colosseum. "The Aurora tournament begins. Now!" Immediately, chaos broke out in all the arenas. Screams, heavy footsteps, clashing spears, youths charging at each other without thinking twice. The sound of weapons colliding echoed throughout the Colosseum. But there was a single arena where this was not happening. The youths hesitated, their eyes in sync, turned to the same point in the arena. It was at that moment that, suddenly, in the stands, a voice rang out loudly among many others. "Wait there! Is that a child?" The comment echoed, quickly spreading among the other spectators. "It's true. Why is there a child in the arena?" Another shouted even louder. "He doesn't even look 10 years old yet. How can they let a child participate like this?" Murmurs intensified, turning into more shouts. Parents pointing, children widening their eyes, seeing someone like them in the middle of the arena. Some laughing mockingly, others furrowing their brows in doubt, and some worried about the child's safety. In just a few moments, the entire audience was looking at him. Kyrion, until just before, had been mixed in the center of the crowd, unnoticed. But now he was being clearly seen. Small, cold gaze, messy dark black hair falling across his face, and with a spear larger than him strapped to his back. In the stand reserved for the royal family, the princess leaned her body forward, eyes wide. "Brother, how? He's even smaller than me. How is it possible for him to be there? Was there a mistake? Who is he?" The prince did not take his eyes off the arena. With a smile, he said carelessly, "Calm down, you are a princess, remember that. It's not a mistake. And you don't need to worry, he's not an ordinary child. He is the new member of the royal order. The others should be worried about themselves." The princess's eyes widened even more in surprise, but she fell silent, saying nothing more. Her eyes were fixed on Kyrion, trapped in curiosity. In the arena, most of the competitors hesitated, not daring to act first against a child. But then, a youth began walking toward Kyrion. He was tall and robust, taking several confident and disdainful steps. He didn't even grab the spear on his back. He clenched his fist until he reached Kyrion. Then he raised his hand, going straight for Kyrion's shoulder. "Don't blame me, kid, but this place is not for chill." He didn't have the chance to finish his sentence, for Kyrion raised his arm, grabbing the youth's hand as it approached him. With just one upward pull, the youth felt his body lift from the ground. Unable to do anything, his body was sent flying out of the arena by Kyrion. Then silence. A heavy silence took over the arena and the stands. Kyrion sighed. It was a waste of time. His eyes scanned the arena, seeing dozens of youths frozen, confused, and incredulous. Then, without hesitation, Kyrion advanced. He ran straight into the densest area, his steps echoing firmly in the arena. The spear cut through the air at extreme speed. The first youth didn't even understand what happened before the spear struck his waist and hurled him out. The second tried to block, but the spear shaft hit his neck, knocking him out and making him fall to his knees. In seconds, another collapsed, spitting air, unable to breathe or rise again. Another was struck by Kyrion's kick in the chest, flying as if he were nothing. Kyrion went easy on him so his bones wouldn't break. The fifth tried to retreat, but Kyrion spun the spear in a circle, the shaft whistling like cutting wind, striking his leg and knocking him from the arena before he could scream. In a matter of seconds, 5 participants had been expelled or incapacitated. The audience exploded in murmurs. "What the hell? Is that kid? Is this something someone that age can do? How can there be so much strength in such a small body? A freak!" Someone suddenly shouted, and the word soon spread like a brand. But not in a bad sense. In the arena, the others instinctively retreated. They looked at their weapons and at each other before looking at Kyrion. One of the youths then raised his voice. "We mustn't underestimate him. He has already proven his strength. Facing him alone would be foolish. Let's join forces and eliminate him first." The silence lasted only a moment. Then, dozens of heads nodded. Kyrion watched them with interest. A brief smile appeared on his face. "I think I kind of like this situation. Me against everyone. This is something only the strong can face. Isn't it? Come. All of you are against me. Only then will it be fun." The tournament herald, after approaching Kyrion's arena, upon seeing things were going to be more interesting there, suddenly heard the boy's words. "Did you hear that? The brat said he wants to face everyone alone, and that only then would it be fun." The audience's expression changed immediately. First silence until they understood what was said, and then applause along with euphoric screams. "Brat! Brat! Brat!" The entire Colosseum shook. "TSK, I have a name, idiots." Kyrion thought, then advanced. His feet struck the ground quickly, the spear moving as a natural extension of his body. He spun, blocked, and pushed. Each strike deflects attacks and knocks someone down without wasting time or unnecessary movements. Each movement extremely precise, his eyes catching everyone's movements. A group of 3 tried to surround him. He lunged at the one in the center, dodged to the right at the last moment, struck the ankle of one, spun the spear, and hit the chest of another with the tip of the shaft. And, with one last push, hurled the third out of the arena. He did not stop, advancing toward other opponents with a cold smile, with no intention of stopping anytime soon. While the entire Colosseum watched the tournament unfold, chaos was slowly, silently spreading elsewhere. In the capital, the city was busier than ever. Civilians walked with neutral faces, mixed in the crowd. But when they randomly met in certain alleys, their looks changed. They moved in discrete groups toward 2 places. Meanwhile, around the Colosseum, people entered as if they were spectators. In the already crowded stands, many civilians suddenly began leaving little by little with heavy faces, as if coerced. Soon, the places where citizens had originally been were occupied by unknown faces, without anyone noticing. A portion of the crowd, close to the nobles and the royal family, was no longer made up of the same people as before. At the lake, General Harkin and Kale stood side by side in an isolated area. "The brat will be fine?" Harkin asked, eyes still fixed on the water's reflection. Kale then gave a short laugh. You don't need to worry about him. He was trained by Rurik. That boy is a genius. This will be nothing for him. Right? We must focus on ourselves. Harkin said as he gripped his spear. In the castle, in the throne hall, Yria was sitting with her back resting against the throne in silence. Her fingers touched the tip of her spear, her skin so resistant it would be difficult to injure. He is probably finishing off all the other children in the tournament, she said suddenly. The king, hearing this, burst into loud laughter, his voice echoing through the hall. Ha ha ha! I look forward to meeting this boy your family speaks of so much. Rurik, Harkin, the counselor, and even you, Yria. The next instant, the hall's door was flung open. A guard ran in, his face smeared with sweat, running straight toward the king. Majesty, we are being invaded, he kept shouting, approaching the throne more and more. They are already. He couldn't finish. A dry sound cut the air, and the man only felt a wind on his neck before his consciousness disappeared. A spear pierced through his neck and came out the other side of his head, lodging into the hall's floor. The body collapsed as a hidden dagger scattered on the floor, falling from the clothes of the now corpse. In the corner of the hall, a fat man wearing the royal order's cloak lowered the arm he had used. His expression was cold. At that moment Yria rose, stepping out from behind the throne with a smile. Looks like it has begun. We have some guests. A noise then came from all sides. Glass shattered. The great hall's windows exploded as several assassins entered all at once. And then the serene hall turned into the chaos of a battlefield. The metallic sound of the last spear falling outside the arena echoed through the Colosseum. Kyrion was breathing calmly even after defeating, alone, 49 opponents. He would be the only one from his arena. For him, there was no difficulty. His strength, speed, technique, and fighting experience were superior. And with his eyes, there was no point where they could attack him without him noticing. But during the fight, Kyrion was not relaxed. In fact, his brow was slowly furrowing. Something was completely wrong and out of place. While the crowd screamed for the brat, his instincts, with his vision sharper than anyone else's, noticed what was happening around him. When he had already defeated half of his opponents, he noticed two young men approaching his arena after leaving theirs without even fighting, even though they could have easily won. The two, who were at the first level of martial artist, were walking toward his arena as if they were waiting for something. Why are they here? Kyrion thought, but as he looked more carefully at them, he realized. They want to act against me? He felt that the two wanted to jump in now to kill him, but they seemed to be waiting for something. Before doing anything, Kyrion looked again at the stands. That was what bothered him the most. The people were not the same as before. The audience closest to the arena, in the lower stands, had completely changed. Different clothes, cold gazes. They looked directly at the tournament participants instead of where Kyrion and the others thought would be targeted. Kyrion saw that the three from the royal order were close to those suspicious ones he had spotted when he arrived at the Colosseum. Close enough to protect the princess and prince if something happened. At that moment, there were more and more suspicious people around, but the entrance guards seemed to have discovered nothing, which was truly strange. The guards close to the nobles and the royal family were fully prepared, following the mission Harkin had given them. It was certain something would happen at the tournament, and from the information they had, the targets were supposed to be the royal family. But no. Most were looking, in fact, directly at him and the participants. It was at the moment his final fight ended that something happened. A roar split the air. Boom! Coming from the direction of the royal castle, a terrifying sound echoed. At the same time, a dense red smoke began to rise and stain the skies in an instant. Everyone in the capital heard and looked without understanding. The sound frightened everyone. The crowd screamed, causing small chaos in the stands. Kyrion, who was at the center of his arena, narrowed his eyes. He was seeing something no one else could see. His eyes fixed on the smoke that had just appeared without any warning. That? In fact, in the middle of the smoke, new particles appeared. No, they were not like the common particles he absorbed every day. They were closer to the blue crystals he found in the barrier. A new type, a new substance his eyes had found. He had no time to think properly, for at that moment the two martial artists below his arena suddenly charged at him in perfect sync. Two spears came down, one directly at his forehead while the other aimed at the lower part of his body. Kyrion did not retreat. He moved like the wind, dodged to the side, and jumped. His spear slid in his hand naturally. A single horizontal slash. The first had his chest pierced. The second barely understood what had happened before feeling the shaft of the spear crush his trachea. Both fell to the ground, dead in less than 3 heartbeats. But it had only just begun. The smoke was a signal. The stands trembled. At that instant, from all directions, hundreds of people leapt into the arena. Swords, spears, and daggers were raised. The assassins disguised as civilians acted instantly. And then chaos began. Screams of pain, blood gushing, youths falling one after another. A massacre was suddenly underway. In the stands above all, the 3 members of the royal order were positioned near the princess and the prince. Their expressions changed immediately. They didn't understand what it meant. The smoke and then the attack. But they had no time to think because at that moment, several of the guards positioned near the royal family suddenly attacked their companions. 5 of them drew their spears toward the princess and the prince. Many soldiers fell, while others were gravely injured, blood staining the ground. The woman of the royal order acted immediately. Being the closest, she ran with all her strength, stepping in front of the princess. A glacial gleam in her eyes as her spear effortlessly decapitated the traitorous guards. The other 2 members also did not hesitate any longer, killing all the guards nearby who seemed, in fact, to be buying time for something. The suspects Kyrion had spotted earlier had already disappeared into the crowd in the arena. In moments, the ground near the royal family was completely covered in blood and corpses. They then looked at the Colosseum. At the entrances where the citizens came and went, guards, instead of letting citizens leave, were killing anyone who approached. What the hell is happening? Aren't they Harkon's guards? The eldest of the order present asked and then looked at his 2 companions. You stay with the princess and the prince. I will deal with the guards at the entrances. And you go down to the arena. Help Kyrion eliminate these lunatics. Understood. With a final word, the 3 split up. One of them leapt straight into the arena, slaughtering the invaders while protecting whoever he could and searching for Kyrion. Meanwhile, Kyrion remained firm. His face was still turned to the sky. That red energy intrigued him more than the completely random thing happening around him. But he could not just leave and see what it was now. He had to do something first. Damn! His voice came out cold. He spun his spear in an arc and charged against the enemies. Every step he took, a body fell. His weapon whistled as it cut through the air. Throats were slit, spines crushed, and bodies pierced. The ground was painted red. But his brow furrowed even more as he realized he recognized some faces of those intruders he was killing. Guards? That one was from the Tower of Stone City. What the hell is happening? Kyrion could not understand. Suddenly, someone came near his back. Kyrion, let's kill them all first, then regroup. Don't let any escape. I'll capture one of them to know what's happening. A fellow order member told him before acting again. The carnage dragged on for long minutes. In the stands, screams of horror mixed with bones breaking in the arena. Of the 500 participants, more than half were dead in 15 minutes. And then silence. Only 100 young participants remained. The bodies on the ground reached 700, lifeless corpses scattered, their blood completely soaking the ground. Kyrion leaned his spear on the ground. His chest rose and fell calmly. His cold eyes stared at the field of death. In the stands, few people remained. The guards who had locked the exits were dead, but not before killing hundreds of citizens who tried to leave. Kyrion and the others could not understand what exactly this was. When they were about to regroup, something changed. The blood soaking the entire Colosseum began to move, as if it were alive. Streams slid across the ground, converging at the center of the arena. "What the hell?" one of the Order men murmured, horrified. The red liquid gathered into a grotesque pool. Then, with a deafening roar, it exploded upward. Boom! The explosion made everyone cover their ears instinctively. It was so loud the sound hurt like blades piercing into the brain. Suddenly, a new smoke rose, even thicker than before, rising to the sky like a red beacon. Kyrion, still with his head aching, stared fixedly. His body moved on its own toward the smoke, running to the center of the arena. When the smoke spread, he stretched out his hand and pulled. In his hands, there was something like crystallized drops of blood. They were tiny, even smaller than the ice crystals in the barrier. But he felt it. They were definitely different from the common particles. He analyzed them carefully, but with utmost interest. They are like the ice crystals, but the concentration is extremely low compared to the barrier. "Kyrion, what happened? Be careful, step away, we don't know what this smoke might do. It's some kind of sorcery." One of the Order men shouted, panting, holding his blood-covered spear. But in an instant it became clean, the blood flowing directly to the smoke. Kyrion heard, but did not reply. He only brought the tiny drops of blood that only he could see toward his eyes. At the instant the red light reflected in his blue pupils. The blood in his body trembled. And then the drops were instantly absorbed. An unbearable pain began again. Kyrion fell to his knees. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted immediately, while the Colosseum drowned in chaos, which soon spread to the south of the city. In a dark cave below the capital, bones covered the ground. Skulls, ribs whether of animals or humans, and blood decorated the walls, while a putrid smell permeated the entire place. A hunched silhouette trembled slightly, leaning on a worn staff with a glowing red stone at its center. The wrinkled face almost fell apart. His eyes glowed with a sickly red. He laughed. "Finally, after 50 years of preparation, it's beginning to form. The vitality of the young truly is something." Footsteps echoed in the cave. A female silhouette appeared. Her cloak hid most of her body, but her face was completely exposed. Beautiful and cold, with lips painted scarlet. But below her eyes, there were many wrinkles, which contrasted with the rest of her youthful appearance. She bowed to the hunched old man. The mission of assassinating the youths on their way to the capital and from the other cities was a success. The ritual is ready. The blood was spilled in the castle and the Colosseum. At the other 2 points, it won't take long either. The rest of the infiltrated martial artists from both alliances are already heading to the lake because of their greed for the moonflowers. They were willing to cooperate due to the small chance of living a few more years. Little do they know they will no longer leave here alive. At this point, the flowers have already been collected from the center of the lake. Then we can begin. The old man took a deep breath. "Excellent, excellent. Counting on you in these 50 years was worth it. You did an excellent job. Royal Counselor." The woman only raised her chin, emotionless. "Just fulfill your promise, sir, and I will be satisfied." The old man smiled, showing his rotten teeth. "Don't worry. Soon the entire capital will be bathed in blood. And then, with the moonflowers transformed into bloodflowers, I will finally be reborn. And I will take you away from these mortal lands." 1 hour before the second red smoke swallowed the sky. In the hall of Valor's royal castle, silence already burned. The first attack had been simple. First, a traitorous guard, followed by assassins who suddenly advanced from all directions. The castle seemed to have been invaded without any noise, without any resistance. The royal order responded with brutality. Spears slit throats, crushed columns, and in just a few minutes, the first intruders were dead, staining the white marble. But the true threat came after. 10 figures crossed the entrance of the hall when Yria and the other 4 decided to leave to see what was happening. The presence of the 10 was like sharp blades, especially those 5 in the front. Yria recognized them immediately, furrowing her brows. "You?" Her voice echoed firmly in the hall as her spear was gripped tightly. They were not strangers to her. They were third-level martial artists just like her. Each belonged to the forces of neighboring countries. Warriors who, normally, would never abandon their country's borders. They were like weapons just as Yria was. The gaze of the leader of the royal order narrowed. "Weren't you at war all this time? What are you doing in Valor?" None of them answered. They only walked in silence, holding their weapons and revealing their clear intent to kill. "I see." Yria spun her spear, letting out a slight sigh. Her subordinates stepped back a pace, recognizing the change in their leader. When she raised her weapon, there was no more talk, only death. One of the men acted immediately. A punch capable of cracking rocks shot forward, but Yria was no longer there. Her body slid like a shadow, the spear rising diagonally from below. Just one slash. The man's head rolled on the ground, blood spreading across the hall. "Shit! Is he an idiot? Fight her together." Another roared upon seeing someone of comparable strength die so easily. Soon the four charged toward Yria, while the other five behind them, elites of the second level, advanced against the other four of the royal order. The king was hidden near the throne with the few others present in the hall. The royal hall became a battlefield. The marble cracked with impact, and the columns split where attacks struck. Their sheer strength was many times greater than those of the second level. Each clash of blows sounded like thunder trapped within those stone walls. The order fought alongside Yria, but the gap in strength was abysmal. She alone massacred 2 enemies in less than 10 moves, her spear piercing the throat and heart of the 2 as if it were nothing. The 4 of the order resisted and, in just a few exchanges, began to gain the upper hand. The strength of each member of the royal order was not famous across the 15 countries for nothing. With their bodies reinforced by the black liquid, the small injuries they sustained slowly healed. They did not retreat. "You won't get past here," roared the fat one of the order, crushing an enemy against the wall. Then, it happened. A deep rumble cut the air. It didn't come from the hall but from somewhere near the castle's center. A sound that made their ears ache, followed by an unknown red smoke rising into the skies. Everyone froze for an instant, and it was in that very instant that the enemies withdrew. The 3 fighting Yria and the 4 fighting her subordinates ran the moment the rumble emerged. They all retreated immediately. They leapt in opposite directions as if trained, escaping before Yria could react. Even if she chased one, she couldn't go after the others. Besides, she couldn't leave the king. "Damn it! Cowards!" Darian, a member of the order who had once traveled with Kyrion, shouted while trying to pursue one of them, but in vain. Yria raised her hand for them to stop. "Do not follow them, it's useless." They weren't retreating because they were losing. That was their plan from the beginning. They were making us waste time for some reason. She then swept her eyes across the hall, only to realize that all the spilled blood had vanished. The white floor, once soaked in red, was clean just as when they arrived. The blood of the dead had disappeared. "What?" Yria dashed out of the hall, looking down the corridors. The others followed behind her, leaving the throne hall completely empty. With each step they took, more horrors were revealed. The guards protecting the castle were all dead. Some seemed to have been attacked by their companions, while others died with disbelieving faces. When they crossed the inner courtyard, from where the smoke came, reality struck them. Hundreds of corpses were scattered about. It was all the guards who should have protected the castle, along with maids and everyone who worked inside. The few survivors were those who had been in the throne hall with the king. The castle had been taken long ago without them realizing. No, it was never about the king or the royal family. They only wanted to kill everyone in the castle. It was about the blood. But why? Yria said, tightening her spear with a bad premonition. She looked at Darian and the other 3. Their minor wounds had already healed. They were still completely fine. Suddenly, the king spoke with a heavy, dark expression. "Yria, what does this mean? What is this smoke that covers my city?" Yria drew a deep breath. Majesty. Honestly, I have no idea what's happening. All I knew was that an attack was going to occur. I imagined they wanted your head after so many years, us being a neutral force. But they seemed to have another goal. Everything was only a distraction. The king stepped closer, looking at the dried corpses. Then what, in the name of the heavens, are they after with this? Who is the enemy? That I will find out soon, she said, turning her body toward her subordinates. Darien, you stay with the king just in case. He nodded seriously. The rest of you follow me. We will meet with the others at the Colosseum, she said, frowning. The sound of hooves echoed along the stone road. Yria and 3 more warriors of the order advanced on horseback, passing through the already open castle gates toward the south of the capital. The red smoke rose like a beacon and seemed to spread little by little, painting the sky red. This smoke, it doesn't seem normal. What if it's some kind of sorcery? In the old books, legends spoke of some people who could make strange things appear, murmured the fat one, his breathing heavy. Yria didn't respond but remembered the ice Kyrion had suddenly made appear, her eyes fixed on the horizon, only for another rumble to suddenly shake the capital. The sound reverberated through half the city like thunder, coming from the direction of the Colosseum. And then a second smoke rose, even denser than the one at the castle. Shit! What the hell is happening? Another from the order shouted, gritting his teeth. Yria and the others only urged their horses faster. When they arrived at the Colosseum, chaos had already spilled into the city. Thousands of citizens ran through the streets, screaming in despair. Men and women trampled over each other trying to flee, some covered in blood, others with no direction at all. Run! Run! The guards went mad. They're going to kill us. A woman screamed while carrying her child. Yria wasted no time. She leapt off her horse mid-movement, cutting through the crowd with brutality. Her extended spear cleared the way, shoving the panicked civilians aside, forcing them out of her path. The warriors of the order followed behind. In the Colosseum, the scene was worse than they could have imagined. There were more than twice the corpses she had seen at the castle. They were piled in heaps across the arenas of the Colosseum. Their bodies dried out without a single drop of blood. In the stands, there were still many corpses trampled during the civilians' escape. The smell was strong and horrible. Yria narrowed her eyes. Near the center, the princess and prince were alive, protected by the others of the order. Behind them lay piles of dead guards and assassins. But the one thing that most caught her attention was Kyrion collapsed near them. She ran without hesitation. "Leader," the others said, bowing slightly, but she ignored them, looking at the small boy's face contorting on the ground. His body twisted in spasms, his eyes shut, the veins on his neck bulging. The warriors of the order tried to hold him down, but to no avail. Whenever they tried to get close, their bodies were pushed back by a terrifying sensation the smoke transmitted. Yria approached Kyrion, her cold eyes analyzing the scene, unhurried, trying to understand. What happened here? What happened to Kyrion? Kyrion's blood trembled. The instant those crystallized drops were sucked into his pupils, something coursed through his entire body. It wasn't just pain. It was as if every fluid in his veins had turned into lava for an instant, bubbling until it calmed down shortly after. And then a pressure pierced through his skull. His brain seemed as if it wanted to split into pieces. Veins bulged in his neck, his eyes rolled back, and he completely fainted. Then came silence. In the darkness, it was cold. A small ice crystal was the only source of light in that place. But suddenly, something new began to emerge. An echo, like drops falling on an invisible surface. Each drop vibrating in the environment, vibrating directly into his consciousness. And then a new understanding struck him. In the darkness, filled only by the icy crystal, a living red drop emerged. Just like in the ice barrier, when he absorbed the blue crystals and understood how ice and snow functioned. Now something different appeared. It wasn't frozen silence. It was a pulse, a flow running through a thread of life. His body trembled even while unconscious. The white snowflake marking the center of his pupils shone intensely, only to merge at the center into a single point. Then it dissolved into fine particles that sank somewhere unknown. The blue, once clear as the sky, darkened like the night. A new pupil emerged, spinning like a living circle, until the pupil ignited in crimson red, as if it burned from within. And again, there was no iris in his eyes, only pure red. Kyrion! Kyrion! Suddenly, a voice arose. Kyrion, who was awakening, followed the voice. He took a deep breath, the air flooding back into his lungs. His body was heavy, but it obeyed. His eyelids slowly opened. Illyria's face was close. The other warriors of the Order are behind her. All were looking at him with slight tension. Kyrion blinked rapidly. The pain still throbbed a little in the back of his head, but soon disappeared completely. His vision was now clear again. Too clear. "Are you all right?" Yria asked. "Yes, I'm fine," he replied, his voice a little hoarse. But his gaze wavered slightly, not from pain or discomfort, but rather from what he now saw. Yria in front of him was not the same. None of them were. Their veins were exposed before his vision, like pulsing red lines. Blood ran through her body like a river, firm and steady. In the others behind her, the flow was weaker, breaking at certain points. One of them, the oldest of the Order, carried evident flaws in many veins. They were clogged by dark, dead blood, unmoving, without essence. Kyrion immediately understood that man would not live much longer. His chest rose and fell slowly. He felt his own heart beating calmer than ever, yet at the same time, his blood was being pumped so smoothly he felt a constant relief. Kyrion looked at his own hands, clenching his fists. The blood inside him moved faster, stronger, as he thought. It's the same as before, with the ice crystals. Again, he had absorbed something strange and unknown to him. And again, he understood a new strength, a new ability, and a new comprehension of the world. But, just like before, he felt that if he wanted to use it well, he needed those scarce particles he always absorbed. "TSK, I really need more of those particles. I need a place where their concentration is higher, and I urgently need a way to absorb them faster. If that happens, my strength will grow exponentially. I can't even imagine how much." He frowned, lost in thought in front of everyone. All those before him, as well as the princess and prince, felt their discomfort grow. They looked directly into those new eyes, and they felt it was like staring at that strange smoke. As if something wanted to leave their bodies when they did so. It was a little suffocating. Yria didn't hesitate and felt nothing regarding Kyrion's new eyes. For her, what mattered was that he was fine. If Kyrion wanted to speak about it, so be it, but if not, it wasn't her place to ask. She would leave that to Rurik. She extended her hand and pulled him up. "Can you stand?" "Yes, I'm fine." He took a deep breath. "So, what's happening?" Kyrion asked with a cold voice while looking at the sky. Now there were 3 points of smoke that were slowly connecting. Another had appeared while he was undergoing the transformation. Yria then explained. She spoke about the traitors, the massacre in the castle, and the Colosseum. The chaos in the city and the 3 smokes that had appeared. One in the castle, one there, and the other in the east. While she explained, Kyrion listened in silence, absorbing the information. Until, while looking at her, he noticed something that no one but him could see. From all of them, a minimal amount of blood was escaping their bodies through their pores. Threads so thin they would be completely invisible to anyone but not to him. To him, those lines were visible. All flowed to a single place, upwards toward the smoke. A chill ran through Kyrion. "TSK, this is not good at all. I've never felt such a bad premonition," Kyrion said in his mind. The group then decided to leave the Colosseum. A girl from the Order was assigned to take the prince and princess back to the castle. When they left the Colosseum, they saw chaos overtaking the city. Doors broken, blood on the sidewalks, which was already slowly disappearing. people pushing each other toward the 4 city exits, shoving in desperation. The city guards, who should have been helping to protect, were absent, dead, or had been enemies from the start. The traitors mercilessly attacked the civilians who got in their way. Kyrion, on the way, noticed it even more. In fact, from absolutely everyone, even the guards who had betrayed the country, a line of blood constantly flowed out of them. The essence of everyone was being drained, slowly, like an invisible hand sucking the vitality of the entire capital. Yria and the others kept their faces stern, killing those who obstructed their way and protecting the innocents they could, but not straying from their path. The guards are not at their posts. Most are traitors. The gates are closed by guards and invaders from other countries. The capital is completely locked without us realizing it. The fat man of the royal order suddenly said. He had just caught up with them. Yria had given him the mission to investigate. She had also sent another subordinate to try to understand what was happening. The people they tortured in the end hadn't said anything useful. They, too, didn't know what was happening. They had only followed the orders of a woman. Kyrion clenched his fists. A discomfort took hold of him. It was the first time he didn't know exactly what was happening and what level of danger they were in. When they were near the lake, the air exploded again. Boom! A 4th smoke rose toward the skies from the last direction. Now, at 4 points of the city, from the 4 main directions, columns of smoke, of crimson mist, rose into the skies, rising, converging until they met above them. The sky slowly darkened, tinted red. The smoke united, forming a living dome that was slowly closing around the entire city. And then an even greater weight fell upon all. The red smoke in the sky slowly joined together, the last point ascending into the heavens. The red intensified, and the air throughout the capital seemed to grow heavier. First, it felt like just an annoyance, an almost imperceptible weight, but enough to make Yria and the others frown. Yria then turned to the oldest of the group. Are you all right? The man furrowed his brow, surprised by the question. Yes. Why? Before he could finish, a drop fell onto his hand. He looked confused and wiped his face. His nose had suddenly started bleeding. Must be my age catching up with me now, the man muttered, trying to smile. But Yria didn't believe it, and Kyrion, seeing through the eyes of blood, noticed immediately. The man's veins seemed to be trembling, as if something was trying to pull them out. The pressure he felt grew steadily. Yria felt a tightness in her chest. It wasn't pain, but it was as if the blood in her veins wanted to escape. Still, she held firm. Kyrion observed in silence, but he knew this was not simple. That dome was absorbing the blood of everyone. He would be fine, but if they didn't resolve this, he could already imagine what would happen to the city. In the city, the chaos grew worse. In a small wooden house, a family hid. The father breathed deeply, clutching a short knife, while the mother cradled a baby in her arms. 2 older children stood a little behind her, sobbing quietly. Calm down. It's going to be all right. The royal order will soon fix this. We just need to wait here, the father whispered, looking out the window. In the street, hundreds of people pushed against the city gate. Men struck the iron with stones and swords, shouting for it to open, but it was useless. The gates would not give way so easily, and those who guarded the gate slaughtered anyone who stepped too close. The man watching it swallowed hard. Husband. His wife's voice trembled. He looked at her. A red drip ran from her nose, staining her mouth and chin. Don't worry about that. It must be because of stress. But she froze. The baby in her arms also had blood on its lips. Not only the baby, but the 2 children behind her cried harder, their eyes red, with streams of blood trickling from nose and mouth. And no. What is happening? It can't be. He dropped the knife and embraced his family desperately, tears spilling from his eyes. What the hell is happening? What are they doing to us? But before he could say more, he felt his own nose run. On top of that, a metallic taste suddenly filled his mouth. Blood began dripping from his mouth, and his body, just like his family's, weakened. Outside, neighbors screamed. The same was happening in every house, every street. Blood was flowing from every citizen. The entire city seemed to have been cast into an immense, invisible massacre. In the sky, the dome pulsed stronger. The red was growing ever denser, glowing with a strange and terrifying energy. At the lake, the sounds of battle had echoed for quite some time. The moonflowers were gathered in baskets, tied with thick ropes to a completely sealed carriage. For members of the Order formed a defense around the carriage, while Kale, bleeding, fought against third-level martial artists. Harkin, on the other hand, roared orders, but no one obeyed him anymore. His own guards, men he had lived with for decades, attacked him coldly. There were many, and all struck without the slightest mercy. "Why?" Harkin shouted as he punched one of them in the stomach, but instead of killing them, he only knocked them out or incapacitated them. Another came next, then another. He couldn't bring himself to kill them. They were his men, comrades of years. But every hesitation cost him dearly. His body was already covered in wounds, his breathing heavy, and the spear trembled in his hands. Soon, he began to be affected even more than the others by the smoke, blood pouring faster from his nose. Kale eliminated one enemy, but another charged with brutal strength. At the last instant, a member of the Order saved him, but the difference was clear. The 5 enemies were third level. Even if the 5 of the Order there fought together, they were still at a disadvantage. But Kale wasn't too worried. Over time, he and the others would endure, while their enemies grew more and more exhausted. Even with inferior strength, their resilience was far greater. But the biggest problem was Harkin, who was struggling against an entire garrison. "Damn it! If this keeps up, we'll lose." Kale gritted his teeth, blood dripping from his arm. Why the hell isn't it healing? Kale suddenly realized. In his open wounds, the blood would not stop flowing. The regeneration from the black liquid wasn't working for some reason. He looked at the sky and frowned. Damn! But at that moment, the sound of hooves echoed down the road. Everyone looked. On the horizon, riding swiftly, Yria and Kyrion led the group. Behind them, warriors of the Order advanced like a tide. Kale broke into a wide grin, even bloodied. "Hold on, reinforcements are here. Don't let them escape." Their spirits reignited. The Order shouted, attacking with renewed fury. Yria leapt from her horse straight onto an enemy. Her spear spun. The impact shattered bones and threw him to the ground. Kyrion followed, advancing among the traitor guards. But instead of killing them as he always did, he struck with precision, knocking them out one after another. It wasn't compassion, no, it was out of respect for Harkin, who refused to kill his own men. The massacre, however, came from the others. Yria and the other warriors of the Order cut down all the enemy martial artists, blood staining the ground around the lake. Minutes later, the enemy resistance had been crushed. The stronger ones gave up on the flowers and fled completely, leaving the weaker behind. Silence then fell. Only the sounds of the lake and the groans of the wounded filled the air. Yria slowly turned to Harkin. Her fist flew. The punch landed squarely on Harkin's chest. The armor he wore dented, and the impact slammed him against a tree behind him. "What the hell are your guards doing? What is happening?" Her voice rang in everyone's ears. Harkin coughed, rising with some difficulty. He approached her and smacked her head several times, which made her calm down and regret punching him. "I don't know either," Harkin answered, his voice heavy with frustration. "They simply turned against me. Practically all of them. The ones who didn't ended up killed. I don't know why. I don't know their true objective. I only know they were helping the invaders to get the moonflowers." He looked at the carriage, which was full, his face dark. "The flowers were harvested today, but I don't understand why they want them so badly. After all, the other countries don't even have the recipe to use them like we do." Kyrion saw that Harkin wasn't lying. He truly didn't know. Yria took a deep breath and, after a few seconds, sighed. She stepped forward and hugged Harkin quickly, easing some of the tension. But when she pulled back, her eyes were cold. "Father, where is Mother?" Silence fell again. "She wasn't in the castle. And she isn't here with you either," Yria continued in a dark tone. Harkon clenched his fists. He didn't have the answer either. In the deep cave beneath the city, it was damp, with the air reeking of iron and rotting flesh. Ancient, unrecognizable symbols were burned into the walls. At the center, where the hunched old man sat, there was a red circle pulsing like a heartbeat. The royal counselor walked with firm steps. Her cloak dragged across the soaked ground. Her eyes reflected the same color as the circle. Before her, seated in the middle of the circle, was the old man. Skin hung in wrinkles over his fragile bones, but his eyes were more alive than ever. With each pulse of the circle beneath him, his appearance improved slightly. She bowed slightly in respect. "The 4 points have been perfectly prepared." The old man blinked. "Then the second phase has begun." The counselor nodded, her face cold. "Yes, the blood is being gathered right now. Now, even if the gates are broken down, there is no way they can escape. The families, the soldiers, and the citizens are already offering all the blood they have." The old man inhaled deeply, a twisted smile curving his lips. In his hand was an ancient staff. At its tip there was a crimson blood crystal, but it seemed to be cracking bit by bit. "But there is still a problem. The flowers." The old man didn't reply, he only looked at her. "That doesn't matter. When the 5th point rises, no one will remain in the city but the 2 of us. Then it won't matter where the flowers are. They will still fall into my hands. Fate has already been sealed. They will inevitably come to me. And then I, Wei Feng, will take revenge on all who made me end up in this filthy place." While Yria argued with Harkon, the members of the Order helped each other. And Kyrion was lost in thought. He kept his eyes on the skies. The 4 columns of smoke had already disappeared, completely transforming into the crimson dome. His new eyes could see the truth of that dome. Thin crimson threads, like invisible webs, connected every living being in the city to the dome that pulsed like a heart. The blood of everyone was constantly being drained. He took a deep breath. That was nothing that could be stopped with brute force now that it had begun. He didn't even know what exactly it was. No one there knew. There was no enemy to cut down, no wall to break through. For him, it was just a gigantic phenomenon, seemingly inevitable. Just like the ice bird from the frozen lands. He couldn't tell why or who was doing it. But Kyrion understood that they were definitely using this city for something evil, and that it would be impossible for them to break free with brute force. "The dome, that thing, is sucking everyone's blood," Kyrion suddenly said. Yria looked at him, as did Harkon and the surrounding warriors of the Royal Order, some frowning in confusion. Kyrion then continued, staring seriously. "The dome looks like a heart. With every beat, every drop inside you is being pulled into the sky. I don't know how to stop it. I don't know who's behind it or why. I only know one thing. If we stay here, everyone will die and it won't take long. We need to run. Now." The silence that fell after his words was terrifying. But the drip that came from the blood trickling out of Harkon's nose broke it. Yria saw it and bit her lips. She took a deep breath and nodded. "We go to the royal castle. Gather who remains and head for the eastern gate. It's the only chance. From what we know, the gates are locked by the traitors. We'll have to force them open." Kale then completed Illyria's words. "Maybe the traitor guards have already opened the gate. The dome seems to be absorbing everyone's blood. I doubt that, after seeing their own bodies being affected, they will keep following whoever is giving the orders." Everyone thought it made sense. Kyrion was more focused on Harkon at the moment. Outwardly, the old man seemed firm, but his eyes revealed exhaustion. Beyond that, Kyrion was seeing further. His veins trembled violently, his blood being sucked out at a faster speed than Yria and the others. He won't last much longer. The vision gnawed at his thoughts. Kyrion couldn't stop thinking. This will soon happen to everyone. And if it does, will there be nothing left but dry bones scattered across the city? Who is doing this and how? After discussing, Everyone advanced through the main street. Kale and the others carried the moonflowers on their backs. Kale said the invaders wanted them more than anything else. They definitely would not leave them behind. At that moment, "Run to the eastern gate," Yria shouted along the way to any civilians still able to walk. "If you want a chance to live, head there." Many, upon hearing Yria's voice, crawled. Others groaned on the ground. A few stood up and staggered in the indicated direction. Soon Yria's nose began to bleed. She wiped her face with her hand, only for it to trickle again. She glanced back briefly and saw, aside from Kyrion, everyone was already suffering. Harkin and the oldest of the order had dreadful expressions. "Damn it! The pressure seems to be increasing quickly." Kyrion was focused on the road, trying to think of something with his new pair of eyes and the knowledge he had obtained. But it was useless. He had no idea what to do. While thinking, he caught sight of something at the corner of his eye that made him stop immediately. Among some fallen bodies, he recognized a face he had lost sight of earlier amidst the chaos of the Colosseum. Lena. She was on the ground with young soldiers, those who had accompanied her the first time they met. All the youths were collapsing, unable to move. Lena could still move slightly better. Her gaze met his. She gave a small smile along with a single tear. "Your eyes changed, but they're still beautiful." Kyrion looked at her and froze for a few seconds. The scene crushed him. He then made his decision. There was no way to help everyone. He had neither the strength nor the time. He clenched his fists, bent down and pulled Lena, throwing her onto his horse. He gave one last look at the young guards and sighed before moving on. Kyrion felt weak. He couldn't save nor solve the situation, and there was nothing that could be done in his mind. But at that moment, in the center of the city, over the lake, the blood was gathering. From the dome, drops of blood slowly fell into the center of the lake, causing a red whirlpool to gradually emerge, spinning slowly and growing with each moment. After some time, finally, the castle appeared ahead. Kyrion arrived a little later with Lena. But the sight there was also misery. Darien and the royal family were sitting before the castle gates. Their bodies were trembling. The prince and princess had already fainted from blood loss. The king was still conscious. Kyrion saw that the others had entered. They had gone in search of horses in the stable so everyone could ride. Beside Darien were two other members of the order, two women. One was the one who had brought the prince back to the castle. The other had been sent on a mission by Yria to gather information. But from her grim face, it was clear she had discovered nothing useful. The others, who had survived the castle attack, had already been lying on the ground for some time. Kyrion saw that some were already dead, their bodies already dried out. If you die, the blood is absorbed instantly. Kyrion realized it in his mind. Yria and the others returned with fresh horses for everyone. Kyrion transferred Lena, who was already unconscious, to another horse. The horses he and the others had used along the way were tired and losing blood, just like everyone else. Even the animals are being affected. At this rate, any kind of life will disappear. This reminds me. Shadow. Kyrion remembered his beloved horse. There would be no time to fetch him. Kyrion only frowned, accepting he had no choice. "We must escape. Now, go," Yria said loudly, without hesitation, her hand covering her nose. Everyone, without protest, mounted the horses. Blood was already starting to drip from them, but they were not as exhausted as the previous ones, and they would serve for now. Together, then, they headed toward the eastern gate. Little by little, the pressure increased more and more. Kyrion felt the despair of everyone around him rise, but he didn't know what to say or do. His small hands gripped the reins of his horse tightly. He was the only one well, but at the same time, he hated the feeling of seeing so many acquaintances suffering without being able to do anything. What would Rurik do in this situation? "Mother, what should I do in this situation?" Kyrion asked as they finally began to see the gate on the horizon. The great eastern gate of the city finally appeared before them. But what awaited them was a silent carnage. Bodies lay piled up before the exit. several dead, others still breathing with difficulty and unconscious. The smell of iron filled the air of the city. At that moment, the oldest member of the order suddenly fell from his horse. His back hit the ground with a dull thud, coughing up blood, with blood flowing from his nose and ears. Yria and the others immediately stopped, wanting to help him, but he shouted right away. "Keep going. Don't stop. I can't." He couldn't finish the sentence, murmuring before collapsing. Yria gritted her teeth. "Move forward. Don't stop." They continued, but along the way Kyrion and the others noticed something strange. Among the bodies of the civilians, there were many traitorous guards, those who had turned against valor for some still unknown reason. They too were dead. Some are pale, desperate, trying to escape. Yria roared, advancing on one of them with her spear at his throat. "What the hell are you doing here?" The guard raised his hands in extreme weakness, his eyes full of fear. We couldn't get out. The gate is already open. We tried to leave like the others, but anyone who touches that turns into blood. A pool of blood. There is no way out." Kyrion frowned. Since his arrival, he had already been looking at the gate blocked by the red substance that sealed the exit. It had emerged from the smoke, but now it seemed thick, like strange flesh. His new eyes could penetrate it and see what others could not. The barrier pulsed, made of veins and condensed rivers of blood. He saw that anyone approaching would be drained in moments. "Even if I try, I'll die too. I can think of how to cross it. But understanding isn't enough. I would need strength, the particles, those of which I don't have enough. There's no way out." Suddenly, a voice sounded from an alley beside them. Yria and the others instantly armed themselves. Kyrion also looked at them with red eyes. In truth, they were the surviving invaders. Martial artists like the Royal Order were still able to move. Yria did not attack immediately, nor did anyone else seem willing to fight. If they did, they would only die even faster because of the dome. "We were only here because of the moonflowers. A woman. She promised us power. Power we could not refuse. We didn't know what she was planning. She was stronger than all of us together. Maybe not weaker than." The invader said, looking at Yria. "Continue." "All right." Each country was assigned something different. My country was assigned to kill the youths who would participate in the tournament. We thought it would weaken the future kingdom. But we had to take their bodies to specific places in the city. "Where did the smoke appear?" Kyrion asked suddenly. "Yes. She said she would help us end the kingdom of valor at once. She would lead, while the flowers would be divided among our kingdoms." Kyrion and the others listened attentively, but something caught Kyrion's attention even more at that moment. His eyes fixed on the sky. Suddenly, the ground shook. From the lake at the core of the royal city, a fifth smoke began to rise. It was not thin like the others. It was thick and colossal, dyeing the entire sky red. The others felt their breathing falter. The veins of every person in the capital trembled as if they were about to burst. The blood of the dead ran faster, then moved to the living. Moans echoed through every street, every corner of the capital. The fifth point ignited. Kyrion felt his veins tremble for a second before focusing on his body and his blood returning to normal. His eyes shone red for a moment. Kyrion only saw everyone still standing around him falling. No one would be able to escape. It's the end of the capital. The cave beneath the capital was silent. Only the dripping of blood onto the floor, falling at regular intervals, echoed like a slow and macabre drum. In the center of the circle of ancient symbols, a frail-looking old man kept his hand pressed against the chest of the royal counselor. His eyes, with a cold and distant gleam, stared at the woman, who struggled in vain. She coughed up blood, looking at him incredulous, but mostly in pain. "Wei Feng. Why?" Her voice was weak, almost a whisper. The old man did not answer immediately. He moved his hand slowly, removing it from her chest. Blood ran, staining the already bloodied stone floor. He let her fall as if she were an empty sack, a useless weight. Wei Feng sighed. His expression was still calm and cold, as if he had only performed a necessary task. In the end, you are still just a mortal, the old man said calmly. An ant slightly better than the others. Useful, efficient for a moment, but nothing beyond that. The royal counselor opened her mouth, trying to speak, but the blood stifled her last words. You could never be like me, much less cultivate. Your work was perfect up to this point. I must acknowledge. But what you desire is too high to even dream of. At least I gave you a peaceful death. He then approached her ear with one last poisonous whisper. Go rest in hell. Join your family. They will be there soon as well. The counselor's eyes widened, but she did not have enough time to even feel the horror. Her life was extinguished in one last breath. The moment she died, her frail body seemed to shrivel, like a candle blown out by the wind. The illusion of youth disappeared, and before Wei Feng lay only an elderly woman, white hair and wrinkled skin, fallen lifeless on the ground. Wei Feng smiled, a cynical, satisfied smile. At least you died without anyone knowing of your betrayal. You can be happy with that. He slowly wiped his bloodied hand on his already stained robe and turned slowly to the center of the cave. The crystal that once rested on his old staff was now in his hand. However, it no longer shone as before. It was completely cracked, deep fissures running like roots across the entire surface. Wei Feng lifted it, observing it in the torchlight. In 2 more hours, 2 more hours, and I will have regained enough strength to no longer be on the brink of death. He sat again in the circle embedded in the floor. The symbols around pulsed red, fed by the blood that dripped endlessly from the ceiling of the cave and fell onto the grooves of the formation. Wei Feng closed his eyes as he breathed slowly, absorbing the metallic smell that permeated the air. When I turn the moonflowers into blood flowers, I will be able to rejuvenate even more. His fingers squeezed the crystal, which groaned under the pressure until it broke into particles that filled the formation beneath him. Then I will finally recover part of my cultivation, enough to find my way back to the continent. A hoarse laugh escaped his lips, echoing through the cave. The dome pulsed. The vibration traveled through the ground, rising along the walls, and reached the sky tinged with red. The sound was low, almost inaudible, but Kyrion felt every beat of the dome as if a pounding heart were hammering. It was at that moment that the 5th smoke point was born. The instant the thick, colossal smoke rose from the lake in the center of the city, the air became unbearably heavy. The smell of iron filled every corner, and the veins of everyone in the city suddenly began to tremble, as if they wanted to burst through their skin. Kyrion heard the moans, heard the screams, but could not move a muscle. To his eyes, everything was seen in a cruel way. The blood threads, once almost invisible, were now fully exposed for all to see. Thick, living streams, flowing from the body of every inhabitant of the capital, whether human or animal, heading toward the dome. They rose like crimson rivers, merging in the air and converging on the newly ignited source in the lake. Initially as small, subtle lines, but in seconds they became torrents. And around Kyrion, one by one, everyone fell. His mouth opened, trying to say something to the others who fell to their knees, coughing up blood and with eyes losing their shine. But no words came out. Before he could think of doing anything, Lena, who was on his back, toppled forward. Her body's weight fell against him, her head rolling over his shoulder until it rested on his back, completely lifeless. Kyrion's eyes widened. She was dead. The blood threads had drained her faster than he could react. He didn't even see the last expression she made, her final smile. Harkin was the second. The old warrior resisted for a few more moments, even completely injured. Clenching his teeth, the veins in his neck were completely swollen. Before collapsing, he turned his eyes to Kyrion and, with a breath of voice, murmured, "Say hi to my stupid son." Harkin fell. The blood was ripped from him in a silent explosion, and his body too became an empty shell in seconds. Kyrion watched in silence. His heart pounded rapidly, only to be controlled moments later, inevitably. He wondered if he should cry at that moment. But it seemed that even for that, his body had no will. He had no choice, he couldn't save any of them. Perhaps he could, using the remaining particles left in his eyes and applying the blood comprehension he had received. But the person would only live a little longer before having their blood absorbed again. Moreover, whom should he choose? Yria? Lena? Harkin? Kale? It was useless. Kyrion knew it was not in his hands. So he did not move. He just watched. One by one, the order fell. Trained, proud warriors who had defended the kingdom of valor for years now fell like ants. Their blood was ripped into thick streams, swallowed by the sky. Darien fell seated, his eyes wide, unable to believe this would be his end. He looked at Kyrion. You know, I always hated geniuses like you. Even now you are completely fine. But live. Live so that at least someone still remembers us. His body then fell backward. In moments it was dry, empty, without a drop of blood. Kale was farther away. Kyrion saw him fall, with a melancholic smile on his face. He said nothing. He just left in silence while looking at Yria. But despite his smile, his face was full of tears. Kyrion saw what he felt. Was it regret? Yria was the last. She raised her gaze to Kyrion, kneeling, even with blood running across her face, her voice still strong and steady. Kyrion, hide, and survive until this disaster ends. I don't want the student my brother treats as a son to die here, much less the royal order, which I've always cared for, to lose all its members. When she finished speaking, the last flicker of life left her eyes, but her body still remained upright like a spear. Everyone else had already gone. Kyrion was standing alone, in the midst of dry corpses. Silence. It was the most terrifying silence he had ever felt. Kyrion just stood still, observing. He did not cry, he did not scream. His eyes followed every thread of blood, every final whisper of each dry shell that was once a life. He would carry the weight, the memory of everyone, with him. A weight he didn't know exactly how to bear. He remained still for a long time, until he sighed. A long, deep, heavy sigh, the longest since his mother's death. I am still, absurdly weak, aren't I, Mother? His voice came out hoarse, almost soundless. All the bodies shriveled and dried after all the blood that sustained them was gone. What remained were fragile skeletons covered with wrinkled, dead skin. Kyrion breathed. The air reeked of iron, the ground filled with corpses where he could barely step. He walked, one step after another, until he reached a green area that had not been consumed by the red. No haste, no words. He just acted. One by one, he lifted the bodies. Harkin, Yria, Lena, Kale, and Darien. Each of them. He carried them there, without caring for the effort or time. He dug with his hands, until he opened a hole large enough to bury them. In the cave, Wei Feng opened his eyes. His body, which had previously bent like that of an old hunchback, now stood tall, upright. His wrinkled skin still betrayed his advanced age, but now he no longer had a body about to fall dead. Now he looked like a man in his 70s, respectable, with the aura of someone who still had the strength to walk. He raised his hands, feeling the veins pulse with fresh blood without interruption. And then from his finger, a drop of blood emerged, transforming into an extremely fine needle. He threw it at the wall, which it pierced effortlessly, the blood needle splitting into countless smaller droplets in all directions. Part of the wall cracked, turning into smaller pieces falling to the ground. The blood then gathered again, returning to Wei Feng's hand. Finally, his lips parted in a thin smile. Half of the blood absorbed by the blood core formation. Only 20% of my life essence recovered. But that is at least another 10 years. Now, the moonflowers, they will make my cracked meridians revive. He stood tall, his step firm for the first time in many years. How much strength will I recover in this filthy place? It doesn't matter. I need to find a way out of these lands as quickly as possible. And then, in the coming years, I must break through again. Only then will I have a few more good years of life. Wei Feng then climbed the cave stairs. Each step echoed like a war drum. When he emerged near the lake, the scene was one of destruction. The entire city was dead. The blood dome still pulsed. The fifth smoke is still absorbing the last traces of life. Wei Feng closed his eyes for a moment, breathing deeply, his mind connecting slightly to the dome. Then he opened them again, his body turning toward the moonflowers. He took a step, smiling. "I found you. Moonflow dash." He stopped. His eyes shifted slightly to the left of the direction of the east gate. His gaze narrowed. What? How the hell is there still someone alive? Wei Feng immediately quickened his steps, heading toward Kyrion at high speed. The cold earth gave way beneath Kyrion's hands. The metallic stench still lingered in the air. Each handful of soil he threw over the bodies seemed heavier than the last. Kyrion did not know how much time had passed since everyone had fallen. He simply continued doing what he thought he should. He buried Lena's body first. Her body was even lighter, even more fragile, without the life that once shone in her eyes. Then came Harkin, then Yria, Kale, Darien. One by one, until the ground before him had become a small field of improvised graves. He did not cry. He did not feel the urge. He only felt once again a void, a strange calm that suffocated him more than anything else. So this was it, Kyrion thought as he gave one final pat to the soil, arranging the garden. We were dead from the moment the smoke appeared. Just by being in the city, we simply didn't know it. The red smoke, the dome, the force that tore the blood from everyone. It wasn't something I, nor anyone here, could face. It wouldn't have mattered if Yria shouted orders, if Harkin tried to protect everyone, if the traitorous guards, the invaders, and all the citizens joined to try to escape, or if I used every last particle to try to flee. Nothing would have worked. In the end, we were weak. All of us are far too weak. Kyrion was lost in thought, sighing as he looked at the improvised graves. Silence was his only companion. Only the faint sound of the wind passing through the city streets and the sound of his own breathing. Then he heard it. A distant sound suddenly appeared. Rhythmic. Footsteps he heard from far away. Kyrion lifted his head. On the horizon, a figure was approaching. It didn't seem to be running, yet it was still drawing closer at extreme speed. Its speed was even greater than the horses he had once ridden. Kyrion simply stood still, watching the silhouette approach. There was no sense in running or trying to hide. So all of this really was caused by a person. Someone strong. Someone who ended everyone in the capital as if it were nothing. The footsteps echoed closer and closer. After a few moments, he was there. An old man stopped a few meters away, staring at Kyrion as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was as tall as Rurik but thin and sickly in appearance. He had almost no muscle. His hair was long and gray, along with a small gray beard. The old man was missing one eye, which remained shut. The other glowed a red color, but a lighter red than Kyrion's eyes. His clothes, once white, were stained with the stinking red of blood encrusted for many years. The presence of this old man was something entirely different from anything Kyrion had ever felt. Kyrion could sense, just by looking at him, danger and instinctive warning. But he remained still, his expression impassive. Then a hoarse voice came. "A child?" murmured Wei Feng. "And he doesn't seem to care about me, nor is he horrified as a child should be. Traumatized." The old man kept speaking, looking at unmoving Kyrion, assessing him as if he were a rare piece. Then, in just a second, he furrowed his brow. "Huh? That?" Wei Feng took a step forward, and at that moment, Kyrion felt an invisible pressure. His bones ached, and his breathing grew heavy. Just that alone was enough for him to know that, if Wei Feng wished, he could kill him effortlessly. Then, the deep voice echoed again. "Mortal child, how in the world are you in the first cultivation realm?" Kyrion stared back in silence, his hands dirty with earth and his thoughts racing. "Are you deaf, brat?" The old man narrowed his single eye. "How can a mortal like you have entered the body refinement realm?" After asking, the old man fell silent for a moment. His gaze traveled from head to toe over Kyrion. Kyrion felt as if he were being completely seen, as if the man had looked at his bones, his blood, every part of his body. Then Kyrion saw the old man's expression change from confusion to his gaze widening. A slightly mad smile spread across his face. I can't see through the boy's eyes. This. Wei Feng thought of something. So that's it. Wei Feng laughed. A dry laugh, yet full of excitement. His gaze locked onto Kyrion's eyes. Brat, your eyes. Unbelievable indeed. I truly found a mortal with an innate talent. Wei Feng murmured as he stepped closer, until he was only a few steps from Kyrion, who had to look up to see him. Brat, become my disciple from now on. The words sounded like an order, not a question. The hoarse voice was firm and undeniable. If you accept, you will have everything you never imagined. Power, fame, riches, everything could be in your hands. But above all, strength. A strength capable of destroying an entire city with just one hand. Wei Feng leaned forward. His gaze burned with excitement. You have the necessary talent. And with me as your master, you will soar far beyond these inhospitable mortal lands. To the true continent beyond the mountains. Kyrion simply remained silent. He did not answer immediately, but he continued looking at the old man. Then his voice came out for the first time. A voice cold with feeling, yet still childish. Was it you who did all this? Wei Feng's smile did not falter. Yes, if you're talking about the blood dome, it was a plan to restore some of my strength. I was wounded when I arrived in this place. Dying before recovering wasn't an option. So everyone had to die. He lifted his chin as if it were obvious. I am stronger, more important than mere mortal lives. Their blood essences and their lives gave me a few more years. They should be grateful. Kyrion clenched his fists but released them soon after, along with a long sigh. There was nothing he could do about it. Avenging the others didn't even cross his mind. It would be impossible. Reviving the dead was also impossible. He had nothing he could do about it. At least not now. Do you know what this is? Kyrion asked, raising his hand. Then, a drop slid from his finger. The particles burned in his eyes. A thin, crimson needle formed and flew toward the wall of a nearby house, piercing through without effort. At that moment, the old man's eyes widened again. Intention. Blood intention. How? I spent my whole life comprehending only fragments. And this brat, this boy. Wei Feng smiled like a madman. You truly are a genius, brat. Kyrion didn't care. He simply continued. I've always seen these particles. What are they? Particles? Wei Feng thought and then burst out laughing. You must be talking about the chi of heaven and earth, the source of everything, of the world and of our strength. But here in this miserable place, the concentration is so low that it would take countless years for someone to advance even the initial realms. Then his gaze shone again. Brat, what is your name? Kyrion. Wei Feng then raised his chin with arrogance. Kyrion, you will be my first disciple. Do you accept? Kyrion kept staring at that man. He was a monster, a cold-blooded killer who slaughtered everyone he knew in the city, but also someone who represented what he had always desired. And what he needed, strength. A strength he did not have but now had a way to obtain. In the end, he had no choice either. It was this or death, and Kyrion still had to fulfill his mother's wishes. He then lowered his head slightly, accepting. I accept. After 3 seconds of silence, suddenly a hoarse and strange laugh sounded. Wei Feng laughed, extremely satisfied. It was then that Kyrion suddenly felt a pain in his forehead. He saw, in an instant, the old man before him had sent a drop of blood toward his forehead. His body couldn't react and dodge in time, even with his eyes catching the movement. He thought of stopping the drop of blood and controlling it with the chi present in his eyes. But in the end, he did nothing. He did not feel a sense of death from the drop, so he decided to follow the old man. He would think about it in the future. The drop entered his forehead and dissolved inside his brain. Kyrion did not feel any change. When he concentrated, he could faintly sense the presence of something in his head. But it did not seem to affect anything for now. Good. From now on call me Master Wei. Wait here until I finish my business in the city. Wei Feng turned, walking toward the moonflowers. The morning sun began to dissipate the night's cold over the empty capital. The blood dome had disappeared long ago. Kyrion remained in the same spot, sitting on the stone steps of the house in front of the garden where he had buried the bodies. He could still feel the presence of that drop of blood in his mind. After paying a little more attention, it was like an invisible thread, a light but constant weight connecting him to Wei Feng. After waiting the entire night, the old man emerged from a nearby house. The door creaked open, but the figure that appeared was no longer the same as the one Kyrion had seen enter with the flowers. The cadaverous, blood-covered old man no longer existed. Kyrion felt genuine shock. The man who walked out was tall and imposing. His hair and beard were still gray like snow, marks that would continue to show that not much life remained. But the skin, once wrinkled and pale, was now firm with a slight, healthy bronze. His body, previously little more than a skeleton in clothes, now had a slim but defined silhouette. He was dressed in a completely clean and new robe of deep red. Wei Feng now looked like a man in his 40s, still full of vigor and restrained power. Kyrion sensed that the man in front of him was entirely different from the old man before. He instinctively felt an even greater danger. Wei Feng, upon exiting the house, stretched his arms, his bones cracking with renewed strength. He looked at his hands, clenched his fists, and smiled, a gesture of selfish satisfaction. "Now it's better," he said to himself. His gaze then settled on Kyrion. "Stand up. This place is a cemetery. There is nothing left for us here." Kyrion obeyed, rising silently. His clothes were still stained with dirt and blood, a stark contrast to the renewed majesty of his new master. Without ceremony, Wei Feng turned and began walking south. With long, confident strides, Kyrion took one last glance at the fresh mounds of earth and followed behind. The journey through the outskirts of the devastated capital was silent. Wei Feng did not speak, and Kyrion did not yet feel the urge to ask. Soon, they reached the southern gate after 2 hours of walking. They left behind the scent of death and entered a verdant plain. The destination was clear: the majestic and menacing mountains that cut across the southern horizon. Their slopes, high above the clouds, were covered in snow and constant winds. After several days of walking without much pause, during which Wei Feng seemed not to tire at all, while Kyrion relied on his martial artist stamina and the strength now discovered as the first realm of cultivation, Wei Feng said he would explain soon. After many days of travel, they arrived at a hill in an ordinary forest of yellow trees. On the hill there was a cave inhabited by bears. Kyrion watched Wei Feng kill them with just a release of 2 drops of blood at high speed. The place seemed isolated, and after arranging it a little, it became a good spot to spend the next few days. Wei Feng nodded after sensing the surroundings. "This will do." Kyrion, after so many days without proper sleep, had a good night's rest in the cave. He woke shortly before sunrise, as always. He stepped out of the cave only to find Wei Feng sitting on a smooth stone, eyes closed, next to a fire. Kyrion approached and sat nearby in silence. Wei Feng then opened his eyes, and suddenly, in the air before Kyrion, Wei Feng pulled from the air, simply out of nowhere, a thick, ancient book bound in dark leather. Kyrion could not help but be surprised. There was no bag. He could not understand how a book simply appeared. Finally, he asked a question after remaining silent for days. "How?" Wei Feng gave a lazy glance, finding the question irrelevant for now. "You'll understand later. What matters now is that if you wish to survive in my world, you need to understand what you're getting yourself into." He handed the book to Kyrion, who took it immediately. The pages were old but still clear. Wei Feng leaned back on the stone, crossing his arms. "Kid, you were born as a mortal knowing nothing of the world. So, I'll start from the beginning." Kyrion remained silent, but his eyes fixed on the old man. Wei Feng raised a finger. What you call particles is what we call qi, the energy of heaven and earth. It is present in everything. In the air you breathe, in the water you drink, in the blood running through your veins. It is the energy that sustains life. Kyrion blinked slowly. He had seen the particles all along, since he first opened his eyes. But only now could he name them. Qi of heaven and earth. Wei Feng continued. Mortals cannot perceive it, nor can they absorb qi into their bodies. They live like cattle awaiting death, whether here or anywhere else. You are an extremely special case, one of few recorded, a mortal born with innate talent. Because of this, you can see and absorb qi, which should only be possible if born from a cultivator. Cultivators refine their own bodies to absorb qi and transform it into their own power. Records of when and how the first cultivators appeared have been completely lost to history. Humans born mortal today are few, almost extinct. This is the only place with countries and where the mortal population is somewhat larger. Wei Feng's voice then deepened. The human body is fragile. Brittle bones, weak muscles, impure blood. That is why everyone cultivates. Cultivation refines all of this until you are no longer merely human. You, kid, have already taken the first step without even knowing it. You are already in the body refinement realm. Wei Feng finished explaining his own understanding of cultivation to Kyrion, whether right or wrong. Kyrion gripped the book in his hands. First realm. So that's it. That's why I was already stronger from the start. The particles made me enter this so-called realm. But don't delude yourself, boy. You are only at the first stage of the realm. It's like not even leaving the mud. Like a worm, but one that will still crawl towards something greater. He leaned forward, his single red eye fixed on Kyrion's irisless eyes. Listen well. Cultivation is divided into realms. Each realm is a barrier you break with your body, mind, and soul. At each step, the difficulty increases immensely. Kyrion absorbed every word, but in his silence his thoughts boiled. If just the first step, the first stage of the first realm gave me this strength, then those beyond, wouldn't they be terrifying monsters? Kyrion thought, but not with fear. No, there was a small smile on his face. He was finally discovering how to become truly strong after understanding only a fraction of what cultivation meant. Wei Feng smiled, seeing Kyrion's lips curve. Strength, kid. That is the only meaning. Without strength, you are meat ready to be slaughtered. With strength, you decide who lives and who dies. Kyrion continued watching. He had understood this long before from the first body he buried. Wei Feng then opened his palm. A condensed drop of blood appeared and floated. Intention. The drop transformed into a red blade. Qi without intention is like a dull blade. Intention is your will, your understanding, using qi as a catalyst to impose your will. It is what makes each cultivator unique. I spent many years finally understanding and mastering the intention of blood. But you, kid, you already possess it. I imagine it was born with your eyes. Damned aberration. Damned unjust heavens. Wei Feng muttered, gradually growing irritated. Kyrion listened in silence and said nothing. I wasn't born with this so-called intention. I took it from the smoke. Was the intention his, or someone else's? Like the icy barrier. Could my eyes steal the understanding of others? Kyrion was interrupted from his thoughts when Wei Feng reclined on the stone again, satisfied after a moment. Choosing the right path is everything. There are those who choose fire, others ice, others the sword, and others even the soul. My path is blood, and yours too. Kyrion simply lowered his eyes to the book, not correcting the old man. He would not reveal the truth about his other intention. Brat, do you know where you are? Wei Feng suddenly asked Kyrion, who was engrossed in reading the first page of the book he had received. Kyrion turned, replying briefly, the country of valor. Wei Feng looked with slight disdain. That can be hardly called a country. We are at the far north of the northern region of the great continent Etherno. Mortal lands. A place completely forgotten by everyone. where the chi is so scarce that even someone like you would take countless years to break through a minor stage. This place is a natural prison, surrounded by stormy mountains to the south and frozen lands to the north. They prevent both entry and exit. Kyrion absorbed the information in silence. It is indeed an isolated place. As Mother said, this world really is much larger than any of the 15 countries could imagine. Those born here as mortals are destined to die without ever seeing what lies beyond. Kyrion thought, without realizing that perhaps this isolation was a blessing in itself. Even though it's difficult with your talent, I believe you will be able to cultivate and break through the first cultivation realm quickly. You will cultivate every day as we search for the exit from this cursed place. When you enter the real world, you will understand what it truly means to breathe pure air. This is the technique I used in the past. It is trash compared to the true superior techniques of the continent, but it will serve as a foundation for you. Read it, understand it, feel it, discover how the chi reacts within your body, since even I have no idea how it will work for you. Wei Feng finished. Kyrion then ran his fingers over the pages. The text was complex, speaking of meridians, circulation, breathing, and exercises. But as he read, he realized something was wrong. I don't have these meridians, these channels through which the chi flows. Is it because I'm a mortal? Kyrion sat cross-legged as described in the book and tried to sense his body. But indeed, none of what was described existed. He furrowed his brow for a moment until he decided to focus on what truly made him special. There they are. Yes, it's similar. Wei Feng watched him silently, wondering if Kyrion would understand quickly, and if he did, whether he would discover for himself how to cultivate. After all, mortals with innate talent had their own ways. They just had to find them. He looked at Kyrion as if he were rare prey. I understand, Kyrion said, suddenly opening his eyes. Wei Feng chuckled softly. Good. This is only the beginning. Kyrion closed the book, having already memorized everything in his mind. Wei Feng sat on the stone, arms crossed, expression calm, but his red eye fixed on Kyrion. Waiting for something, Kyrion took a deep breath. He clenched his fists. His eyes had always made him different. Within them were his unique perception, the particles, the cold, the blood, and the intent. This was his path. He had found the channels his eyes possessed. He sat in the posture the book taught, legs crossed, back straight, but instead of following blindly, he redirected his perception entirely to his eyes. The moment he focused completely, he opened his eyes. Then he saw them, unlike the others who sensed chi around and absorbed it. Kyrion could see it. This time he looked at all those points, the particles. No, it was the chi scattered across the skies. He focused through his eyes, trying to draw it in. Like a call. A shiver ran down his spine to his eyes. The chi began to move. Slow at first, but increasingly faster. Converging like moths to a flame. The chi didn't enter through his skin or pores as the book said. It was being drawn directly into his eyes. Kyrion took a deep breath, maintaining his focus. The energy penetrated and accumulated, not throughout his whole body, but in his eyeballs like two small vortices. It was a new and completely strange sensation. It didn't hurt nor affect his vision. It was silent. Humph! Wei Feng, nearby, let out a sound, narrowing his eye. He was surprised, despite not wanting to admit it. The chi from the forest and from several meters above was sparse and slow, but it was being entirely pulled into Kyrion's eyes. It was unnatural. It shouldn't have been possible. If it were anyone else, their eyes would have exploded long ago. Kyrion remained motionless, breathing slowly, absorbing more and more. Yes, this is the path. Not through the body but through the eyes. This is how I must cultivate. Kyrion was already instinctively adjusting the flow, something others would take many attempts to achieve. The book said energy should circulate through meridians in cycles, moving throughout the body. Kyrion didn't have them, so he circulated through his eyes until reaching a limit. Then, when that happened, all the chi suddenly transformed into pure energy and spread throughout his body. It dispersed like a mist through his muscles and bones. His body suddenly felt firmer, lighter. Wei Feng observed from the side, his face incredulous, silently, yet a storm raged within. He broke into the second stage of the body refinement realm. How? How was it so fast? Where are the impurities of his body? Why didn't they come out? Wei Feng didn't understand. This wasn't supposed to happen. No, he hadn't expected it to occur so quickly. Yet still, his lips curved into a faint, imperceptible smile. Kyrion didn't see the expression. He was fully immersed in the new sensation. His eyes burned for a moment, but in an instant, his vision seemed to expand slightly. High in the sky, he could see chi that he hadn't noticed before. Also now, when he thought, the particles disappeared. Refocusing, he could see them in the sky above. So this is it. Finally, I don't need to use my hands to absorb anymore. This is cultivation. Kyrion felt much better. His senses seemed enhanced. He clenched his fist and felt his bones crack with a smile. Wei Feng, nearby, uncrossed his arms. Good. You really found your path on the first attempt. This way, we won't waste much time. His deep voice broke the silence. I did it, Kyrion said, breathing deeply. You didn't do it, brat. You just began. This is the first step to using chi to your advantage. Don't be deluded. You are only at the second stage of the first of 8 great realms. Kyrion didn't respond. He already knew he was still weak. But when he heard the last sentence, he looked at Wei Feng with wide eyes. 8. Yes, brat, do you think it's easy? Cultivation is like swimming through a sea of lava. Every advancement is achieved through hardship, time, and resources. It requires talent, determination, and understanding. If any of these are lacking, you're destined to remain trapped in some realm until you rot, which I refuse to let happen and which you must also refuse. Or I'll tear you apart myself. Kyrion listened silently, expression unchanged. But he knew Wei Feng wouldn't do anything. He no longer felt any hostility from Wei Feng, but there was also no kindness. At least Wei Feng seemed neutral, willing to truly teach him. You, brat, you have an innate talent. You don't yet know what that truly means, but you will soon. But it doesn't matter, genius or not. Without discipline, without a clear goal, you will get nowhere. Kyrion nodded. Do you have a goal? Wei Feng asked seriously. Yes, I will become the strongest. No matter the means, Kyrion answered without hesitation. Then keep training every day until absorbing chi becomes as natural as breathing. You must break through the last 3 stages of the body refinement realm within 4 years. Wei Feng added, entering the cave. Kyrion sat down again, trying to feel the changes in his body. Everything seemed fine, but he decided to focus on his eyes. The book said that every time one broke through, they should consolidate their new power without excess. Kyrion then realized that his eyes were fine but seemed to have reached the limit of what they could absorb for now. He would have to wait, he didn't know how long, until he could cultivate again. Kyrion woke up with a cold wind blowing against his face in the morning. He rose with a furrowed brow. He had once again dreamed of his mother, then of Lena and his other companions, who had sunk in the capital. Lately, these dreams kept appearing, and whenever he looked at Wei Feng, he wondered if it was right to follow and be the disciple of the one who had killed them. But only seconds after thinking this, he shoved those feelings to the back of his mind. That wasn't important now. What mattered was using all the knowledge Wei Feng had to offer to grow stronger. Time seemed to drag on. Kyrion no longer counted the days during their journey. He simply walked a little behind the man who had become his path to strength. They were getting closer and closer to the mountains. Already in the forests below, the icy wind struck his face, yet he didn't feel even a trace of cold. What I understood from the barrier is the intent of ice, I suppose. I can't use the power I learned from the barrier unless I'm using those snowflake eyes. But at least the cold no longer affects me as much. In recent days, after focusing more attention on his eyes, Kyrion had managed to enter a place of darkness, isolated from everything. His consciousness flowed there, finding a small crystal, a crystallized snowflake. Not far from it, there was a drop of crimson blood, but unlike the snowflake crystal, it was connected to him. Kyrion felt an instinctive bond and knew that, if he wished, he could return to the eyes he had gained in the frozen territory. But he decided not to test that yet. Wei Feng, along the way, walked a few steps ahead. Straight shoulders, hands behind his back, red robe that never seemed to get dirty, no matter what happened. Kyrion, too, was now dressed differently. Wei Feng had adjusted clothes also conjured from nothing to his size. Now both were clad in red. Every certain distance, Wei Feng stopped. He would observe the sky or the ground, sometimes frowning, and only then would he continue. Kyrion could not know exactly what was going through that mind. He could only sense feelings of frustration in him at times. Then, on one particular day when they lifted their eyes, the scenery was different. The mountains rose like black and white walls. Snow covered the dark ground below. From that point on, there were no trees, only mountains that reached into the heavens. The wind there was constant and terrifying, cold and cutting. But the most terrifying of all were the endless storm clouds heavy with thunder, stretching above the mountains. Spread in both directions as far as his sight could reach, they seemed to have no end. Snow, wind, and thunder fell constantly. The sound echoed for miles. Kyrion stopped walking. His feet stood atop the snow without sinking. He simply stared at it. So this is what blocks the passage? Wei Feng glanced at him, his cold gaze settling on Kyrion. These are the mountains of the end. To those on the other side, it is considered a forbidden region that lies at the edge of the Northern Territory. Even the strongest cultivators cannot cross it. The risk of death is extremely high. At the summit, there have been endless storms since time immemorial. Besides that, no one feels the need to cross. After all, there is nothing special beyond where chi is so scarce. Kyrion lifted his chin, watching the thunder that crossed the skies. Some flashes purple, others golden. The sound was deafening. But, for some reason, it didn't make him step back. Nor did it frighten him. He took a step forward. Just as one day, I will pass through the ice barrier and find that ice bird. One day I will have the strength to pass over these mountains as if they were my own courtyard. Kyrion then thought of something and asked, was this created by someone? Wei Feng let out a short laugh. One of disdain. No, this is a natural formation, a manifestation of the heavens. There are many smaller ones in the Northern Territory. You must be careful not to die by approaching any of them. The words etched themselves into Kyrion's mind. In the days that followed, they advanced slowly along the slopes. Wei Feng would choose places to stop and build an improvised shelter. At each stop, he would hand something new to Kyrion. A book, a short explanation, a challenge, or some strange object. The first time Kyrion asked about the book appearing out of complete nothingness, Wei Feng did not answer. So he never asked again. But it was truly something that intrigued him. Today, Wei Feng handed him another book. Kyrion took it with a bit of care. The title was simple, though the book was one of the thickest he had ever seen. Bestiary of the Northern Territory, Volume 1. He opened it quickly, interested. On the first pages, he realized what it was about. Unlike here, where there were only wild animals, on the other side practically all animals were called ferocious beasts, capable of cultivating just like humans. Their strength was greater than cultivators of the same level, though their intelligence was limited until a certain realm. Kyrion saw countless illustrations of creatures, some resembling wolves and other animals he had seen before, but with an imposing appearance, some with limbs that seemed like metal. Others were completely different from anything he had ever seen. He read through the book quickly, not stopping for anything else. He hoped to one day encounter all of them. He read late into the night, the darkness not hindering him. The full knowledge of the book was now in his mind. If he saw a ferocious beast, he would not be unprepared. Living with Wei Feng was strange. They didn't like each other. There was no friendship nor any sort of affection, and neither of them wanted that. But despite this, there was no longer an empty silence all the time. Wei Feng began answering all of Kyrion's questions, even if coldly and with disdain. He explained each term, each concept, and each doubt. Wei Feng never showed patience. but he also never left anything unanswered that he considered important. Kyrion knew Wei Feng had some purpose in training him. He wasn't someone who would do this without something in mind. The blood in his brain was more than enough to understand that. But despite this, in recent days Kyrion noticed something different. Little by little, he felt that Wei Feng was enjoying himself, even while maintaining his expression of disdain. At night, Kyrion was always focused on something new, while Wei Feng stood on the other side of the fire drinking wine. He really didn't know how his supply hadn't run out after so many days. Kyrion saw in his peripheral vision that Wei Feng sometimes observed him. It was only for a few moments before he returned to drinking, but he seemed extremely satisfied. And so, the days turned into weeks. The weeks turned into months. Kyrion had already turned 6 without realizing it. Kyrion had once again managed to absorb chi into his eyes after that time. He trained his absorption, still slow but improving. The problem was the scarcity of chi. During this time, Kyrion read several books, memorizing every detail and practicing what he could. His body improved day by day. He hadn't forgotten the technique he had gained from the royal order. Now he no longer had the black liquid to help, but he realized that controlling his blood with chi was even more effective for recovery. Wei Feng said it was only a mortal technique, but it was a good technique. At the 3rd stage of the technique, he would have the strength of a peak cultivator of the 1st realm. But it would only be strength. He would not have enhanced senses nor the advantages that chi brought by reshaping and strengthening the body. His shoulders were firmer, and his posture was always straight. His black hair grew longer and longer, and his red eyes now carried a growing gleam of determination. While he felt his strength and his understanding of the world improve each day. Sometimes he still remembered his mother, Lena, and the royal city, Rurik. But that had turned into a route for his determination. The storm above them continued roaring at the mountain's peak. Wei Feng would vanish for a few hours each day and always return after another failed attempt to find a path. With each attempt, he came back more irritated. He didn't show it, but Kyrion sensed he seemed slightly desperate. Wei Feng abhorred the idea of truly being trapped and dying without choice. But now, Kyrion also looked toward the storm, eager to find an exit soon. He didn't know if he would survive the dangers on the other side, didn't know what awaited him. But he wanted to see that world. He wanted to stand above all, to be strong enough to face anything. But the two of them were still trapped in something greater than themselves. Yet neither would give up on fighting against it. Time did not stop, just like the wind of the mountains of the end, carrying snow and the storm across the entire horizon. And it was in this setting that the years quickly passed. A whole year had gone by. Kyrion was already 7 years old, a year and some months since he had traveled with Wei Feng. In this last year, his routine was almost always the same. Lifting enormous stones, being beaten by Wei Feng until he could no longer stand it, and training under waterfalls. He trained until he lost consciousness. The old man never showed mercy, just as Kyrion had asked. He wanted results quickly. Wei Feng explained more about cultivation while Kyrion endured the torture. The 1st realm, the body refinement realm. It exists to refine the body to the limit until it can withstand chi. Bones, blood, skin. The more chi you can absorb to reinforce the body, the better. The cleaner and more resilient you become. Kyrion learned quickly. For common cultivators, chi was absorbed through the meridians and then circulated through the body, along with the movements of a technique or training more akin to torture. Just like the technique of the royal order. They had similarities. But for Kyrion it was different, everything was different. His eyes pulled the chi from the air until he reached his limit. When that happened, the chi was purified into pure energy. Then it was released into every cell of his body. He didn't need to follow the path of the book or the one others followed. He didn't even need to train his body like the others. His eyes would do the work. But Kyrion trained his body for another reason. At the end of the 1st year, Kyrion broke through to the 3rd stage of the body refinement realm. His body became twice as strong as before. Unlike others, where each stage improved something specific, Kyrion's entire body was strengthened equally. Kyrion grew a little and changed slightly. But the one who changed the most was, in fact, Wei Feng. If before he appeared to be a man of 40 with renewed vigor, now, after a year, he seemed to have aged 5. The whiteness of his hair and beard is slightly more intense. Soon, the second year came. Kyrion dedicated this year to learning and studying, as well as physical training. Wei Feng gave him new books. He dove into the pages about spiritual herbs and rare metals. He discovered that in the Northern Territory there were hidden treasures from forgotten eras and even inheritances of ancient powers. That year, Wei Feng also revealed the next realms of cultivation. After the body refinement realm comes the Qi accumulation realm. It is in this realm that the Dantian is opened, and Qi begins to be stored within it. From this realm on, it is possible to reinforce the body or your weapon using the Qi present in your Dantian, increasing strength, resistance, and speed. The third realm is the Qi release realm, where Qi becomes dense enough to be launched at a distance, using different battle techniques. The fourth is the core formation realm, where the condensed Qi transforms into a spiritual core, increasing absorption capacity and the amount of Qi the cultivator can release. And the fifth and last that you need to know for now is the spiritual awakening realm. When the soul awakens and the spiritual sense awakens, the cultivator takes his first true step to being beyond a human. Kyrion listened to the words patiently, recording them in his mind. But he didn't care much, for that was for the future. What mattered was that he was now in the third stage of the first realm. In practice, in self-torture, Kyrion broke through to the second level of the Royal Order technique given to him by Yria. His strength increased a little, but it was nothing grand, yet Kyrion was happy with the result. Wei Feng, on the other hand, now seemed 50 years old. Wrinkles began to mark his forehead. The vitality he had recovered was slowly slipping away. The third year brought disappointments. For Wei Feng, because for Kyrion it was getting better and better. They explored deep caves and climbed peaks sometimes covered by lightning and snow. They followed hidden natural trails but always, in the end, could not advance, finding rocks, winds, and inevitable death if they continued. Wei Feng carved paths with his blood. Sometimes he cut the peak of a small mountain in anger, but it was all useless. Each failure increased his silent irritation. Kyrion noticed. Wei Feng didn't say it, but his patience and hope were slowly wearing thin. Meanwhile, Kyrion continued absorbing the Qi in his eyes whenever possible. One day, his body shone from within when completely pure energy came out of his eyes, bathing every corner of his body. Kyrion broke through to the fourth stage of the body refinement realm. In truth, Wei Feng had underestimated him. Kyrion could have advanced earlier. What limited him was the scarce Qi and second, his small body. Wei Feng forbade him from cultivating too much. He needed to go little by little, since his body was not yet fully grown and matured. He also began to fight more with Wei Feng, who again was surprised and grumbled to the heavens. Kyrion in battle was a freak, always dodging at the last second with precision and using any slightest opening to attack. He was a born combat genius, his eyes capturing every movement. Obviously, Wei Feng did not use much of his strength, only his combat experience. Kyrion had less experience, but his eyes compensated for that. Kyrion turned 9, while Wei Feng now appeared to be 55. Kyrion could perceive the changes in his skin. He was really aging far too quickly, although he was still strong and without commenting on it. The fourth year was marked by stability. Kyrion did the same as always, unhurried. He wanted to see the world out there, but he had time. He felt improvements in something every day, and that was good enough. But, unlike him, Wei Feng was growing increasingly impatient. He knew he would not find an easy way out, but he would not give up, driven by the despair of dying in these lands. Kyrion dove deeper into cultivation. His eyes absorbed Qi at a much faster rate. Purified in his eyes, the energy spread again like invisible rivers, strengthening everything. Harder bones, firmer muscles, tougher skin, better internal organs. He broke through to the fifth stage of the body refinement realm. His body was reaching the limit of what it could strengthen. That year, Wei Feng made him memorize everything he knew about the outside world. Remember, brat. Here, you are surrounded by 14 useless and weak mortal countries. But beyond the mountains, there are great empires. Huge sects that dictate the destiny of a region. Ancient clans, powerful families. Organizations of all kinds. Fierce beasts that can crush cities alone. Different races in small forbidden domains that cultivate in a path similar to ours as humans. Some as powerful or even more than ours. Kyrion listened, expanding his understanding of the new world he would one day enter. Before, the boy from a small, isolated village now knew that there was a world far too vast to even imagine. At the end of that year, Kyrion turned 10. His appearance changed a little each year, which was normal. But Wei Feng, on the other hand, now seemed 60 years old. His body slightly hunched, deeper wrinkles appeared on his skin. The white strands swayed in the wind. Kyrion watched the old man with an expression of doubt, strangeness, and a feeling he could not explain. The two then set out again, trying to find a way to leave the mortal lands. The sky was gray that afternoon. The wind carried the damp smell of the forest, mixed with the faint rotten odor of dead leaves piled on the ground. Kyrion was sitting in front of a wooden house, motionless, watching the mist rise between the trees. He wasn't cultivating, he wasn't thinking about anything specific. He was only breathing, waiting for something. 5 years ago, when Kyrion turned 10, he had broken through to the peak of the first realm with ease. Wei Feng then gave him his cultivation technique, the same one he used. But from that time until now, Kyrion had been unable to cultivate. His eyes, for some reason, had stopped absorbing qi, as if they had reached their limit, as if an invisible barrier had closed inside them. During this time, his routine was always the same, training and more training. Lessons from Wei Feng, reading books he had long since memorized, accidental hunts and much silence. But today something changed when he woke up. Today he was turning 15, and at that moment the barrier seemed to vanish completely. Kyrion felt the air grow lighter, finally able to truly breathe. For a moment before, he had even wondered what he would do if his eyes really could no longer absorb qi. But after thinking a little, he tried not to worry and simply wait. And now he could finally cultivate again. But before he could focus to begin, a sound interrupted his thoughts. The sound of glass breaking. The noise echoed from inside the wooden house. Kyrion didn't get up immediately, already used to it. He just listened. But the silence that followed was heavy. He thought for a moment, then sighed. He decided to get up and take a look. When he entered the house, Wei Feng was lying on the floor. The old man held a broken wine bottle, the shards scattered across the ground, and some stuck in his skin, bleeding. The purple liquid mixed with the blood that dripped from his mouth. His white hair and beard were completely tangled, dirty. His wrinkled skin seemed far too thin, almost transparent. His muscles had atrophied, his spine hunched once again. Kyrion observed him for a long time. There was no urgency in his steps. He walked slowly toward the body. He leaned down with some ease, lifted the old man, placing him in a wooden chair near the table. The smell was unpleasant. Sour wine, blood, filth, and the weakness of old age. Wei Feng gasped, each breath a painful effort. His single eye was cloudy, opaque, without any gleam. It was hard to believe that just a few years ago, this man had been an imposing figure capable of annihilating the 15 countries. Now it seemed nothing more than a shadow. Wei Feng and Kyrion had traveled along the border of the 15 countries during the 10 years that had passed. Kyrion watched Wei Feng slowly lose his mind as he aged rapidly. The exit from this place was never found. Wei Feng sank into despair, hatred, and in the end, the strength and vitality he had regained 10 years ago began to wither away. Until today, Kyrion stood before him, arms crossed. His expression was neutral, as always. He only frowned slightly. The old man's state somehow bothered him. Wei Feng. His voice was low, emotionless. Kyrion had never managed, nor ever would, to call him master. Wei Feng laughed, a hoarse, broken laugh. It was soon interrupted by coughs that made more blood flow from his lips. "You've grown, brat," Wei Feng said with some effort. Kyrion didn't respond. He only watched him. His mind at that moment was a little distant. He saw two overlapping images. The man who had slaughtered the capital, killing all his companions without hesitation, without remorse. And the old man, now frail, is about to die alone in a forgotten cabin. I could kill him now and take my revenge. Nothing would stop me. He no longer has even the strength to move the drop of blood he placed inside me. Kyrion thought. But it didn't matter. He didn't feel there was reason or need to do it. Wei Feng was already dead. Only the last breath remained. The old man coughed again, bending forward. Blood stained his beard. For an instant, Kyrion thought he would pass without saying a word. But no. Wei Feng, with his last strength, looked at him and spoke one final sentence. He lifted his eyes, staring at his disciple, the only person who might still remember him. "If one day you find the White Tower, destroy it. For me." After those words, silence filled the air of the house for a while. Kyrion didn't ask why. He didn't seek explanations about what the White Tower was. He only fixed his gaze on the old man as he lost his final breath of life. And after a few seconds, Kyrion only gave a small nod. But that was enough. Wei Feng gave one last strange smile, perhaps satisfied, perhaps relieved, trusting that Kyrion would truly do it. Then his breathing grew weaker until it finally disappeared. His eyes remained closed. The old man had finally died. Kyrion stood still for several minutes, watching the motionless body. There was no sadness in his chest. Even after spending 10 years with Wei Feng, he had never forgotten what had brought them together. But neither was their joy. It was a truly strange feeling, as if this was something that needed to happen. Wei Feng had lived a life marked by deaths and regrets. To die that way, alone, weak and powerless, in a land far from home, Kyrion thought it was fitting. Wei Feng wouldn't suffer by his hands, but he wouldn't have a good life in the next place either. Kyrion imagined that. It was then, suddenly, that Kyrion felt a sensation in his head. The drop of blood, whose presence he had grown accustomed to, lost all its function. Kyrion already knew what it was for. With a thought, the drop of blood gathered in his mouth, and then he spat it out. It was a technique that, according to what he had read, was used to control or even kill those who accepted it. Kyrion had accepted becoming his disciple, so Wei Feng had placed it in his mind. But despite that, it had never been used for anything. Kyrion always trained, seemingly unconcerned with the rest. Perhaps it could have been useful to Wei Feng later, but since they were trapped there, the day Wei Feng could use it never came. Kyrion then approached the old man's body. From his wrinkled hand, he removed the only ring, placing it on his own finger. Now, he already knew how it worked, how things suddenly appeared and vanished. He then left the house and went to the yard, made an improvised shovel and began to dig. The soil was hard, but it was child's play to him now. Even without hurrying, in just a few minutes a grave was ready. He then returned to the house, lifted Wei Feng's body, and threw it into the grave. Buried him without ceremony. There were no flowers, no farewell words. Only a stone placed over the earth marked the spot. "I guess that's enough," Kyrion murmured before turning and entering the house again. The cold wind blew, raising dust and dry leaves over the makeshift grave. Kyrion returned to his room, deciding to leave everything else for the next morning. That night he chose only to sleep, but the thoughts returned to his mind. Kyrion couldn't help thinking about what had happened. Wei Feng was, without a doubt, a terrible man. He had killed Lena, crushing the hope of so many people without hesitation. But at the same time, he had been the one to teach him how to cultivate, to show him the path he should follow. About the world and how to survive in it. I do not respect him as a person, as a father or as a master. But I respect him as someone strong. Wei Feng had shown Kyrion the raw, harsh reality. The world had no place for the weak. Only the strong survived. Only they had the right to dictate rules. Kyrion now understood this. More than understood, he accepted it. Now, not only because of his mother's wish, but also for himself. Kyrion decided he would not stop until he had absolute strength. Then, finally, he fell asleep, without grief in his heart. Only a silent lesson, like a cut engraved in flesh that would never disappear. The sky was still dark when Kyrion left the house and walked to the small lake hidden in the forest. The surface reflected the sky that was beginning to brighten. He leaned forward, staring at his own reflection. The child had disappeared. In his place, a 15-year-old youth had emerged. His shoulders were broad, his body defined by the routine of training. The technique of the royal order had been cultivated to the limit. His muscles held a hidden strength, etched into every line of his flesh. His face carried the beauty inherited from his mother, like her masculine version, a sharp, fine jaw. His black hair, straight and long, fell over his shoulders and back. But what truly caught attention were his eyes, red as deep crimson crystals, glowing with a cold, hypnotic serenity. They did not look like human eyes, but to Kyrion, they were like a gift, a bond given by the woman who gave him life. Kyrion analyzed his appearance for a full minute, then nodded in satisfaction. His appearance truly pleased him. It would not be arrogance to say he was the most beautiful person he had ever seen, apart from his mother. He then submerged his body, washing himself in the icy waters. When he emerged, he breathed deeply. He felt lighter than in all the other years. After several minutes of a good bath, Kyrion returned to the courtyard of the house. He sat on a large stone and raised his hand, staring at the ring he had taken from Faulk. The old man's mark had vanished the instant of his death. Kyrion raised a finger. A drop of blood came out immediately and fell onto the ring's cold metal. At that very moment, a connection emerged. Images and sensations opened up in a space within his mind. Piles of books, jars, weapons, rolled scrolls, unknown gold coins, and dozens of objects accumulated by Faulk throughout his life. Kyrion explored the space calmly, taking out what caught his attention. First, a black and red book, its cover worn, stained with dried marks. It was Faulk's cultivation technique. Kyrion recognized it immediately. Faulk had handed it to him for a moment 5 years ago, but it was taken back when Kyrion's chi absorption had failed in every way. He opened the book. The pages were familiar, he remembered them by heart. But now he studied them with more emotion. It was a cultivation technique that required blood to be used perfectly. The power did not come only from chi but from blood. Blood of beasts, cultivators, and even ordinary humans. Everything could be fuel. Kyrion breathed deeply. He did not feel fear nor revolt. He simply accepted. The world was like that. While flipping through, another object came out from the ring. An older scroll, sealed with red threads. When he opened it, Kyrion understood immediately. 5-point blood formation. A dark method. When traced, it drained all the blood vitality of the area, transferring it to the user, prolonging his life for years. But there was a requirement: it needed a blood core. Kyrion narrowed his eyes. He now understood why Faulk had not repeated what he did in the capital of Valor. Faulk no longer possessed that blood core. If he had, he would have devastated other mortal cities without hesitation. He stored the scroll and turned his attention back to the technique. He knew the words by heart, but he wanted to fully understand them. He focused on the instructions, trying to find a way, his own path. He should open his dantian, and then he would enter the next realm. But he did not possess a dantian, just as he had no meridians. He concentrated on his eyes, the infinite channels that connected to his consciousness. Chi should be absorbed through vision, purified in the darkness, and then directed to the right point, forming a dantian. Kyrion closed his eyes. The book in his hands vanished into the air, returning to the ring. When he opened his eyes again, the world had changed. Above, beyond the treetops, he saw the particles of chi, like stars invisible to others, concentrated and dispersed in the sky. Then they began to move, slowly at first, then faster. an invisible rain falling straight into his eyes. Kyrion felt each flow passing through the infinite channels, burning like fire, but he held firm. He followed the same concept he had learned from the book. He focused all the chi into a point inside his eyes, focusing his entire mind on that. The pain grew, but Kyrion endured. He did not scream nor retreat. He simply remained still. And then he heard it, a muffled sound, like the crack of glass breaking. Inside each eye, at the beginning of the infinite channels, two small containers emerged. They were tiny, but the space inside them was much greater than anyone could imagine. Two Dantians, twins, one in each eye molded by chi. Kyrion held his breath. His consciousness touched those new spaces. The rest of the chi absorbed was no longer wandering trapped in his eyes randomly as before, but was concentrating and accumulating in the two Dantians. Kyrion felt a new sensation. He did not feel his physical strength grow as before, but he felt a connection with chi that had not existed before. If he wished, he could use that small amount of chi in his body, strengthening himself on several levels. His strength increased, truly entering the path of cultivation. He had entered the realm of chi accumulation. A faint, rare smile formed on his face, a smile of cold satisfaction. After that, the particles of chi above his region had vanished. Kyrion rose, went to the house, and after a short while appeared outside again. Clean red robes and nothing but the ring on his finger. His long hair was tied back into a bun. In the courtyard, he stopped and stared at the mountains covered by storms not too far away. The black clouds were heavy with deadly lightning, hiding the world he would soon enter. But instead of going in that direction, he turned, looking in the opposite direction. "I have to see Rurik one last time before leaving," Kyrion murmured. "After all, Harkin asked me to say hi." He finished with a discreet but sincere smile. Then he began walking, moving quickly, farther and farther from the wooden house, from Wei Feng's grave, from where they had spent the last 3 months, and saying farewell to everything that remained of those 10 years. He was heading step by step directly toward the country of valor. The wind was cold across the plains. Kyrion walked the path alone, the wind tossing his hair and his red clothes. It carried with it the murmurs of travelers and merchants he had encountered along the way. Kyrion walked in silence. His eyes, sharper than ever, observed the lands he knew, yet found them strange. It had been years since he had passed through here, and now, upon returning, he found unrecognizable changes. He came across different villages not far from the capital, the movement in the streets far greater than before. Rumors repeated themselves. The country of valor no longer exists. Along the way, he heard contradictory stories, each trying to explain what had happened. Some said the territory had been equally divided among neighboring nations in a strange alliance. Others claimed that a plague had struck the capital 10 years ago, killing every inhabitant within days. And because of that, they would not set foot in that city for fear of it happening again. Kyrion, however, knew the truth. He was the only one who had seen it with his own eyes, the only survivor. He had witnessed the genocide, the blood, and the screams, the fall of everything. He knew that no plague had taken the city. When the capital finally appeared in his sight, something stirred inside him. Perhaps he had expected ruins, dust, and silence. Yet he found something different. The walls seemed even taller, and the streets extended out of the city and appeared to be expanding outward. Trade seemed 3 times as large. The gates were crowded with merchant carriages. The marks of destruction had been erased, replaced by a city that pulsed as if nothing had ever happened. The bodies had been buried. The memories of what had happened were buried along with them. Kyrion entered the city without much difficulty after paying the price, which now cost twice as much. He walked among the crowd, observing everything with new interest, absorbing every detail, until a voice made him stop abruptly. "Royal order!" Kyrion heard it clearly. He turned, facing a boy his age who was chatting animatedly with other young people at the entrance of an alley. Kyrion appeared near them like a shadow. When one of them tried to complain, He noticed Kyrion's gaze and instantly fell silent, swallowing hard. The boy who had been speaking took a step back upon seeing the crimson eyes, different and unusual, staring at him with intensity. "What did you say?" Kyrion asked in a low tone, yet it carried arrogance and authority. The boy swallowed hard and answered with fear. "I said, the royal order is recruiting." Kyrion narrowed his eyes. "Where?" After receiving the instructions, he walked through the streets, lost in thought. A new royal order has arisen? The old one had been destroyed, along with all of its members. But if something new had appeared under that name, he needed to see it for himself. He then arrived in front of an imposing building, marked with the same emblem as the old royal order. It inevitably brought him nostalgia. Guards watched over the entrance. In the courtyard, young people trained under supervision. Kyrion entered the courtyard after a brief conversation with the guards. And then the unexpected happened. Among the men observing the recruits, there was one he would recognize anywhere. The thick beard, broad and muscular shoulders, and the spear taller than his tall frame always in hand. It was Rurik. Kyrion froze, not expecting to find so easily the one he had been seeking. At that moment, time seemed to stop for an instant. It only returned when a loud thud sounded. Rurik's spear suddenly dropped to the ground with force, startling everyone. But Rurik didn't care. His eyes widened, incredulous at what he saw. Rurik walked with long strides, then ran, as if fearing the young man before him might disappear at any moment. "Brat." His voice came out loud but choked. "I knew it. I knew you were alive." Rurik reached Kyrion, lifting him off the ground in a crushing embrace. Kyrion thought of resisting but gave in, a smile escaping his lips involuntarily. Kyrion felt something comforting in being in front of Rurik again, his true teacher. "I've returned. It's good to see you well, Rurik." Rurik's usual laughter then erupted, echoing loudly across the courtyard, drawing even more attention. "Ha ha! I knew it, brat. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. You wouldn't be my student if you were that weak. You've really grown. Ha ha ha! That little princess voice of yours has finally turned into that of a real man. That's good." Rurik continued speaking with laughter, patting Kyrion on the back. Kyrion now didn't even move or feel pain. Even with Rurik hitting with full force, Kyrion realized Rurik was testing him. Kyrion's head now rested on Rurik's shoulder, no longer needing to lift it to see his face. "Time really passes, huh? But it's really good to see that Rurik hasn't changed," Kyrion thought with a smile. Then the two spent the day talking. Rurik recounted how he had arrived in the capital after the destruction. He had come to congratulate Kyrion on winning the tournament, which he had assumed would be a certainty. But all he found were bodies and more bodies. Rurik said he searched for him throughout the city, turning it upside down, but did not find him. However, he found the bodies of Yria, Harkin, and the others from the royal order buried in a garden. And because of that, he did not lose hope. Yria, his sister, had sent him a letter saying Kyrion was already part of the order. Because of this, Rurik knew it had been his student who buried them, and he hoped to see him again one day. That was what made him stay in the capital. Somehow, Rurik managed to rebuild what had been lost. He gathered survivors, took possession of the royal order's technique, and with his courage and leadership, he achieved what no one had thought possible. He united the two enemy alliances in cooperation, transforming valor into a country for everyone. A neutral country where trade was the greatest among the 15 countries. Now it was the capital of commerce. It was a country without flags. Rurik was now the leader of the new royal order. His determination had been enough to gather men and raise hope for many once again. Kyrion listened in silence, admiring the man who had once guided him with the spear. He noticed the fatigue in his eyes, but also a renewed firmness. He saw that Rurik had found something greater, a purpose. When night fell, Rurik took him to a simple house, yet in the noble district of the capital. Then he introduced a woman of gentle demeanor and a small 4-year-old boy. The boy peeked at Kyrion from behind Rurik's legs. He was curious but shy. Kyrion smiled, recognizing the child's gaze, recalling himself at that age, when he had begun carrying a spear. He bent down and, in a calm voice, greeted the child, who stared fixedly into his eyes. "You are lucky, boy." Then he turned to Rurik and his wife. "Congratulations!" Kyrion was genuinely happy for Rurik. A thought came to his mind. "One hearken, Yria. You can rest peacefully. Rurik has finally found his happiness." Then, Kyrion took out some wine to drink with Rurik in the courtyard of his house. They would stay up late tonight. They did not speak of what had truly happened in the capital years ago. There was no need. Kyrion would not bring it up, and Rurik preferred not to ask. It was enough for him to see Kyrion alive. The two talked until Kyrion fell silent, staring at the horizon with a strange expression. Rurik looked at him from the side. His cheek flushed from the drink. "Spit it out, brat. Say what you want to say," Rurik said, patting Kyrion on the back. "I'm no longer a child," Kyrion replied, drinking another glass of wine. "Tsk, that brat. To me, you'll always be a brat, no matter how much time passes. Boy, deal with it," Rurik said disdainfully. "Tisk," Kyrion muttered. "You're going to leave, aren't you?" "When?" Rurik asked suddenly. Kyrion looked to the side, surprised. "What's that expression?" "I know you well, brat." "Yes, and probably this time I won't return so soon." "I'll leave tomorrow," Kyrion said softly. It had already been decided. Now that he was sure Rurik would live well, he was ready to depart. The conversation continued flowing simply and pleasantly, until Rurik fell asleep. Kyrion did the same, sleeping in the courtyard. Before the sun rose, he awoke. Rurik was still snoring loudly beside him. Kyrion smiled. He took a piece of paper from the spatial ring and wrote something. Then he decided to leave, but not before leaving a pile of gold coins that were in the ring, along with other things he thought would be useful to Rurik. He did not wake Rurik, merely left silently. As he walked away, he looked toward the mountains on the horizon. "Now it's my turn to try. If there really is a way out of this place, my eyes will find it." Kyrion then departed, determined to finally enter the world to which he truly believed he belonged. 6 months passed quickly. In the solitude of the End Mountains, days and nights repeated themselves as Kyrion wandered alone during the days, in silence while his eyes focused on any different path that might appear. During the nights, he cultivated. He spent little time in silence with his legs crossed while the thin chi was absorbed through his eyes. On the surface, he was progressing, but deep down he knew he was too slow. It would take years for him to advance a small stage of the realm. The body enhancement realm had been the first step. The energy required was not that much. But now the challenge was different. In the chi accumulation realm, it was necessary to gather as much energy as possible in one's dantian until it reached its limit, and then advance. The dantian would grow layer by layer. Kyrion, however, possessed 2 dantians. They were smaller than described in the book, but the amount they could absorb was much greater than it seemed. It would be double the chi, double the effort, double the time. Each night he looked up at the starless sky, without the particles. He felt an even stronger desire to find the passage. He wanted to leave this place soon, devoid of vitality and energy. The little chi that existed there was like a drop in a leaking bucket. If he had spirit stones, he could solve this. Kyrion had learned about them from Wei Feng, but there was none of that in the ring left by the old man. The only thing left for Kyrion was to focus all his attention on finding a way out. And that was what he concentrated on. He spent his days running along the cold slopes. But it was no use. It was always the same. There didn't seem to be a path. It was then that he decided to take a small break after searching every day for months, staying in a small hidden cave. Kyrion slept right there. And it was the next day that something different finally happened. After leaving the cave, he found a path, a trail between the rocks, that hadn't existed yesterday. Kyrion didn't remember seeing it. He followed the trail carefully, climbing the mountain, drawing closer to the storms. The sound was deafening. As he got closer and closer, that was when his eyes caught something strange. A narrow crack in the mountain wall. So discreet it could have been just a shadow. But as soon as Kyrion looked at it, he noticed the strangeness. He could see the air there ripple slightly. He extended his hand. The sensation was immediate, like touching the surface of an invisible lake. His eyes widened. He had finally found something. His heart raced, for if there was a barrier, then something was being guarded behind it. Without a second thought, Kyrion crossed through. His world spun. The ground disappeared beneath his feet, and, for an instant, everything around him turned into darkness. When he could see again, he was no longer on the mountain. In front of him appeared a cave, stretching out before him, like a small rocky dome, illuminated by blue stones that released a soft glow. In the center of the cave there was only one thing, an altar made of stone. Upon it rested a closed book. Just below, a small metal plaque with words engraved on it. From Shao Jun to the Destined. Kyrion approached, his eyes fixed on the plaque. Shao Jun. The name meant nothing, but the phrase might have been written for him. Kyrion extended his hand and touched the book. He expected something. Some light, some sound, some different sign. He already thought of the book as some treasure hidden by a powerful cultivator. Just as he had learned in the books. But nothing happened. At least nothing he could notice or perceive. The instant his fingers touched the cover of the book, an invisible energy coursed through his skin, crossed every inch of his body, passed through his eyes, and invaded his dantians, and then returned to the book. Kyrion did not see or feel it. To him, it was just an ordinary book. But still, it should have something interesting inside. Despite the cover having nothing. He then opened it. The pages were blank. Completely. Not a single mark. No symbol. It was completely empty. A useless book? Kyrion murmured. Slightly frustrated. After flipping through it, he quickly closed it. But the moment he did, once again his body fell into a space of total darkness. An absolute silence took over. His body seemed to cross through something invisible. And then, when he blinked again, there was no longer a cave. The empty book in his hand had completely disappeared. Unexpectedly, he appeared in a forest. But not an ordinary forest he was used to. The green of the leaves shone with vitality. The air was so pure that each breath seemed to pour rivers of energy into his lungs. Everything seemed clearer, more alive. He stood still, his body quickly adapting to the new environment. But his eyes were not still. They were watching the chi particles dancing in the air like dust under the light. Took him a few seconds to understand, and then he turned around. Behind him, different mountains rose. They were not the dry mountains he was used to, with only rocks and snow and black soil. The only thing the same was the dark clouds covered in lightning that crowned the top. The hidden crashing lightning roared in the distance, making him confirm what he was thinking. I crossed through. Kyrion murmured slowly. A chill ran through his body. He was in the northern region. Finally, he had left the mortal lands. An involuntary smile spread across his lips. But before he could do anything to savor the moment of happiness, a sound interrupted him. A heavy rustling came from his left, among the trees. Kyrion immediately turned his body, his eyes narrowing. A shadow then suddenly emerged. For legs, tense muscles, and gray eyes shining with raw hostility. It was a wolf, but not a common wolf he had seen before. His fur was thick and gray, like iron. Its size was much larger than any wolf he had ever seen. But most importantly, as soon as he saw it, he felt its strength. It was a beast. Its strength was at the peak of the body enhancement realm. The wolf growled, showing white fangs sharp as blades. There was no hesitation in its eyes. Kyrion had invaded its territory. The attack then came. The beast charged at high speed in his direction. Kyrion immediately went into guard, his eyes focused. He instantly saw the beast's movement. The chi left his dantians at the same moment, coursing to his fist. And then Kyrion also advanced. The punch struck the wolf's skull directly with impact. The beast's head could not withstand it, exploding in a cloud of blood and bone fragments that scattered everywhere, staining Kyrion's face and clothes. The lifeless body of the beast was thrown backward. Silence. Kyrion remained still with his fist extended forward. His breathing stayed calm. Drops of blood slowly dripped down his skin, falling to the ground. He looked at the rest of the fallen corpse, then murmured with a strange smile, "Perhaps I overdid it a little." Kyrion had used all his strength, besides his intent. It was obvious what would happen. He then realized that he did not truly know his own strength. After all, he had only fought against Wei Feng all this time. He would need some good fights to get used to it, to get used to fighting powerful beasts and cultivators. Just thinking about it made his blood and eyes boil with excitement. He had finally entered another world. A world more alive, more cruel, filled with chi. Kyrion immediately felt he belonged in this place. It was exactly where he needed to be, the place that would make him grow stronger and stronger. For the first time, Kyrion was in a forest that was not so silent. The momentary silence was constantly broken by beasts fighting for territory and hunting each other. 2 weeks had passed. During that time, he only walked in a straight line, hunting beasts to eat when necessary and learning about his strength with all the beasts of similar power he encountered along the way. His body had already fully adapted to the new environment. Even so, Kyrion did not relax. What he knew from Wei Feng about the northern region was only a spark. It was simply far too vast. The forces of the region where the old man had always lived before fleeing to the End Mountains were, at most, median forces compared to the northern region as a whole. But even that little was enough for Kyrion to understand that he was in completely unknown territory. He needed to find a city, a force, to locate himself, but mainly to obtain resources. Without resources, even a talented cultivator would still take too long to advance. He kept his guard high in the forest, sometimes avoiding beasts that his eyes saw from afar, especially those with cultivation much higher than his own. Perhaps he could kill them using his blood or ice. But he decided not to risk it for now, leaving that for later, once he found a place and thought about his next steps. Kyrion carried extremely high expectations for absolutely everything he had learned from Wei Feng. He wanted to see for himself, to feel on his skin what he had studied for the last 10 years. In the last few days, Kyrion also devoted some time to cultivation. But even though chi was abundant, Kyrion felt it would take longer than he thought. Chi poured into his dantian in abundance, condensing rapidly. But the amount he needed was simply absurd. 2 weeks had passed, and he felt he was only halfway to the next stage, the second of 8 stages. But this would be resolved once he managed to acquire more resources. Even though he required more chi than others, Kyrion was not unhappy. After all, he would have more energy in a fight, more endurance, and also more strength. During his training with Wei Feng, Kyrion realized that using his eyes to control intent required an absurd amount of chi. Kyrion continued on his path, a faint smile unconsciously on his face the entire way. While looking at the giant trees around him, he suddenly heard something. The air carried a different sound for the first time. A metallic crash echoed in the distance, mixed with human voices and shouts of exertion. Kyrion froze for an instant, then tilted his head, focusing his hearing. The sound came from the east. Without hesitation, he dashed in that direction. The path led him to the edge of a cliff, giving him a perfect view of the clearing that appeared below. The scene revealed itself before his eyes. 5 youths, probably his age, all dressed in the same clothes, bluish-gray robes with a cloud-shaped crest embroidered on the shoulders. They were not standing still but fighting together against a colossal creature, the largest living being he had ever seen. It was a violet serpent, a beast he had learned about in the bestiary. Its strength could be compared to the 4-degree stage of the chi accumulation realm. Its body stretched dozens of meters and was as thick as the trunk of a centuries-old tree. Violet scales gleamed with a sheen, reflecting the sunlight. It moved with extreme speed, making the ground crack. The beast's eyes were yellow slits that shone with pure hatred, its forked tongue hissing in the air as it used its tail to defend and attack. The clash between the beast and the youths was violent. Two wielded long swords, one girl held a spear, and the other two wielded long daggers. But despite their combined effort, they could barely scratch the serpent's scales. With every strike from the creature, the sound of metal rang in their ears, and the youths felt their arms and bodies tremble. The weakest of the group was at the peak of the body refinement realm, and the leader, who was shouting orders, was at the 3-degree stage of the chi accumulation realm. Kyrion remained still above the cliff, observing. His eyes followed every movement of the 5 and the violet serpent. The serpent had the advantage. Its brute strength was much greater, its speed surprising, and its scales seemed impenetrable. Those weapons would not pierce it, making the battle unfair. The youths seemed well trained, but their attacks were not coordinated enough to overcome the difference in power. They probably didn't have much experience fighting together against a superior opponent. Then, as he watched, a mistake occurred. One of the swordsmen, the youngest and weakest of them, with a still childish face, failed to retreat in time. The serpent's tail moved like a whip, striking him squarely. He managed to raise his sword just in time to shield himself. But even so, the impact flung his body against a nearby tree, splitting the trunk before he collapsed to the ground, coughing blood. A desperate scream came from the only girl among the youths. Junior Sean. The serpent wasted no time and lunged forward, fangs bared, ready to finish the fallen boy before he could rise, and before any of his companions could help. Despair filled the eyes of the 4 remaining, and it was at that moment Kyrion decided to act. His body leapt from the cliff. His eyes closed completely, and in an instant they opened again. Instead of deep crimson red, a blue the color of the sky appeared, along with a snowflake whiter than the clouds. His body plummeted like lightning. In the air, his hand was already moving. From the ring on his finger, a black steel spear appeared, materializing in his palm with a cold gleam. Chi surged from his dantian, directed through his entire body. Not only that, his eyes glowed, and a frigid energy coursed through his arm and into the spear. In the same instant, Kyrion twisted his body and hurled the weapon. The spear shot across the clearing like lightning. The cutting sound rang out with the impact. The tip pierced the serpent's body, slicing through the scales like paper and burying itself deep until it lodged in a rock beneath. The impact was brutal, cracks spreading across the stone in web-like patterns as frost spread. The colossal serpent's body shuddered as the frigid energy traveled through the spear into its body, freezing everything in its path. Blood didn't even drip. Then it collapsed to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. Silence. The youths froze, their weapons still raised, their eyes fixed on the lifeless body of the beast that, moments before, had nearly crushed them. Their heavy breathing mingled with shock. None of them understood exactly what had happened, only that their companion's death had been avoided by a thread. Slowly, their gazes turned back. Kyrion had already landed in the clearing with a small impact on the ground. He walked to the serpent, pulled the spear from its skull with a sharp motion, and spun it, resting it on his shoulder. Then he spoke with the calmest voice he could muster. "A few more seconds and all of you would be dead." Kyrion only acted when he saw it was the most necessary moment. He wanted to save them, and in return they would owe him. He would get all the information he needed. The 5 youths stared at Kyrion standing atop the serpent's head and swallowed hard. The first to react was the one who had been thrown against the tree. He was still bleeding from his mouth, but he forced himself to stand, supported by his sword. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I—" His words trailed off, replaced by a look of mixed fear and gratitude. The girl who had shouted earlier, with clear eyes and a firm expression, stepped forward. She gave a short but respectful bow. "We are from the Mu family of Misty City. I thank you for saving our junior brother. May I know your name?" She was as respectful as she could be, but not overly so, for she could see Kyrion was a youth like them. Hearing this, Kyrion raised his eyebrows. Mu family, Misty City. Finally, names, people. His heart beat faster, but his expression remained neutral. He had found the source of information he needed. I am just a traveler. I ended up getting lost. While passing by, I heard the sound of battle and came to take a look. Kyrion's eyes scanned the group again. Mu family? The girl saw that Kyrion was interested, so she grew excited. Yes, our Mu family is one of the 3 great families that govern Misty City.
Mu Ning.
Suddenly, the girl's words were cut off by the leader, who was standing in front of the others while helping the injured one to stand. He was looking at Kyrion with a strange expression, especially at his eyes. Is there a problem, Brother Lin? Mu Ning asked, glancing at the leader and then back at Kyrion. Only then did she finally focus on Kyrion's appearance. She immediately noticed how handsome he was, but most importantly, his unique eyes. She stepped back a few paces until she was beside the group's leader. For some reason, Kyrion noticed that they all seemed incredulous as they stared at him. No, at his eyes. Suddenly, the group's leader stepped forward, also bowing slightly. My name is Mu Lin. I thank our benefactor for saving us and our junior brother. If you are willing, we would like you to accompany us to the city. Our Mu family does not forget debts. Kyrion didn't even think twice. It was exactly what he needed. A city, information, a starting point. Even better, within a family already recognized in the region. Things would move more easily. I accept. Show me the way there. The youths were delighted, especially the leader and the girl. For some reason Kyrion would soon discover. The image of the spear piercing through the serpent's skull with a single strike was still fresh in their minds. The youths soon began to talk about it as the journey to the city began. The journey began smoothly. None of them asked about his origin or what exactly he did to kill the snake. They only knew that, despite Kyrion's cultivation, he was someone whose strength was far beyond theirs. One of them carried the injured youth, while the others carried parts of the snake that Kyrion had divided. After all, he had stolen their prey. Kyrion did this thinking it would leave them in better spirits, and thus he would get what he needed more easily. They would serve as proof of his more than successful hunt. The rest of the violet snake, Kyrion stored in the spatial ring. He would sell it in the city when he arrived. Kyrion followed not far behind them, walking in silence while he listened to them talking about many random things, sometimes speaking a word or two. It was on the way that he began to extract information. He discovered that Misty City was an important center of a great territory, surrounded by forests full of beasts. 3 families ruled the place, the Mu family being one of them. Still, on the scale of the northern region, they were only a local power. Kyrion absorbed the details calmly. He knew nothing of the geography of the northern region beyond what Wei Feng had told him. But the old man was right. The northern region was absurdly vast. Even respectable forces were nothing but grains of dust before the entire region. But one piece of information caught his attention. The greatest power around here, which one did you say it was again? Kyrion suddenly asked in a low voice as they all sat around a campfire. The young man beside him replied, that would be the Verdant Sword Sect, a 5 degrees grade sect. They rule dozens of countries in every direction. They are the uncontested number 1 force. Kyrion noticed that the youth spoke with a gleam of desire in his eyes, showing deep reverence. Kyrion remained silent after listening. But inside, a flame burned. A 5 degrees grade force meant a cultivator of the spiritual awakening realm commanded it. It was the perfect place to start. Wei Feng had explained a little about the forces of the northern region. They were divided into 5 grades. The old man belonged to a 4 degrees grade force that ruled over a large territory. And that was the place he knew best in the entire northern region. But after asking Mu Ning, she had never heard of that force or place. Along the way, Kyrion noticed Mu Lin and Mu Ning glancing at his eyes several times. This began to bother him. Narrowing his eyes at them, breaking the silence, he spoke in a low but firm tone. You too. I see you're curious about my eyes. The two looked at each other, clearly caught off guard. Mu Ning averted her gaze, while Mu Lin cleared his throat and answered with a slight, uncomfortable smile. It's just that. We've never seen anyone with a special physique before. Mu Lin's words immediately echoed in Kyrion's mind. Special physique. So that's it. Immediately he understood. For them, who could feel the pressure of his cultivation at the 1-degree stage of the qi accumulation realm, it was impossible to consider him a mortal who could not cultivate. And they could see no further than that, unlike Wei Feng. To them, his different eyes, the power he displayed beyond the realm, and especially the confirmation after seeing the snake's skull frozen when it was divided. If they had doubts before, now it was certainty. That could only mean one thing to them. In their limited perspective, Kyrion possessed a special physique. He recalled the books he had read for years with Wei Feng. There was a brief section about bloodlines and special physiques. Bloodlines were hereditary traits passed down from generation to generation, usually present in beasts and other races. Special physiques, on the other hand, were considered blessings from the heavens. When one was born with a special physique, they were considered a true chosen one, a genius in practically any force. There were classifications for both, but the book only said basic things about bloodlines and physiques, so Kyrion didn't know much either. But he knew enough to use it as a good disguise, a good explanation for his eyes. Others would not look at him strangely. After all, almost every cultivator had heard of it. This would benefit him greatly at first. And it wasn't entirely wrong after all. Is innate talent considered a special physique? Kyrion wondered. But now the way they looked at him made complete sense. Kyrion did not answer immediately. He just let out a light sound. Something between a sigh and an affirmation. Enough to end the subject. 2 days later, the seemingly endless journey through the forest was coming to an end. At midday, the enormous walls of Misty City rose before them, tall and covered in moss due to the constant mist throughout most of the year, which gave the city its name. There were countless beast claw marks around the wall. They served as protection when the beasts attacked. At the entrance, there was a large crest with the symbol of a gray cloud above the already open gates. Guards in light armor watched from the towers, vigilant of those entering and leaving. Kyrion observed in silence. His breathing is steady. After several months trapped in the mountains and forest, he finally saw civilization before his eyes. "We're home," Mu Ning suddenly said, making the others laugh. This mission had been far too dangerous. The entry was quick. The guards, upon recognizing the cloud crest on the youth's shoulders, immediately opened the way. Kyrion passed with them without being questioned. In the city, the wide stone streets were already full of life. But, unlike mortal cities where there were common people doing their daily work, everyone here was a cultivator. The vast majority are only in the first realm. But it was something at least. Even so, it didn't seem so different, except for the many people walking around carrying beast corpses or weapons. There were still merchants and children running freely about. Kyrion, in the middle of the way, engraved something of extreme importance in his mind. There are 7 restaurants I need to visit in the coming days. Kyrion, who had only eaten animal and beast meat in recent times, wanted to eat all kinds of food he hadn't yet experienced. He smelled the unknown delicacies as he walked through the city, and felt compelled to try them all. Following the youths, he crossed several streets until arriving at a vast estate surrounded by high walls. The property was absurdly huge. The main gate was ornamented with cloud patterns carved into the dark wood. Guards of the Mu family, standing firmly, opened the passage, bowing slightly upon seeing the group approach. "Welcome to the Mu family residence," Mu Ning said in a tone heavy with pride. Upon entering, Kyrion observed attentively. The family's territory seemed like a small world of its own. Spacious courtyards were connected by stone paths. Wooden pavilions rose among carefully maintained gardens. Servants hurried by carrying trays, weapons, and documents. The moment they saw the youths returning with parts of the snake, they ran to help, while others went to call more important figures. Soon after, a middle-aged man with a firm gaze and a gray robe appeared, accompanied by 2 elders and a girl. The man's face lit up upon seeing the group return whole. "Lin Ning, you've returned." His voice was hoarse and firm, but he seemed relieved, yet it quickly changed upon seeing Mushan injured. At that moment he noticed Kyrion. his eyes fixed on the stranger walking behind the youths. The man assessed him fully. His upright posture, the cold calm with a trace of arrogance, and the spear strapped to his back. A stranger, but one impossible not to notice, especially because of his eyes. The Mu family patriarch did not stop staring at Kyrion for even a second once he noticed him, with surprise gleaming in his gaze. Mu Lin then stepped forward. "Father, this is Kyrion. If it weren't for him, none of us would have returned alive this time." The words fell like stones in the silent courtyard. The patriarch seemed to wake, raising his eyebrows. The elders behind him exchanged quick glances. Kyrion remained silent, just observing, and noticing, especially, the quiet girl behind the patriarch who had been watching him since she came out of the pavilion. Kyrion also noticed her. Her cultivation was the highest among all the youths there. She was at the 5 degrees stage of the chi accumulation realm. Her expression shifted from momentary astonishment to fixation the moment she noticed him. And most of all, he understood she seemed to want to fight him right then and there. The silence after Kyrion's introduction lasted only a few moments. The patriarch of the Mu family, still keeping his firm gaze on Kyrion, did not ask immediate questions. It was evident that he, like the elders, had much to ask. His uncommon name also wandered through their minds. But, just as Kyrion imagined, the elders' eyes were focused almost entirely on his eyes. Yet they restrained themselves from asking right away. Neither the patriarch nor the elders opened their mouths about it, deciding to wait. After arranging the return, the patriarch ordered that Mu Shan, the young man injured by the beast, be taken away to be treated. Servants hurried and carried him in silence. Mu Lin and Mu Ning followed for a few steps but soon returned, remaining behind the patriarch. "Come, enter. You are now an important guest of my family. I am grateful for what you did. Without you, my children would not have returned alive. This will not be ignored in any way," said the patriarch as he invited him inside. His voice was deep, but Kyrion could feel the honesty. Kyrion followed him in silence. The group crossed through the courtyards until they reached a spacious hall. Thick wooden pillars supported a high ceiling, and symbols of clouds were carved everywhere. The patriarch sat in the main chair. The elders took their places beside him, and the youths took their positions. Kyrion noticed that the girl, who had not taken her eyes off him, remained standing behind the patriarch. Kyrion, for his part, stayed standing, arms crossed and eyes calm. The patriarch then raised his voice. "Kyrion, for saving the youths, my Mu family will not be ungrateful. What do you desire as a reward?" Kyrion did not hesitate. His voice came direct. "I ended up getting lost in this place. I need information about this place and about the entire surrounding region. The more, the better. If there are books, maps, anything like that, or someone who can accompany me and explain what I need." The patriarch and the elders exchanged strange looks. No request for riches, weapons, or spirit stones. The request was far too simple. When Kyrion finished speaking, Mu Ning hurried forward. "I can help him, father. I can show him the important places in the city and answer his quest." Before she could finish, a sound echoed, making her fall silent. The girl behind the patriarch suddenly took several steps forward, standing before Kyrion. She advanced firmly, her expression carrying a cold determination. "No, I will take care of everything he needs while he is here, as long as he agrees to fight me." Her voice came soft, but with some authority. Mu Ning showed a frustrated expression when she saw that the girl was interested in Kyrion. The hall then plunged into silence. Kyrion had already been observing her. The girl drew attention with her dark amber eyes and long dark brown hair. Her face was thin and delicate, and her eyes shone, revealing both pride and a touch of impatience. Her hand was touching the sword hanging at her waist. When she took the first step, Kyrion already smiled briefly, imagining this would happen. "All right, I accept. Where will we fight?" Kyrion decided to accept. This was not a bad thing. The two elders sighed at the same time. The patriarch narrowed his eyes but did not stop them. Go to the arena courtyard. If you wish to fight, do it there, said the patriarch. They crossed a few more corridors until they arrived at a wide courtyard. Square stone arenas were laid side by side. Dozens of youths trained in combat, supervised by instructors. The instant they saw the patriarch, everyone stopped what they were doing. The swords lowered, fists tightened in a small bow. Kyrion followed with the group, indifferent to the curious stares that followed him. He was the only one with different clothes, and his appearance stood out wherever he went. Then, without wasting time, he climbed onto an empty arena beside the young woman. Whispers began to grow among the surrounding youths. Who is he? He's going to fight with the senior sister? Impossible. Senior sister never fights those weaker than her. The voices murmured around, but Kyrion kept his eyes fixed on the girl. She then finally introduced herself. Yenyu. So as not to say I abused the advantage, I will only use the strength of the 1-degree stage of the chi accumulation realm. Kyrion raised an eyebrow, his smile spreading slightly. You don't need to worry, just fight. A glimmer appeared in her eyes. Without waiting, she advanced. The sound of her sword's blade cutting the air rang like a thin whistle. Her style was peculiar. Instead of attacking directly, she moved at unexpected angles, making the sword spin in unpredictable arcs, as if she were about to miss on purpose, only to change trajectory at the last second. It was a style made to deceive, to confuse the gaze, break the enemy's rhythm, and force him to react too late. And indeed, any other youth, even the Mu family instructors, would be baffled by so many strange movements. But for Kyrion, it was like watching a wave breaking in slow motion. Every movement, every hip feint, and every irregular motion of Yenyu was already drawn before his eyes before fully manifesting. He tilted his body to the side or moved his spear in short, precise angles, dodging every cut with a calmness bordering on mockery. His spear never stirred grandly, only enough to intercept and brush away the sword's edge. Ha! Yenyu spun, the tip of her sword changing direction at the last instant, aiming at Kyrion's ribs. He merely stepped back half a step, the tip of the blade passing through empty space. She attacked again and again, her breathing beginning to quicken. The rhythm of her strikes was full of breaks, yet unexpectedly fluid, like a strange dance to Kyrion. Each time she believed she would surprise him, she found her blade striking nothing. Along with a calm smile on that handsome face and a spear raised at the perfect angle. Around them, the young disciples watched with rising expectations. How is this possible? Senior sister never misses. Don't you see? The boy can't even attack. She's pressuring him. No, that boy isn't even trying. Look at senior sister's face. I've never seen her make that expression while fighting. The elders, silent beside the patriarch, exchanged heavy looks. They knew Yenyu well. Her unique fighting style had been created by herself to compensate for her lack of strength, always winning through unpredictability. But before Kyrion, it seemed only like a childish trick. Patriarch Mu narrowed his eyes. This boy. Is this the difference between a genius of my family and someone who would be a genius even in the Verdant Sword sect? The difference is too great. In the center of the arena, Yenyu bit her lips, the pride in her heart not allowing her to retreat. Even though exhaustion had already begun to hit her arms, she did not want to accept that all her movements, her fighting technique that she had always trained, meant nothing before him. Kyrion, until then smiling calmly, decided he had understood enough, satisfying his curiosity. Then, this time, he advanced. His body moved with smoothness, the spear descending in a simple yet strange arc. In the middle of the air, it changed, imitating exactly her irregular strike. Yenyu's heart pounded. Her body, seeing she could not defend herself, acted on its own. She released all the strength of her cultivation, bringing her sword to intercept Kyrion's thrust. Her strength and speed rose to the maximum. A metallic sound echoed loudly. For an instant, it seemed she had stopped the attack. But then her eyes widened. The spear's tip, which seemed to have stopped at a safe distance, suddenly appeared to grow. And no, it was not an illusion. A crystalline blade of ice appeared out of nowhere, extending Kyrion's weapon. In the blink of an eye, the frozen blade slid until it stopped just a centimeter from her throat. The cutting cold pierced her skin. She felt her throat begin to freeze. "I yield," she said in a weak voice, but with firmness and without hesitation. She had lost. Silence fell heavily in the arena. All the youths looked dumbfounded. Senior sister, defeated, with just one move. But the most shocking thing was the spear covered in ice. Disbelief spread. Ice? That's elemental chi release. That's impossible. He's in the chi accumulation realm. At the side of the arena, the patriarch and the elders stood up at the same time. One of the elders took a deep breath. A special physique, tied to ice. The patriarch closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, there was a decision in his mind. His voice sounded low, almost like a whisper. He can already release chi even before reaching the third realm. The words spread among the youths, growing louder as they realized. A special physique. He has a special physique. That explains everything. He is a genius with a special physique. It's really not fair. The eyes of some shone with envy, others with respect. Now they accepted that their senior sister had lost so easily to him. Yenyu's throat still throbbed with cold. She looked at Kyrion with a mix of frustration and admiration. From the moment she saw his eyes, she already imagined what they meant. And she wanted to prove his strength for herself. She just hadn't thought it would be like this. "You could have defeated me from the beginning, no matter how much I changed my moves," she said bitterly. Kyrion lowered his spear, the soft smile still on his lips. He found it unexpectedly quite fun. She clenched her fists, gripping her sword tightly. She thought she had been too proud. But at the same time, an even greater determination was born within her. The patriarch then stepped forward. His voice resounded through the courtyard. "The result is clear. Kyrion is the victor." After the patriarch's words, the youths understood. They quickly began to clear the arena, though the whispers continued. Kyrion descended the steps, still indifferent to the even more curious stares that followed him. The patriarch approached. "What you requested will be prepared shortly. In the meantime, I invite you to remain with our Mu family. A courtyard has been reserved for you. Yenyu will take you there," he added, looking at the girl who was descending the arena behind Kyrion. Kyrion nodded, accepting without hesitation. Then Yenyu and Kyrion walked away, Kyrion staying silent, while she seemed frustrated, walking slower than she should. The patriarch kept watching a little longer. His eyes shone with some expectation. Soon, the seed of a rumor was born within the Mu family. One that would soon spread through the entire city. The path to the guest courtyard was silent. Yenyu walked beside Kyrion, but the stiffness in her shoulders and the way she sometimes bit her lower lip clearly showed she had many things on her mind. Kyrion, noticing this, decided to break the silence. "If you're curious, you can ask." Yenyu stopped for a moment, surprised. Then she clenched her fists, her gaze fixed ahead. "You used my technique in your attack, didn't you?" She began to speak in a low voice, with a tone of frustration. "How did you do that? I trained so much for it to finally be useful to me." Kyrion glanced sideways at her, his eyes calm and unhurried. "I didn't attack earlier because I had never fought against someone who used a style like yours," Kyrion said with a faint smile. "Rurik used brute force. Wei Feng wasn't very skilled with weapons. He only seemed to have great combat experience from being alive for many years." Kyrion didn't know exactly how many. "I found it fascinating, fun even, and I realized it can be very useful in certain situations. Your style has advantages, but also too many flaws." Kyrion said, having fully analyzed it, that if she had used all her strength from the start, it wouldn't have been so easy. But when she finally had to use it, she was already within his reach. She clenched her teeth but listened in silence. "If you train more and refine some movements, you could create a truly powerful fighting style," Kyrion added, his voice sounding sincere, with the same smile he had during the fight, but without any trace of arrogance. The more time passed, the more Kyrion enjoyed fighting, especially when he learned something new that could make him stronger. Yenyu then realized. Suddenly, the simple smile Kyrion carried during the fight made sense. It wasn't disdain, it wasn't pride. He simply didn't see it as a threat. For Kyrion, that whole fight was nothing more than a study of her combat style. And in just a few minutes, he had used her own move better than she had. Her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Is this the difference between a true genius and me? Am I really that far behind? If he had actually used his special physique from the beginning. Kyrion observed her out of the corner of his eye in silence. His eyes could clearly see her feelings fluctuating. Frustration, shame, but in the end, something else always took shape: determination. After a few minutes of walking, they finally arrived at a simple yet elegant building. A private courtyard with a small garden and a room just for him. Yenyu stopped before his door. Her face was serious. Thank you for accepting to fight me. I will take care of everything you need while you are here. You can ask me anything. Her voice rang with sincerity. Kyrion nodded slightly and began to enter, but he stopped when he noticed she still hadn't moved. He turned, raising an eyebrow slightly. Anything else? Yenyu hesitated for just an instant before lifting her gaze to him firmly. Can we fight again? No, could you train me? Kyrion looked at her in silence. He saw the expectation and determination in her eyes. After thinking for a few seconds, he replied, All right, when I'm not busy. A smile blossomed on Yenyu's lips, highlighting her beauty. She bowed slightly before stepping back. Kyrion then entered the room, observing everything around him. The place was simple but comfortable, with light wooden furniture. The outer garden conveyed tranquility. He then sat in the courtyard, looking up at the sky that, in an instant, seemed to glow with thousands of chi particles. They soon began descending upon his eyes like an invisible whirlwind. He was happy. Things had turned out in the best possible way. Now he had a place to stay, and soon the information he needed would arrive. His future plans began to take shape in his mind. 3 hours quickly passed in silence. His cultivation continued without problems. Soon he would have a breakthrough. He exhaled a sigh as he stood. I need to sell the violet serpent's corpse. It'll fetch me some low-grade spirit stones. With them, my cultivation will progress faster. It was at that moment he heard a knock at his door. Kyrion returned to the room and opened it. On the other side was Yenyu. Unlike before, she wasn't wearing family clothes. Instead, she was dressed in a simple white dress. However, her sword still hung at her waist. In her hands, she carried some books. Kyrion stepped aside, allowing her to enter. Come in. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, her eyes moving from the room to him, but she eventually stepped inside. She placed the books on the table. I was thinking of showing you the city. Then we could talk. What do you think? She asked slowly. Kyrion observed her for a few seconds before answering. All right, but I'll take a bath first. I'll wait outside, she said, already turning. You can wait right here. I'll be quick, Kyrion said, entering the bathroom before she could say anything else. Inside, he found a bathtub already full. The water was warm. When he had explored the room earlier, he had seen it. It seemed to have been prepared before he arrived. He washed quickly, then put on a red robe. As soon as he adjusted his appearance, he frowned. Old Wei Feng practically only had red clothes. I urgently need to buy new ones. I don't feel comfortable wearing the dead old man's clothes. He then left the bathroom. His hair is still damp. Yenyu, who had been sitting, rose silently, looking at him. Her face had taken on a slightly reddish hue. Kyrion noticed but decided not to care about it for now. I'm ready. I need to sell the violet serpent's body. I also need a clothing shop. And finally we'll eat at the Silver Moon restaurant. I was interested when we passed by earlier, he said, already fully planning. Yenyu blinked, surprised that he had already chosen everything, but gave a slight smile. All right, let's go. I know the perfect clothing shop, and the restaurant really is good. Though it's expensive. I'll take you there. Kyrion simply nodded. And so, the two left the courtyard toward the city. In the main hall of the Mu family, the patriarch remained seated in the main chair, while the two oldest elders and Mu Lin stood before him. The atmosphere seemed heavy, but not from tension, rather from reflection, about a truly special guest who was in their family. Patriarch, what do you think of that young man? Asked one of the elders. He has a special physique, and his way of fighting is far beyond any genius in our city or the nearby cities. The patriarch answered, thoughtful. Another elder frowned. Isn't his name far too strange? I've never heard anything like it in the region. It may not be his real name. Perhaps he comes from a greater force and is hiding his true identity. Perhaps he has a protector in secret. The elders agreed in silence. Regardless of the truth, we must form a friendship with him at all costs. This is a unique opportunity, concluded the patriarch with a determined expression, thinking that, if this truly happened, it would undoubtedly benefit his family. At that moment, a servant hurried in. Patriarch, young Lady Yenyu went out to the city with the guest. The patriarch gave a small smile, understanding something. Yenyu, as I thought, she will definitely want to get closer to him to train. That's good. I must talk to her later. The patriarch's decision seemed already made. If all went well, perhaps soon Kyrion would have a true connection with the Mu family. The afternoon was falling when Kyrion and Mu Yenyu crossed the Mu family gates, heading toward the city. The main street was full of people. Cultivators in varied robes, merchants offering herbs, weapons, and other strange objects. Kyrion even saw a carriage being pulled by a spiritual beast. Mu Yenyu walked firmly beside Kyrion, breaking the silence. We'll stop by the mercenary guild first. That's where you can sell the violet snake for the highest price. Mercenary guild? Kyrion said in doubt. It's a force present in practically every city. Cultivators who aren't part of sects or clans choose to register there. Some don't fit into greater forces, others prefer to be free. But even if you join a force later, you can still act as a mercenary, she said, glancing sideways at him. And what do they do? Missions, hunting beasts, escorting merchants, investigating ruins, protecting caravans. There are many types. The guild posts the missions. The mercenaries complete them in exchange for resources. She gestured as she spoke, which was obvious to many people. When there's an emergency in the city, like a beast wave, all those registered are obligated to help. Outside of that, they're free to do and live as they wish. Kyrion reflected for a few seconds. So they are free. Yes, but there are rules. If someone uses the guild's name for their own benefit, they're expelled with their cultivation crippled. A fate worse than death. Also, don't expect protection. Even if you're killed at their doorstep, they won't lift a finger. Hearing this, Kyrion sketched a brief smile. That's interesting. What is needed to become a mercenary? If I remember correctly, a minimum strength compared to the 3-degree stage of the chi accumulation realm. Kyrion nodded, already decided. I will register. It'll make selling beasts easier in the future. Besides, those missions should earn me good spirit stones when I need them. Mu Yenyu nodded. The headquarters of the Mercenary Guild dominated the central street. The building was made of black stone, with crimson banners on the balconies. The guild's emblem waved in the wind, a blade driven through the head of a beast. At the entrance, guards in light armor patrolled indifferently. When Mu Yenyu and Kyrion entered, conversations ceased for an instant. Some eyes turned to them and whispers arose. Many recognized Mu Yenyu, considered the #1 genius of the city and niece of the Mu family patriarch. Few dared to comment aloud, but curiosity fixed itself on the young man with unusual eyes beside her. At the main counter, Kyrion pulled from his ring the body of the violet snake. Immediate silence spread. A violet snake, practically whole. The attendant murmured as the massive body fell onto the guild floor. Even though it wasn't an absurdly strong beast, Kyrion discovered it was somewhat rare. The negotiation was quick. The sum of low-grade spirit stones he received was considerable. Kyrion stored the pouch of stones in his ring, his face without emotion. But he was satisfied. That would help his cultivation grow. He then raised his eyes. I want to register as a mercenary. The attendant paused for a moment. The young man before her wasn't only accompanied by Miss Yenyu, but his eyes were definitely something. She felt an unusual pressure. If it were any common cultivator of the 1-degree stage, she would have laughed and sent him away. But she didn't. Follow me, she said after that moment of hesitation. They quickly crossed a corridor until reaching a spacious room. In the center, there was a metallic dummy made of a white iron. On the dummy's chest was a translucent crystal. This crystal will measure your strength. Use your full power, and then we will confirm your level, the attendant explained. Kyrion then approached, curious. He really wanted to see how far his strength would go, but he decided not to go all out. First, he contracted only the strength of his muscles, punching using only pure physical strength without a trace of chi. The metallic sound echoed dryly. The crystal glowed momentarily before going out. Strength equivalent to the 1-degree stage of the chi accumulation realm, declared the attendant. Kyrion raised his eyebrows slightly. It made sense. His body had been tempered by the pure energy of his eyes and by the royal order technique. His physical strength alone already compared to the beginning of the realm. The attendant said nothing, sensing he hadn't used his full power. She hadn't felt the slightest wave of chi in the strike. She decided to wait in silence. After all, Yenyu was at his side. Kyrion then took a deep breath, releasing his cultivation fully, chi from his dantians flooding his body. He punched again. The crystal shone brightly. Strength at the 3 degrees stage of chi accumulation. The attendant said firmly, though a little surprised. Fighting above one's level was something only geniuses could do. Congratulations! You passed. She completed. But Kyrion didn't move yet. His eyes suddenly glowed. The icy energy is overflowing. I'm not finished. Suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted. The crystal 2 meters away froze with a dry crack. Ice spread in the blink of an eye, covering the dummy entirely and creeping across the floor. Mu Yenyu instinctively stepped back. Her eyes were wide in shock. The attendant also stepped back, her heart racing. Is he in the chi liberation realm? No, this isn't elemental chi. Elemental chi can only be released through techniques, and he didn't use any. A special physique ability? She took a deep breath, forcing herself to approach the crystal now covered in ice. She touched it carefully. The glow still pulsed, and the strength it displayed made her doubt her own perception. This 8 degrees stage of the chi accumulation realm. She murmured in disbelief. Kyrion only nodded, understanding. Without further discussion, she pulled from her pouch a bronze iron plate, small but heavy. She extended it to him with both hands. You are now an iron rank mercenary. As you complete missions, you may rise in rank. High-level mercenaries receive discounts in establishments, especially with blacksmiths and alchemists, and have priority in missions. Kyrion took the plate, examining it. Just drip a drop of blood to bind it to you. Kyrion did so, then stored it. Understood. The two soon left the guild, while the attendant hurried upstairs, seeming in a rush to see someone. After leaving the guild, neither of them spoke. Mu Yenyu seemed lost in thought, the image of the ice dominating her mind. She felt that, if Kyrion wished, he could kill her with just a glance. Kyrion was more terrifying than she had thought. Kyrion, on the other hand, reflected on himself. My eyes absorb chi at an absurd speed, but I remain at the first stage. The density I need to accumulate is greater than normal. This delays my advancement, but it will make me stronger at each stage. With my chi and my physical strength, especially with the advantages my eyes give me in battle, I could easily face cultivators of the 4 degrees or 5 degrees stage like Yenyu. And if I used the intent of ice, only those at the peak of the chi accumulation realm and above would have a chance to resist. But Kyrion also knew the weakness. Using intent at full force burns my chi at a frightening speed. I can't depend on it entirely. Even so, Kyrion was satisfied, a slight smile on his lips. Finally, he broke the silence. Let's go. I need new clothes. Yenyu blinked, waking from her thoughts. All right, follow me. I know the perfect shop. Then, the two continued as night began to fall over the Misty City. The streets were a little quieter when Kyrion and Yenyu left the guild. The orange-toned sky was giving way to darkness, and the white light of the moon threatened to appear. The lamps scattered along the streets lit up one by one. Yenyu guided Kyrion to an elegant street, where the fabric and refined clothing shops were located. Kyrion saw some wooden mannequins displaying long tunics, some with embroidery, others simpler and more durable. This way, she said, entering one of the largest shops. The merchant, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes, noticed them immediately. He slightly bowed upon seeing Yenyu there. Young Miss Yenyu, what an honor to receive you again. His eyes, however, had already quickly landed on Kyrion. Examining with curiosity, he dared not speak, but in his mind. Handsome, definitely a handsome young master. But the clothes don't show his true beauty. It's truly a pity. I want clothes for him, Yenyu said bluntly. She and Kyrion saw the man's eyes sparkle as he rushed around the store. Kyrion then tried on several tunics and other types of clothing, noticing that the fabric was light and resistant, made not to hinder movement. He ended up choosing 2 dark gray, 1 black, and 1 dark blue. He judged it enough for now. Yenyu paid before Kyrion could say anything, using the Mu family name. Leaving the shop, Kyrion moved his shoulders, testing the new tunic. Better than the previous one. Kyrion was satisfied. It seemed Wei Feng didn't care about the quality of his clothes, as they were all coarse. Of course, a cultivator needs proper clothing. Yenyu laughed lightly while looking into Kyrion's eyes, but she quickly turned her face away afterward. Kyrion then led the way, remembering exactly where the restaurant he wanted to go to was. It was in the city center. The restaurant hall was spacious, lit by lanterns. Round tables occupied by merchants, cultivators from smaller families, and travelers. The smell of roasted beast meat and strong spices filled the air. Kyrion chose a corner table. Yenyu ordered a few dishes. Kyrion, however, called the waitress back and ordered 5 more. When the food arrived, he devoured it without hesitation. Grilled meat, spicy soups, aromatic rice, and sautéed vegetables. The plates piled up in front of him. Kyrion ate with a satisfied smile. Yenyu watched him, surprised and curious. You eat as if you had an endless hunger, she commented, seeing the 4th plate emptied. Kyrion wiped his mouth with a cloth and replied naturally. Mother said that only by eating well can one become strong, and I will be the strongest, so I need to eat a lot. Eat too, it will help you. He then continued clearing the dishes, only stopping when the food was gone, leaning back with a slight sigh. Now, yes, he was completely satisfied. Yenyu couldn't help but smile after seeing Kyrion's expression. Finally, he didn't have that constant cold expression. So, since you're satisfied, I'll explain a few things. Kyrion then straightened up. This city, you may already know, is called Misty City. It's a medium-sized city, belonging to a small country called the State of Bayan, which, along with several other small countries, is under the domain of the Verdant Sword sect. Domain? Yes, this whole region, stretching across many countries, is completely controlled by the sect. There are other clans, families, and even independent forces, but none of them compare to the Verdant Sword sect. The countries must pay for resources every year. This way, they are protected if something happens. The Verdant Sword sect has total control over areas rich in chi and other resources. Everyone has practically dreamed of joining the sect. Everyone says that only by being a disciple of the sect can one truly be considered a powerhouse, someone whose destiny is beyond being a common cultivator. Kyrion narrowed his eyes, absorbing the information. He had already heard a little about this sect. He thought he should join for the resources, but now it was certain. He needed to enter there. It was the easiest path. Back at the Mu family residence. Night had already fallen. The sky was dark, dotted with stars. Kyrion's courtyard was silent, lit only by the silver moon. Yenyu had accompanied him there, though Kyrion didn't understand why, but he said nothing. Then, after a few minutes, she broke the silence. Kyrion, can we fight again? He looked at her. Now? Yes, she replied firmly, almost anxiously. Kyrion nodded after thinking for a moment. The two positioned themselves in the center of the courtyard. The sound of Yenyu's sword echoed as it was unsheathed. She advanced without hesitation, the blade reflecting the moonlight. Kyrion dodged easily, his palm striking the back of the blade and knocking it to the side. A single precise movement, and Yenyu was already unbalanced. He didn't attack again, letting her realize her mistake. She recomposed herself, advanced again only to be repelled. Then it happened 3 times, 5 times, 10 times. She always ended up on the ground, breathing with difficulty while Kyrion remained firm. The two were fighting only with physical strength, pure fighting technique, and combat experience. Why are you in such a hurry? Kyrion asked suddenly, as she fell seated, repeating the same mistake. Yenyu gripped the sword tightly. She was breathing fast, sweat trickling down her forehead, but her eyes burned with determination. I'm already 17, Kyrion. She began to speak in pauses. When I turn 18, I won't be able to take the Verdant Sword Sect exams anymore. The next test will be in 2 months. It will be my first and last chance to be accepted. Kyrion listened attentively. The last piece of information interested him. If I'm accepted, even if forever an outer disciple, the Mu family will benefit. We could leave this city and go to a bigger one, to a real capital with greater resources. And I will have a real future. I won't be trapped in this small place. Her voice trembled slightly, but Kyrion felt the conviction in every word. If I fail, I'll just be another common person, forgotten. And I want to be more than that. Silence then lingered between them. The wind swayed the garden flowers, bringing a faint sound. Kyrion then spoke. And you're not confident? She bit her lips. No. Before I had some hope. But now, if people like you appear with absurd talents, I wouldn't stand a chance. Kyrion observed her silently for a few moments. How will the exam be? I don't know how it will be, because the exam changes every year. What I know is that only those under 18 years old can participate in the exam. Tens of thousands of young people from all countries and forces within the sect's domain participate. But those who enter don't even reach 1,000. As she spoke, her fingers gripped her sword tightly. Kyrion smiled slightly. I see. Stand up. She blinked, surprised. What? Stand up. Let's fight again. This time, use all your strength. Despite the defeats, she still stood up. The fight then resumed. She advanced with all her strength, and Kyrion responded only with his cultivation, without resorting to intent. This time, the exchange lasted longer. Kyrion felt he needed to focus more on every detail. The blade's movement, the weight of her body, the flow of chi. If he made a mistake, he could get hurt. Unlike her, he would suffer more damage because her strength was superior. When the fight ended, Yenyu was lying on her back on the ground, breathing deeply. Her hair stuck to her face with sweat. Kyrion was also breathing deeply, his hands steady, but his chest rose and fell with some effort. He then approached her and said bluntly, already having decided, I will train you. She immediately sat up, raised her eyes, surprised. A small smile appeared on her lips. She then bowed completely. Thank you, Kyrion. He lifted her with his hand. It's fine. At that moment, Yenyu realized as she looked around. The silence and the completely dark sky. She had been alone with Kyrion for hours, late, in his courtyard. Her face blushed slightly, and she then decided to leave. It's already late, so I should go. All right, Kyrion replied simply. She said goodbye, walking quickly until she disappeared through the entrance. Kyrion could see she was truly happy and a little embarrassed. Kyrion then sighed, returning and sitting in the center of his courtyard with crossed legs, taking out the pouch of spirit stones from the ring. The energy inside them pulsed softly. He then thought of Yenyu. Training her will help me too. Her strength is enough for me to push myself and learn how cultivators fight. I have 2 more months to raise my cultivation as much as possible, so I will go with her to the sect and take the exam. Kyrion said, having already decided his next steps, then focused entirely on the glowing stones before him.